today, trying to come back and take away the little effort that the president has achieved. So the Tinubu Support Group appreciates the understanding of the Working People United and support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration and his second-term re-election bid. We look forward to greater synergy and working relationship towards the 2027 general election. Our doors are always open, National Coordinator General, to work together. I see our logo, the President's logo there. It means we can have open relationship, not a covert one. Thank you all for coming and listening, and I wish us all a successful summit come 2026. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, my calm and swagalicious DG. That's the DG of Tinubu Support Group. Very gentleman, no stress at all, but he's a performer. The man of calm disposition and a performer. Yeah, okay. So a round of applause for DG, Dr. Umar Otanko Yakasai. Also, like I'm told that the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction is here, Dr. Bernard M. Duru. Please put your hands together as we appreciate him. You're welcome, sir. Okay, representative? Okay, you're welcome. So moving forward, I think I'd like to call on Comrade Issa Obalowo Aremo, the former Vice President, Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the DG of the Michael Imodu National Institute for Labour Studies, Minos, for his own speech. A round of applause for him, please. While we appreciate the representative from the Kaduna State House of Assembly, you're welcome, sir. Meanwhile, the representative of the Minister of Youth should get ready for his own speech. Thank you, sir.
Working People United. Working People United. I brought to you fraternal greetings, very warm greetings to the Working People United and all its coordinators that have been well recognized here. I think we should not take this gathering for granted, because today we are celebrating democracy. Nigeria is marking 27 years of uninterrupted democratic process. And what does democracy mean? It means freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and for my constituency members who are here, the way we are today, because we're under military dictatorship. And I can see veterans like Comrade Akinlaja, who just came in here. Please, a round of applause for him. Let me recognize him. I know what they went through representing National Union of Petroleum Workers Union, together with Nigeria Labour Congress affiliate in fighting for today. So I just want to say that the Working People United, you are doing a very good job to deepen democracy by taking advantage of democratic process to promote organizing, discussing policy issues, as well as good governance. And I think you also deserve special recognition and applause, Working People United. Today, if you go to INEC website, Nigeria has 93 or 95 million plus registered voters. So in quantitative terms, I can say Nigeria is democracy destination in Africa. It's the largest democracy in Africa. We also have registered 20 political parties. And I think next year we'll be going for almost 8 presidential elections. And what does this mean? Organized labor has as many as 1 million members, formal and informal. This is the largest labor market in Africa, Nigeria. So if you take 75 million workers in formal and informal sectors, I think as the speech of Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, indicated that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu recognized that working people are the backbone of Nigeria. Tailors, farmers, cleaners, construction workers, in numbers, even the working people are the one who constitute the bulk of the electoral community in this country. 75 million workforce. That's quite remarkable. So my quick remark is to say that, like previous elections, next year's election will be determined by labor issues, by issues that affect the working people of Nigeria. And we said today, with the effort of the working people united, indicating what this administration has done with respect to labor issues. I listened very well to the speech of Chief of Staff. He mentioned the 6th national minimum wage, which we have just, which we enacted in 2004. And he made the point that this administration, for the first time, has reduced the circle, the number of years for review of this minimum wage from 5 to 3. I think we should appreciate this. It's very, very remarkable. He also says so in his speech that everybody now agrees that, yes, in nominal terms, 70,000 naira was the highest that we ever recorded in our minimum wage negotiation. And I think veterans are, Comrade Akinlaja, they are here. We started in 1981 with 125 naira. Later on, it was increased to 2,000 in year 2000, then later to 15,000, 18,000. In nominal terms, when you take 30 to 70, that's almost about 100%. That's the highest. But government also recognized that with inflation, with devaluation of the currency, as the city with high cost of living, it's time for us to review this minimum wage. And that government has said they will partner with organized labor to make sure that we get new minimum wage next year. And I think we must not take this for granted. And I hope organized labor will take the advantage of this partnership to make sure that we have quantitative improvement in the new minimum wage coming up. Then this government has also cleared pension arrears, almost about 785 billion naira was the legacy pension arrears. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also issued bonds to clear this, and for the first time in recent time, since 2004, skipped him to being pensioners who are captured under the contribution scheme do not have to wait before they get their pension as at when due. The last 2 points I want to raise, which we take for granted, and I listened to the DG of the Tinubu Support Group, TSG, please help me appreciate him. He made very good point. But the one that we often forget is that this government despite the economic challenges, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to office, he refused the temptation to retrench workers, to downsize. Unlike what we witnessed, you remember 1999, 2000, when we had the economic crisis under the former President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, some of the measures taken were taken at the expense of civil service jobs. When this administration came into being in 2023, the total public service employment was about 720,000. Today, we have close to 1.3 million workforce in the public service. And this is due to the fact that this government has not only retained the jobs in public sector, but it has created more institutions that have employed more people. You are talking of the regional development commissions, you have NELFON, you have different agencies that have been created, and these have created more direct jobs. Then, due to appropriate industrial policy, there has been partnership between the government and the private sector, which have led to establishment of a lot of, or considerable number of industries. Here we are talking of the Dangote refinery, which has come on stream, and now we are talking of thousands, hundreds of thousands, direct and indirect jobs that have been created in that sector. But I want to call on this government, as we are moving for next election, and as I know that if it is all about labor record, and I think labor will determine this election, this administration, this government, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will go for second term, God willing. But we have to now do quality control of our policies. Yes, this government has done very well with respect to petroleum sector stream, but we must also be deliberate and be intentional to bring on stream other labor-intensive industries, such as textile. I used to be the general secretary of textile, because that's the way we can create sustainable jobs. Automobile, we have all the brands of cars in this country, Nissan, Toyota, Mercedes. They are good, but we should have assembly plants that produce them at home, and that's the way we can create jobs. On the issue of security, I was quite impressed to hear yesterday that National Assembly had broken the jinx. Again, thanks to the initiative of the chief reformer himself, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that's now made it commitment that there should be state police. And this one way we can go to address law security. But as good as these policies are, the best way to keep our youth out of boundary criminality is to give them jobs. You can recruit 1 million police, but when you have 50 million unemployable youths who have no skills, I think they will overwhelm them. Jobs, and jobs. And I have no doubt in my mind that this government will consolidate on this achievement and do more next year. Now the last one, and I think I can see Comrade Prince Williams here. By the way, let me congratulate you for successful tenure as two-term president of the most vibrant, progressive, democratic trade unions in Africa, NUPENG. And I want to also greet your successor, Otumba. You're welcome, congratulations. But I also want, together with Working People United, to impress on our government, including President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to make sure that we support and finance labor market institutions, starting with Federal Ministry of Labor. Federal Ministry of Labor Ministry, established as far back as 1935. But today, funding is poor and its mandate is to create jobs very well. So I will want to say that as we are going for a new round of election, we should consolidate the existing agreement, achievement, and there are so many. This government has also broken the genes of repeated cycle of strikes in the universities. We shouldn't take this for granted. The 2009 agreement, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have reviewed it for academic staff union. And today, we have relative stability in the universities. And I think we should build on that on a sustainable basis. So on this note, I just want to say we would like to partner with Working People United. You know, Michael Imodu National Institute for Labor Studies is the premier labor studies named after one labor leader in Nigeria, Michael Imodu. Posthumously, I think we should appreciate him. He was a Democrat himself. He fought for independence. He also became very active in progressive parties like People's Redemption Party. If you have been alive today, I have no doubt to go to any other party than APC. But let me use today that our mandate is to promote labor education. So we'll work together with you to also promote economic and political literacy for the organized labor. So that as we are going for election, organized labor workers should shine their face. Whoever wants to give you cloth to wear, find out what is he wearing. If somebody say labor vote for me, what is your labor credentials? I think the labor credentials of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is already clear. We have seen it. He retained jobs. He has created more jobs in public service. He has brought about new minimum wage. He's about to review new minimum wage. Has clear pension areas, legacy that we have in place. You know, we can be on and on. Whoever now wants to say we should vote for me, ask them what have they done when they're in office. I've seen some in other parties. When we're in power, you will know them very well. Comrade Akinlaja, those who sack workers under military, I don't want to mention their names. You know them. Emergency Democrats, they've been in military for a long time. They're not the one talking of pushing for democracy. I think I want to reaffirm that Working People United, together with us, we can partner to educate the electorate, especially the labor component. And don't forget that in 2022, yours sincerely, yours comradely was the director of the Labor Directorate of President Bola Ahmed and Shettima Presidential Campaign Committee. Again, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the only candidate that had a whole directorate devoted to labor. And if you ask me on this note, I would like to confirm that this president deserves another term for continuity. 4 plus 4. Forward ever. Working People United. Thank you very much.
All right. Please, can we once again put our hands together for our father and elder statesman, a man with deep labor credentials, Comrade Issa Aremu. Please, can I put our hands together for him? Former Vice President, Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Director General, Michael Imodu, National Institute of Labor Studies. Sir, you know, you came in here seated and many of your proteges are here. So we'll say, okay, let us exhaust you first and see what we'll have to learn from a wealth of experience. Then we'll proceed with the younger generation. So thereafter, if there is need for you to make any corrections or amendments, you do. Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to respectfully recognize Farida Shaibu Adam, Plateau State City Boy Movement women leader. She's here with us. Please, can you put your hands together for her? Farida Shaibu Adams. Also want to recognize in our midst former member House of Rep, represented the good people of Ondo East, Ondo West, Federal Constituency, former Deputy President, NLC, former Secretary General, NUPENG, Honorable Akinlaja Joseph. I'd like also to recognize in our midst the government and people of Kaduna State. Presented here this day is the Commissioner for Information and Culture, representing the Executive Governor of the state, His Excellency Governor Obasani. Please can I put a hand star for Ahmed Meyake. On this note, I'd like to welcome you up Minister for Information and Culture, Kaduna State, representing the Executive representing the Minister. All right, thank you very much. The Minister of Information and Culture, Oxidos walked in, Representative walked in. Please, let's clap for him. In the course of the event, we are going to recognize him accordingly. The government of Kaduna State, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Working People United, Greater Nigeria, I want to respectfully recognize all protocol that have already been established because of want of time. Well, a lot of people have spoken. The coordinator of this very important group have spoken, and the Chief of Staff, but I want to make a particular reference to what the coordinator have said. While we continue to speak about what the president has done at the national level, I think it is important to also acknowledge what the president has done that has led to greater development at the subnational level. At the removal of the fuel subsidy, the subnationals got more resources to do a lot of projects at the state level. And I want to say with all sense of responsibility that Kaduna State, under His Excellency Governor Obasani, is leading in ensuring that the people of Kaduna State, particularly the working group that this particular group is focusing on, are fully included in the development agenda of the state. Now, one thing that the governor has done that stood out, or that stands out, is the procurement from the fuel subsidy, because we got more funding, and the state government got 100 CNG buses, the first subnational to have done that. Those buses, for those of us who are from Kaduna, will testify that these 100 CNG buses are dedicated for the civil servants, for the students, for the artisans, and the great people of Kaduna State to drive from one place to the other at no cost. The President and Commander-in-Chief was in Kaduna in June last year, and he commissioned these buses, and we started the operation of these buses from the 7th of July. Now, in 11 months, using the CNG buses, which forms part of the more funding that subnational has gotten, to transport over 3.8 million people daily from their places of work to their homes. And this has saved for the people an amount close to about 4 billion naira in 11 months. People travel from one place to the other, workers travel from one place to the other without paying one dime. And this is one benefit of the removal of subsidy by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and we must acknowledge. We must tax state governments and subnational to speak out, because every day we rely on what the president has done. It is important to also mention how the states have leveraged on the policies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to bring about development in their states. Governance is not only about the president, it's also about the states and the local government responding to the needs of their people. And I want to assure this group that your members in Kaduna are in safe hands because Senator Ubasani was and is still a member of the pro-democratic campaigner, and he will work with you very closely to ensure that we promote good governance and also mobilize support for the president in the next election by January 2027. I want to use this opportunity on behalf of His Excellency the Governor, and of course my colleague who is also here with me, Mr. Fabian Okoye, who is a special advisor to the Governor, whom we are here together to represent the Governor, to show you how committed the Governor is in supporting initiatives such as this, and also in ensuring that support is mobilized. Nobody is in doubt that Governor Obasani is in the forefront as the Director General of the Renew Hope Ambassadors in promoting this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and work very closely and will continue to work as a government to ensure that our workers are better. At least in Kaduna, our retirees have enjoyed pension today. Since the coming of the governor, he has settled backlog of about 18 billion naira, which is the best in record time in Nigeria. As a governor, he has continued to work very closely with the labor unions so that we continue to achieve greater development in our state. And I do hope that we'll do this across all the subnationals so that as we move towards the elections in 2027, we'll work to ensure the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Anybody who thinks that he will not be part of this project, he is not ready to be part of the general elections. And we believe the president has done enough. He has done enough for Nigeria and for the subnationals to ensure that he gets re-elected back to office in January 2027. I want to congratulate this very important group, and I assure you that we'll be working very closely when you begin to reach out to across the zones and states so that we work together in mobilizing all our people across Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner for Information and Culture, Kaduna State, Ahmed Meyaki, presented the governor and government of people of Kaduna State. Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to welcome to give the goodwill message on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Honorable Ayodele Olawande Wisdom. Is represented in the House by Mukhtar Akoshile. Please, can we put our hands together for the youthful goodwill message?
Thank you. Working People United. Working People United. Let's speak as young people. Let's speak as energetic people. Let's speak like people whom President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done tremendously for. Working People United. My name is Comrade Mukhtar Akoshile. I am the Deputy President for the National Youth Council of Nigeria. I'm the Coordinator, West Africa Region for Africa and Arab Youth Council. It is my pleasure to stand today to represent one of the youngest minister in the cabinet of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is unprecedented. This is one of the key things that Mr. President has done. Before now, we used to have our uncles, our father, within the age of 70, 75, as ministers for youth development. But when the president came, he said he acknowledges the support the young people gave to him. He acknowledges the resilience of young people, and he is giving us somebody who is within the youthful age as the Honorable Minister. The Chief of Staff to the President in absentia, the Coordinator General for this event, all labor union leaders. I can see union leader emeritus Alhaji Najimu Yasin, he had just left, and other prominent union leaders in the house. Today is a very special day where the women, the youth, artisan, informal sector people, everybody gather into one room and say, thank you to Mr. President. Thank you for what you have been doing to make sure that this country remains stronger despite challenges. And we also heard from the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, narrating where the president took over from and where we are today. Governing a country like Nigeria is tedious, but having somebody whose experience go farther than
private investment and support sustainable development.
From the Honorable Minister for Youth Development. But before I also do that, I acknowledge Comrade Duke and every other young people who are part of organizing this event and making sure that the event is successful. I am honored to join you at this maiden Working People United Good Governance Summit. I commend the organizers for creating a platform that strengthens dialogue between government and working people whose labor powers the Nigerian economy. I bring to you greetings from the young people of this country who represent a very significant percentage of the workforce of our dear nation and respond to the aspiration of its citizens. As the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, I lead the ministry whose mandate is to formulate, implement, monitor, and evaluate policies and programs that promote youth development, entrepreneurship, innovations, employment, leadership, civic participation, and wealth creation. The Ministry of Youth also coordinates of the National Youth Policy and supervises key institutions, including the National Youth Service Corps and the Citizen and Leadership Training Centers. Under my leadership, the ministry has focused on translating policies. We have expanded digital skill development to prepare young Nigerians for opportunities in the digital economy. Strengthen the National Youth Investment Fund with greater attention to youth and women with disabilities. And scale Nigerian Youth Academic to equip young people with digital entrepreneurship and leadership skills. We have also deepened mentorship and career development to peace building and civic engagement. And in also invest workforce. Every young people empowered with relevant skills become a productive worker. Employers to national prosperity. This is why the youth development and workers' welfare are inseparable. I commend the WOPO for providing a platform working people engage constructively. So democracy improves policy implementation and public institutions remain accountable to the people they serve. To our young people, I encourage you to embrace innovation, acquire new skills, and uphold integrity and participate actively in nation building. Government will continue to create an enabling environment, but your own determination and creativity remain indispensable to Nigeria's future. As we continue implementing the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, the Federal Ministry of Youth Development remains committed to working with labor, civil society groups, development partners, and private sectors to build an inclusive economy where every young Nigerian have the opportunity to strive. I congratulate the Working People United for this important initiative and wish you all a fruitful deliberation. Lastly, I want to advise that all what we have had today, let's match it with actions. We can gather here and speak English, But within us, let us make sure that by next year election, we all go out to vote massively for Mr. President, knowing fully well that he has translate policies to action and transform our country to a better Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us. Thank you.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Education is the bedrock.
You give way. While if they notice you're being funny, court martial follows. But these days there are so many people contesting governors that are facing trial. What are we trying to achieve? They will desperately win and desperately suspend the case. So naming somebody is one thing. Catching him, if it is true, is another thing. That you have named the person does not mean he is guilty. Naming him requires you to say, you have a case to answer. Come and clear yourself. And the person who is so named has not gone to court say you are maligning him. So it means that the knife that we have in hand has no head. And the one that has head is not sharp. So if you are using a knife that has no head that has no head but sharp to cut, likelihood of cutting your hand is high. And if you use a knife that has a head that is not sharp, you waste your time in cutting. So what we require is a knife that has head that is sharp, so that once you hold it firm, you can cut through anything. Naming is one thing. US is there. They are not part of Nigeria. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, no. We heard that they have applied sanctions, frozen accounts with some of these names and companies that they've talked about.
No, that's the best they can do. They are US sanctioning and processing an account maybe in their jurisdiction. It's for their own use. They wait for you. If you don't come, there's a time limit. They will go to court and confiscate the money. They are happy for you to steal money and move to that side. But when they freeze it, you have to come and talk. It's only in Nigeria you freeze money and somebody is going to court to unfreeze it. You understand? So the government needs to, and unfortunately, the ethnic divergence of Nigeria is impeding seriously on national decisions. Seriously. Remember the coup plot thing that was mentioned. People started saying, why is it that the majority of them are from certain part of Nigeria? This is not, we've gone beyond this.
All those things, yeah.
So they need to, if it is Tunde that stole, they should catch Tunde and prosecute sincerely, with sincerity of purpose. And not when you live in, if you evade £1 tax in UK, you may lose a property worth £10 million. They will say it is that money that you have been saving. Who knows where you are doing? And they will confiscate it. In abroad, they are looking for one small crime to confiscate your thing. In Nigeria, if you steal ₦1, you are an armed robber. If you steal 2 billion, you are patriotic. So naming the people is neither here nor there. Presumption of innocence is still there. It is for you to go, he who alleges should prove that he's a thief. Oh, yeah, go prosecute him. So if you are not prosecuting them, you are making noise. That's the sincere thing.
But there is a school of thought that's pretty optimistic. I mean, you said there's a limit to what the US can do. Yes, perhaps at the end of the day, they confiscate all these monies, and if they don't come round for it, it gets lost. But some people are saying that, look, it's probably a realization for the need for a global fight against terror. With US becoming involved, they've said they're going to hunt down terrorists everywhere to the best of their ability. Isn't that a welcoming sign that, look, the fight against terror is becoming global, and perhaps the Nigerian government won't have to do it on its own?
The truth is that our country, Nigeria, has no will to tackle insurgency, with due respect. You see, we are getting old, and the more you climb the ladder, you must learn to say the truth and say things the way they are, because anything can happen anytime. when the US tried to come in, the first show of force they did, you saw the reaction, particularly from the north. Oh, why do you want to? Oh, this, oh, that, oh, that. Had it been he went to the east, my brothers would start saying he doesn't like them, Biafra this, Biafra that. So we have a problem. We are whalers in Nigeria. If we need to do it, the question, do you think Tinubu will come down and begin to go and chase them in the north or order the Air Force to wipe people out? He won't do it. 2027 is coming. Obasanjo had the liver. He went to cleared the whole place. People ranted, but it was over. So you see, I have seen in Facebook where terrorists were going in their motorbikes. Policeman in uniform is doing them like this. I saw it yesterday. How do you explain these things? We know where these people are coming from. Let's not. The Zamfara gold mine is even one of the biggest issues in this country.
Okay, so it looks as if there's so much for us to talk about, but unfortunately, time will not allow us to do that. Perhaps we'll have to bring you back to continue where we stopped.
No problem.
We'll be speaking with Barrister Michael Mbanifo. He's a barrister, what it makes him a legal practitioner. Everybody knows that. But he's also, as you've discovered in the last 55 minutes, also a very versatile security affairs analyst. And for the past 55 minutes or so, we have been looking at issues arising from yesterday's passage of the state police bill by the Nigerian Senate, and towards the end, delved into the issue of terrorism financing. Barrister Mbanifo, it's been great having you on the show. And like I said, we'll bring you back again sooner than you think.
No problem, no problem.
That's where we're going to wrap it up on Jigsaw for today. Join us when we come your way the next time. I'm Oloyede Uworu. Have yourselves a wonderful day.
The fall-army worm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources by technology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety, but in the final analysis as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for DREAMS. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Lupus is often called the invisible illness. For many people living with the condition, the symptoms are not always obvious, but the impact can be life-changing. Hello and welcome to Health Digest, your go-to program for timely, relevant, and people-focused health conversations. I am Ukeme Etukwa. On the program today, we explore the realities, challenges, and common misconceptions of living with lupus today. And on this episode, you don't just hear the conversations, you get the scoop right here from some of the warriors that live it every single day. Take a look.
I'm a lupus warrior. Of course, I'm in chronic pain every moment, but I don't look it.
I'm a lupus warrior. Our medications are quite on the high side. People say lupus is the rich man's sickness, but I don't believe it. Even the rich, we are crying. The medications are expensive. They are very, very expensive, depending on what you take.
I'm a lupus warrior. Of course, I see different types of doctors. The rheumatologist, dermatologist, orthopedic surgeon, cardiologist, and nephrologist.
I hope you enjoyed that. Yes, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We hear more from them on our Chat with the Experts segment. But first, let's begin with today's health news.
The Akopedi Primary Health Center sits tucked away in this rural community, miles from the state's capital, Uyo. For years, residents say this facility existed only in name, paralyzed by poor infrastructure and skeletal services. But today, the narrative is shifting. The center has come alive, operating 24 hours a day to provide critical care. Inside, the turnaround is visible. Solar panels guarantee uninterrupted power, and clean water flows through the facility. The laboratory is fully operational, even providing specialized tuberculosis testing.
All the sample that comes in must be documented, analyzed, results sent back to the appropriate unit for follow-up. And of course, we also have the TB lab. We do TB as well. Aside from the issue of personnel, where we are supposed to have more hands to make the work easy. But the current situation, we are running short of personnel. As it stands, I work here. I also handle the PCR. Some of our machines that were supplied by the primary health agency cannot carry the solar we have. Like you see, all these machines are supposed to be used. But the fears we have now is that if you use them with the solar, it can break down the solar.
At the pharmacy, well-stocked shelves replace the empty cabinets of the past, drastically cutting down the time patients spend waiting for medication.
Anytime I'm getting sick, or I get sick rather, I come here to get my treatment because here I see one of the best place for treatment. Everything about them is just good.
To gauge the real-world impact, we took a walk into the village. Residents tell us the proximity of the center is a lifesaver, especially for pregnant women and vulnerable children. For Deborah, though she had an antenatal at the facility, but she had to leave the community to her in-laws for delivery.
Since I gave birth to my first son, I attended my antenatal and my baby immunization completely there. They are very good.
I do go there for checkup. Even my family also do receive treatment there. Nobody has ever asked me for anything. Even if they conducted a test over there, I've never paid a dime.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the busiest days here, reserved for antenatal care and routine immunization. Management says weekly turnouts regularly exceed 50 children for vaccines, alongside 3 to 5 deliveries weekly. But this turnaround has also brought severe pressure. The officer in charge, Agnes Umong, tells us the center is critically understaffed, forcing the few available hands to work grueling shifts. Outreaches are crippled by a shortage of vehicles, with only one ambulance on ground. Furthermore, the facility remains largely inaccessible to wheelchair users and persons living with disabilities.
The center is very okay compared to when I came to this place, because last year people came from National for repainting of this environment and changed some bulbs. They changed some doors that was in wooden door. They now replace it with iron doors, and they also gave us the solar lights, and they put the planets on our roof. Even though we don't have staff, we operate 24 hours because some of our staff volunteer are living here at the facility. Even if other people go, those that are living at the facility will attend to people at any time, whether in the night, anytime. When I came newly, we used to run shifts. Morning people can come by 8 to 2 o'clock. The afternoon will take over from 2 o'clock to 8. Then the night people will take over. But now, no people to do that. If you come in the morning like this, you only know the time you are coming. You don't know the time you are going. Because you can prepare to go, then you bring a pregnant or a labor case. You will not go and leave that person. You have to stay and take delivery before you go. That is why I say you know the time you are coming, you don't know the time you are going, because we are saving life. And any case that is difficult than us, since we don't have doctor, we will refer the person to where the doctor is at the secondary facility.
For the gains recorded at this facility to be sustained, there is need for the Nigerian government to address a shortage of health workers, provide more vehicles for outreach activities, and improve access for persons living with disabilities. These interventions could go a long way in strengthening healthcare delivery for residents of Okokweji and neighboring communities. Ogom Ezejimbo, AIT News, Uyo.
Still ahead on Health Digest, two major health developments making global headlines. National health agencies, including the U.S. Center for Disease Control, are ramping up surveillance of seasonal respiratory viruses, including influenza and the COVID-19 variants. As case fluctuations persist across regions, early detections, experts say, and criticals to preventing outbreaks from escalating. On a lighter note, according to the research reported in Nature Medicine, scientists are developing a next-generation smart insulin that activates only when blood sugar rises, potentially reducing dangerous highs and lows. Early studies suggest it could transform diabetes care by making treatment more precise and automatic. Now to Outreach Edge, where we spotlight health initiatives making an impact closer to home. Access to sanitary products is still a challenge. It affects their health, confidence, and education. To mark Menstrual Hygiene Day, the Pad Up initiative took to the streets. The advocacy walk raised awareness on the need for better access to menstrual hygiene products in school and in communities. Period poverty keeps many girls uncomfortable, absent from school, or forced to manage their periods in unsafe hygienic ways. To change that, the initiative is launching pad banks in 4 schools. These provide safe spaces where girls can access sanitary pads whenever needed. The organization's goal is to ensure that no girl should be caught unprepared or made to suffer due to lack of sanitary products. The conversation isn't just for girls. The initiative engaged the boys as well, teaching them to become allies, showing empathy, offering support, and rejecting stereotypes that call menstruation dirty or shameful. Advocates say breaking the silence takes community involvement, education, and a shared commitment to dignity and inclusion for menstrual health and hygiene.
Okay, my name is Ashley Laurie. I'm the founder of Pad Up Africa, a menstrual sensitization initiative, and today we are commemorating the Menstrual Hygiene Day by working for PAD, an advocacy to enable access to menstrual hygiene products in schools and community. Today, we have over 1,000 students working with us, teachers and women. So it is a free gift for us to work for PAD. Thank you very much. Yes, we are going to 4 different schools. Going to 4 different schools to distribute the pad bank. so that any child can walk into a toilet-sensitive area and get their pad.
My name is Sheloka Chinazomi Luptif, also known as Locus Intercontinental. Okay, today being Walk for PAD 2026, we LISOT Initiative, we are here to support PAD of Africa and other partners to support the girl child. LISOT Initiative is about the boy child. The boy child is here to support the girls. There are many reasons why the boy child should be here to support the girl child. There is this stigma on the girl child. Whenever a boy sees a girl menstruating or maybe sees stains, the boy child tends to make mockery, make fun of the girl. But no, we are trying to change the narrative.
Yes. For us, I think our message is simple. The plight of these young girls is enormous in the sense that many of them struggle month in, month out in order to, get basic sanitary pads. If the government can, do as much as they can to even make some of these sanitary wares free for some of these ladies, have, centers across, have places across, public areas where women that are in need of sanitary pads can simply pick what they need and go, and to make water and hygiene, mandatory.
You're still watching Health Digest. Next is our Health Tech segment, where we explore innovations, discoveries, the things that shape the future of healthcare. Do stay with us.
Japanese scientists have announced a breakthrough that could reshape the future of genetic medicine. Researchers at Mia University used CRISPR gene editing technique to successfully remove extra copy of chromosome 21, responsible for Down syndrome, from laboratory-grown human cells. Now, according to findings published in the peer-reviewed journal PNAS Nexus, the technique not only eliminated the extra chromosome, but also helped restore several normal cellular functions affected by the condition. While the research remains at an early experimental stage and is not yet ready for use in humans, scientists say it offers valuable insights into how genetic disorders may one day be treated through precision medicine and advanced gene editing techniques.
Finally, we're here on our Chat with the Expert segment, where we get to hear from the Amazons themselves. Let's take a look. Yes, we're going to be discussing the topic lupus. As you already know, the month of May was the official month for lupus awareness. However, I don't think 1 month is enough for this conversation. It should be something we discuss every single day. Now, I'm not going to be discussing this issue myself. I have two of the most amazing women in the world to discuss this with me from the lupus community, and I'll allow the queens represent and introduce their crowns. And I'll start with the beautiful lady to my left. Please, what is your name and what organization are you with?
My name is Ejiofor Anita Chidimam. I'm from Mablevi Lupus Foundation.
Thank you so much, Chidimam. Thank you. And yourself?
My name is Asma Abba, and I'm from Mablevi Lupus Foundation.
Thank you so much, Asma. I'd like to understand from you, when it comes to living with lupus, is this something that is affordable when it comes to management? I can already hear Chidima sigh, but let me hear what it is like.
Unfortunately, I will say it's not a disease for the poor. Yes, because just the MMF I'm taking, one card is 25,000 naira, and that one card is just 5 days. Yes, it's just 5 days.
The one card
is 25,000 naira.
For a duration of how long?
5 days. 5 days. So if I want the pack, it's 5 cards inside. So it's getting to 100 plus. That is just one out of the 7 I'm taking. Because it attacks the hearts, I'm taking something for protection. It attacks the kidneys, it attacked my kidney once, so I'm on medication for that, and I'm also taking something else to protect it. Apart from the hydroxychloroquine, the vitamin D, the prednisolone, that's the steroid.
Now, if we want to do the maths, what are we looking at cumulatively for a particular flare?
For me, what I buy every month is getting to almost 200,000.
200,000 in a month on medication?
On medication.
For management?
For management. That is if I don't have a flare.
If you do not have a flare?
Yes, if I don't have a flare.
If you have a flare, how exactly is it managed and what does it cost?
It depends on the flares. So you have to go back to the hospital. Sometimes we get admitted. They give us antibiotics, they were placed on drip, so it all depends.
All right, to you, Chidima. Now, you, I believe, are dependent with your parents, right?
Sorry?
You're dependent with your parents.
Yes.
So we thank God for that. But what would you say doing the maths is like living with lupus for you?
Like in terms of finances?
Yes, because from what I've heard, again, aside from medication and management, there's the routine checkup.
Okay. Yes. Well, like my fellow warrior said, living with lupus is an expensive disease. Some people call it rich man's illness.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's talk about the drugs, the routine drugs you buy monthly. I use Cellcept, that is mycophenolate mofetil. I'm on hydroxychloroquine. Sometimes, if my blood is low, sometimes blood tonics and calcium for my hip. And then let's also talk about, in terms of skincare, sun protection, sunscreens, and all. And sunscreens do not come cheap. So you have to rub sunscreen, especially if you have lupus, for the face, for the body, and all. Let's talk about the appointment, doctor's appointment, seeing your doctor. Obviously, you have to pay for your doctor's appointment. You also, when you go for that appointment, you also pay for checkups, like tests, because we have lupus markers, like tests, routine tests you do to make sure that all the parts of your body is functioning properly, like ESR tests. Sometimes you do like your kidney function test, your liver check. Just checking all these little things.
These are not cheap.
They are not cheap.
If you had to cumulatively calculate what you use in a cycle, what would you say the figures look like?
Okay, at least let's just budget like 200K in a month, give or take, right?
This is not cheap on any currency at the moment. We must have difficult conversations so that we educate everyone out there. Yeah. When it comes to the lifespan, longevity, health, what are the conditions like, and what can people do to support and ensure a better standard of living for those in the community?
Okay, what people can do to support is like they can spread awareness. I think that's like one of the most important things, because here in Nigeria it's really difficult to get diagnosed. But like when you see some symptoms, if there's a lot of awareness in your mind, you can know, oh, okay, maybe this is lupus, maybe this is not just malaria, or popularly known like village people or something like that. So spreading awareness is really, really important. Then also we'll talk about supporting like foundations, like Mablevi Foundations. Like Mrs. Safinat, she's the owner of Mablevi Foundation. She's had a dream and a vision to own the first lupus center in Nigeria. So she's still working on it. So finances is needed to raise for this. So it will be really, really amazing, and it will serve as a support system for people living with lupus.
Thank you so much for that. What has been your other support system? You said you have beautiful children.
Yes.
So in the African side, people would like to ask, what about the better half?
Yes, 100% support from him, from my children, from my parents, my siblings. There is this, sometimes I don't even feel as if I have lupus when I'm together with all of them. Even if I have my flares, I don't feel as if I have lupus because they are always there, especially my children.
Do you want to say something to your family? Look at your camera. And everybody that has supported you.
Yes, to all of them that have supported me. I love them. And thank you very much.
That's absolutely amazing. Now, as we wrap it up, we're going to have one last call to action. I want you to think and name the stakeholder. Look at the camera and tell them exactly what you do. We have the FCT Mandate Secretary, which is in charge of here. We have Wike. Call who you need to call in love, in respect, but we need this done.
The Federal Ministry of Health. We need them. The Federal Ministry of Health, we need them to work in collaboration with the NHIS, the Ministry of Women Affairs, because 99.9% of lupus patients are women.
Thank you very much. I'd like for you to do the same as we wrap up the program.
Thank you. I would like to call on NAFDAC, the Federal Ministry of Health. The President should please help people living with lupus. We need help. We need support. We need awareness. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being my guest on Health Digest today.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Thank you.
One final health update before our next segment. Now, new research suggests kimchi, a fermented vegetable dish, may help strengthen and regulate the immune system. In a 12-week clinical trial, scientists at the World Institute of Kimchi found improved immune responses and better inflammation control among participants, according to findings published in the journal Molecular Nutrition and Food Research. Before we continue, don't forget to stay connected. You can follow me on Ukeme on air on Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and so much more, so that we keep this conversation going and you get updates, the behind-the-scenes content, and you get to communicate with me as well. Now, let's turn our attention to Weird Health Stories, where we explore the unusual happenings in the world of healthcare. Here is more. Can grief really break your hearts? For 57-year-old Brenda Young from Scotland, the answer was yes. Shortly after witnessing her mother's death in 2025, Brenda developed severe chest pain and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors initially suspected a heart attack, but further tests revealed something unexpected, a rare condition known as the broken heart syndrome. Medically, Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. The condition can be triggered by intense emotional or physical stress. It causes the heart's main pumping chamber to temporarily weaken, producing symptoms that closely resemble a heart attack. Brenda has now joined a groundbreaking clinical trial led by the University of Aberdeen, where researchers hope to find the first targeted treatment for the condition. Her story serves as a remarkable reminder that emotional trauma can sometimes leave more than emotional scars. It can have real and measurable effects on the heart itself. And that's our program for today. From raising awareness about lupus to community health initiatives, we've examined some of the issues shaping health and well-being today in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us, and always stay informed, stay blessed, and not stressed. I'm Ukeme Tokwa. Bye-bye.
Recall that some years ago, we never had mobile phones. Surprisingly, we survived and went about our normal daily routines. Across the globe today, the use of mobile phone as armor, shield, lifesaver, a handed defense against our own fears, anxieties, loneliness, and mortality has become a do without.
This is the 21st century, man, and this is the lifeblood of the 21st century. You know, I'm a business person, and you gotta make money. So how do your clients get across to you if you don't have a phone?
I've done without my phone several times. I can really do. Why would I call? When there was no phone, once I copy?
I can do without my phone. If I decided that, well, I have something to, I just want to shut down.
I can't do without my phone, and I can actually do without my phone, sir, because I sell online, so it's not possible for me not to always be online. I have to always be online because my customers can just chat me up.
Yeah, of course. I've had situations where I have to, drop my phone or be without it for probably 2-3 days. I'm not really internet crazy.
The addiction by some to continuously glue to it, tap to read, swipe and repeat the process all over calls for concern. Why is it so addictive?
My phone is always with me because I'm always expecting calls, opportunities, and greater things as well. I log in my phone to check the latest information online, so I can't do it without my phone. Without my phone, I'm empty.
My phone actually represents a person to me, and I really love pressing it a lot. It gives me vibe. It gives me it makes me feel less loneliness.
I'm a kind of introvert. I don't go out, so the only thing that keeps me busy and keeps me going is my phone. Yeah, I'm always with my phone 24/7.
The fact that some view this device as a means to an end does not say it all. There are those who believe that its indiscriminate use and addiction is necessary.
My phone, no. It's always by my side. When I'm not with it, it seems I am out of the world. I don't know what is happening again. Phone has become part of us, where it's my office. Everything I do is my phone. You don't know what will happen at any given moment. So you feel your phone's supposed to be with you at every point in time. When you are not with it, you are out of time, you are out of the world, you don't know what is happening. Information, zero.
I can't do without a phone a day. But I'm a businessman. Like now, my customer, they may need a shoe that is very okay for me. So they may tell me that, okay, I should send this to WhatsApp or to Facebook. I will snap it and I'll send it to them.
No matter how advantageous the single-handed device is, there are numerous and devastating health effects associated with it, some of which are deadly and physically defective.
A lot of accidents has occurred because of this phone. When the vehicle is coming or the Okada is coming, they don't even aware it's because of this phone. As a result, a lot of life has been lost. It has caused a lot of damages to the hair because some people, they always put it on the high volume when they are using it. As a result, there is a lot of dizziness, headache. Some has even lost their hearing capacity.
I don't admire people using phone with earpiece on the road, using phones as torchlights while cooking, using phone close to your cooking gas, then using your phone as torchlights to put on the gen. All those things are very, very wrong.
It is from this phone that most of our children are learning a lot of bad things. If there is a way the government can help us to minimize this use of phone, it will be better.
Good as it is, handy as it may be, friendly as it is, effective for global business it may be, we must always tread with caution and avoid addiction to it due to its established adverse health effects. As it is always said, sweetness also has its negative effect.
Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by the President of the Senate, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, ranking members of the National Assembly that are present here, and other members, both serving and past, the Honorable Minister of FCT, the Excellency Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, Area Council Chairman present, top government officials that are present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me to align with the existing protocol as established by the Director of Ceremony as I welcome you all. It is my honor to express our sincere gratitude to you for making our time to grace this memorable occasion of the commissioning of the interchange at the intersection of Atira Road N16 with the Ring Road 2, linking Jahi District to Gwarimpa District. Your Excellency, the FCT administration, as part of its mandate and its effort to sustain infrastructure development, the FCT awarded the contract for the full scope development of Atira Road N16 from Ring Road 2 to Ring Road 3 with 2 interchanges, one at Atira N16 Ring Road 2 where we are, and the second one at Atira Road N16 Ring Road 3, which is later ahead, to Messrs. CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited. It was awarded in May 2023 and work commenced immediately. Your Excellency, the Atira Road N16 is one of the primary roads traversing the Federal Capital City in the Northern Corridor, Development Corridor of FCC, the Federal Capital City. It starts from the central area, just by Eagle Square, continues through Maitama District in Phase 1, which is called Shehu Shagari Way, up to Katampe and Jahi districts in Phase 2, and on to Gwarimpa and Wupa districts in Phase 3, terminating in Karsana districts just by the Renewed Hope Housing Estate. Your Excellency, Atira Road N16 is being developed in stages with the Phase 1 section completed, that's the Maitama section. The Katampe section also completed, that's Phase 2 section. It has been completed up to Wole Soyinka Way, that's Atira N20. This section in Katampe was commissioned last year as part of this administration's second year anniversary. The Jahi district section is still under construction, while the Phase 3 section, which is the project we are now, has attained significant progress with the completion of this interchange. The rest of the project, up to Ring Road 3, a total length of 7.25 kilometers in length, continues up to completion in due course. Your Excellency, in full scope, the Atira Road N16 is an 8-lane carriageway with 4 lanes in each direction, comprising of 3 lanes and a parking lane. The interchange at Atira N16 Ring Road 2 intersection, where we are now, has been completed, including the carriageway up to First Avenue in Gwarimpa District, and is to be commissioned today. The scope of works for the completed aspects of this project includes construction of a dual carriageway, a part of Atira N16 from Jahi District up to Gwarimpa District, including the interchange bridges. The works include 2 interchange bridges of 4 spans each over the Ring Road 2, 750 meters of ramp roads, 1.6 kilometer length of retaining walls at the interchange, 1.5 kilometers of 2-lane service carriageways along the Ring Road 2. That's about 750 meters each on the left and the right-hand sides, which goes under the bridges. Along with this is culverts and concrete drains. And all these come with underground services like stormwater drainages, foul sewer lines, telecommunication ducts, and street lighting. We also have walkways and green verges. Your Excellency, the interchange has been completed and ready to be commissioned and open to traffic. The completion of this interchange resolves the long-standing issue of connection of traffic from the Ring Road 2 and other bounding districts and expressways into Gwarimpa districts. This will significantly reduce travel time, reduce traffic congestions, and save lives that are lost through accidents. We thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Enzonwo Nyesom Wike, CON, for the opportunity to be part of this project. Thank you, Your Excellency. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much indeed. Every time I listen to the ESFCDA trying to explain and unpack these roads and the interchange and the 8-lane, I marvel at engineers. Our job is just to drive on the road, you know. We do not understand half of the things that go into it, and that's why we always bring him forward for a project overview. Yes, we thank you for explaining to us and letting us know that the traffic gridlock will now be reduced. Gwarimpa has never looked so good. We thank you so very much indeed. I'd like to bring up a few recognitions here, Your Excellency. Please, we have the Chairman, PDP Board of Trustees, Senator Mao Habunwa, Senator Allwell Onyeso, Senator Olaka Wogu, Honorable Aaron Chukwuemeka, Barrister Felix Moka, and Senator Philip Aduda, as well as Senator Magnus Abe, as well as Senator Issa Maina. We also have Right Honorable Duru Deko, Leader, Rivers Caucus, House of Representatives. We have Right Honorable Solomon Bob, House of Reps, Chairman, Capital Market, Sir Chuma Chinye, as well as Right Honorable James Onyereri, former House of Reps. We have Ambassador Desmond Akau and Engineer Chukwuemeka Woke, DG Nosra, Honorable Bomai Yayi, Executive Director, NDDC, Honorable Marcos Nkedi, Professor Emmanuel Adibe, as well as Honorable Isabo Jack, Honorable Enemi George, Member, Rivers State House of Assembly, and Honorable Azeru Okpara, Member, Rivers State House of Assembly. The APC's FTT Chair, Honorable Ishaku Tanko Yamawo, is also here. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister was not very happy with the Super Eagles because Nigeria is not in the match now. But there are 15 Nigerians who are playing for other countries. And so when I recognized Football International, Joseph Yobo, yesterday, the Honorable Minister said, I don't know about him, or you should go and tell the Super Eagles that we are not happy. Today, Joseph Yobo is here. Honorable Minister, please just forgive him. He has done well in the past, so we'll forgive him today. Joseph, we welcome you. It's good to see you here. Thank you for coming.
If you do for me, I will do for you. If I do for you, you go do for me. Yendeba, 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 yendeba.
Thank you always to the band. There goes Joseph, ladies and gentlemen, the man who was a superstar on the field of play for many years, showing how it is done. The message from the Honorable Minister must go to the Super Eagles that we are not happy. The President of the Senate has greeted Joseph. It's always good to see him. And you know, when they play football, they just carry one swag and attitude like that. You see the way the man is working. Thank you for being here with us at this very important commissioning. Representative of Mr. President, Your Excellency, President of the Senate. We're always honored to have you join us at these commissionings, and we're thankful for your presence, sir. In August of 2015, I was privileged to interview the then United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, for NTA. In a one-on-one interview I had with him, I asked Mr. Ban Ki-moon what he liked about Abuja. Quote, I like the roads, he said. They are wide, they are beautiful, and they are welcoming, unquote. That was in 2015. I wonder what His Excellency's thoughts would be if he visits Abuja today. I hope he returns to Abuja in a visit soon, and we can then compare what he said then with what he is going to say now that our roads are even better than they were in 2015. This new look of the FCT cannot be carried out by the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Minister of State FCT alone. They have team members in FCT, FCDA, and STDD, along with other team members who work in the background. the silent operators who join to make things happen. I salute you all. To translate the ideas into reality and according to specification are those in the field of work, the contractors. Join me as I bring up the contractors for this project, CBC Global, and to be speaking for the company is the Executive Director, Mr. Omar Yahya. Please welcome him as he makes his way to the podium.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, distinguished members of the National Assembly present, both past and serving. Your Excellency, Barrister Dr. Ezenwoye Suwike, CON, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, the Chief of Staff to the Honorable Minister, the Acting Head of Service, the Executive Secretary of FCDA, Mandate and Permanent Secretary of FCT and Management of FCDA, all present here. Members of the diplomatic corps and religion leaders, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon all. On behalf of CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited, it is my singular honor and privilege to welcome Your Excellency to this historic occasion of commissioning of this landmark project, the completed interchange at N16 Ring Road 2 Junction and the over 2.5 kilometer 8-lane asphalt carriageway linking Jahi and Gwaripa 2 district as part of the full scope development of arterial road N16 from Ring Road 2 to Ring Road 3 with two numbers interchange, a total of 7.25 kilometers. This road is designed to ease traffic flow, improve connectivity, and support the expansion of the federal capital city. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the commissioning of this project reflects your administration's firm conviction that provision of critical road infrastructure is the backbone of national growth and development. It goes to show your commitment and determination to improve the social economic state of the nation. The milestone did not happen by chance. It is the direct result of the deliberate implementation of your Renew Hope agenda, an agenda focused on meeting the aspiration of citizens through purposeful action. We are grateful, sir. We also wish to commend the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON, for his passion for development, dedication, relentless pursuit of infrastructural excellence, and transparency in driving Mr. President's vision for a modern federal capital territory. Under his visionary leadership and through constant supervision, this project and others, as earlier mentioned by the Secretary of FCDA, the FCT have moved from promise to delivery. I cannot count the number of times the Honorable Minister visited the site during the construction works. Your Excellency, sir, it may interest you to know that even on Sundays, the Honorable Minister visits sites while works is ongoing to ensure timely and quality delivery of projects in Abuja. Your Excellency, we are proud to be associated with you and your drive to achieve results. Beyond linking communities and boosting social economic activities in the FCT, this road have also addressed security challenges that previously characterized this corridor. Before now, this area was bushy and full of shanties, which were used as hideout for criminal activities. However, this is now history as a result of the fast-sightedness of the FCT administration under the leadership of the Honorable Minister of the FCT. The area has now been transformed into a safer and more accessible route for residents, commuters, and businesses. Residents within the area can now sleep with their two eyes closed. CBC Global remains committed to the highest standard of engineering excellence, safety, and timely delivery. We appreciate the FCT administration, the engineers of FCDA, community stakeholders, and our dedicated workforce whose professionalisms and diligence made this achievement possible. On behalf of the board and management of CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited, I wish to thank Your Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR and the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike CON, on the milestone, and assure you of our continued partnership in building the quality infrastructure Nigeria deserves and in supporting the success of the renewed hope of Mr. President. Thank you, and may God bless the FCT and Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, we just heard from the CBC Global Executive Director Omar Yahaya. This road will provide safer and more accessibility for residents, a safe passageway and more accessible, reducing the gridlock. We thank you so very much for your intervention and your pronouncement that you will continually support the FCT administration and in you also the federal government of Nigeria. I'd like to put on record that our flower girl today, Rukaya Zakari, was on duty and she was on time. The young shall grow. And we know that the FCT, particularly the minister and the Minister of State, would be paying attention to this young lady who would continue to provide her services as being a flower girl. So it rained. The air is crispy. Everywhere has more clarity. Farmers are happy. Fresh produce is assured. Although this affected logistics, and by 8 a.m. when I arrived here, the place looked rain-weary. But thanks to the organizers, event planners, and all the logistic protocol media, and everybody who has a job to do here, everywhere looks very clean and resplendent. At 8, I was considering seeking those in our traditional sphere who can stop the rain. I have a photographer here who is my friend who says he comes from that lineage. But the rain is a blessing. So we decided that we vacate the idea. But one idea that must not be vacated is the idea of thankfulness. To have the rain and still have so many people come to support the FCT administration, and for us to have the representative of Mr. President is such a great joy. Let me now bring up a warm and well-designated personality, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, to deliver her vote of thanks.
If I do for you, you go do for me. When you do for me, I go do for you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony, Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Senate President, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON. All members of the National Assembly that are here with us, former and serving both Senate and House of Representatives. His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory Administration, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON, and Life Venture, Mr. Project, and CON. All other federal executive members that are here, former and serving, officials and management staff of FCDA and FCDA, all presidential aides that are here, our area council chairman, royal fathers, our women groups, political party leaders, our friends and associates, teaming youth, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep sense of responsibility I rise again to express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone that has come again to celebrate with us another tremendous achievement of this administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. First and foremost, let's give thanks to Almighty God for giving us another opportunity to witness another commissioning of an interchange at the N16 Arterial Road to Ring Road 2, connecting Jahi and Gwarimpa. Today is a very memorable day for the people of Jahi, Goripa, and the adjoining communities. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and the people of FCT in general, permit me to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, as always, and also the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the leadership of the National Assembly, both Senate and also the House of Representatives, for their visionary leadership and also their unwavering commitment to the transformation and infrastructure development across the nation. We also say kudos to His Excellency Barrister Ezemu Yensu Wiki, whose passion and determination always continue to drive the transformation of the entire FCT, both the city and the satellite town. We are equally appreciative to our people, the team of engineers, our contractors, members of the FCDA, and also the FCTA process for their resilience, for their determination, hard work that has made this project possible. We also appreciate all our distinguished guests, our well-wishers, the women group, all supporters, our youth, and everyone that has come to be with us today. We appreciate our community leaders, the religious leaders, and also our flower girl. Your presence always makes this project and the event more colorful. Thank you very much. And once again, we appreciate everyone that has contributed in one way or the other to the success of this project and also the success of today's event. We say thank you for coming. May God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Federal Capital Territory Administration. Thank you all for coming.
Your Excellency, representative of the President of the Federation, Excellency, President of the Senate, as always, the Honorable Minister of State has delivered an elegant gratitude message to all of us who have come out in the rain to support this commissioning, and we thank her. Your Excellency, there are moments in life when your spirit tells you to get rid of a friend or even a family member, those who are dream killers, whose only conversation is, that is too ambitious, you cannot do it. People will talk about you, or now only you sabi, waiting you want prove self. As you grow older, you know these friends or family members are there to kill your dreams, to stultify your plans, and to dwarf your glory. You shift them and surround yourself with people who encourage and support you like we have today across the board. If you look around you, there are a sea of heads who have come to support this commissioning. With the backing of a formidable boss like His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the implementer of FCT's new phase remains focused. Some weeks back, the man who has galvanized us all here with his unflinching, hardworking team in the FCT said, I quote, "They will talk about me, but I have a thick skin. I'm a politician. I have work to do, and I'm focused." Indeed, there is so much to be done. With sleepless nights and attention to detail to carry out Mr. President's instructions, please welcome with me the man who remains focused in his assignment day by day, back to back, Honorable Minister of the FCT.
Your Excellency, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our own brother, the political leader of the South-South, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, former minister of the Niger Delta, By the special grace of God, today, the number 3 citizen, the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Obong Godswill Akpabio, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, in particular, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Works, Senator Olwell Onyeso, representing the senatorial district where the Honorable Minister of the FCT comes from. Your Excellency, Mr. President, it may delight you to know that last Saturday's by-election, as your party took the majority, my party took the opposition. While you won 2-3, I took 1. So it's a pleasure to note and to introduce to you, even though you have done the needful by swearing him in yesterday, but let the public, those who are not opportune to see, know that is not propaganda, that the by-election that was conducted last week Saturday, the PDP won Rivers Southeast in Rivers State Senator Olaka Wogu. But it must also tell you to know, Mr. President, it's as a result of the Rainbow Coalition. It's as a result of the Rainbow Coalition. Your Excellency, the single senators here, let me not forget the chairman of the Governing Council of the university that produced some of us, the unique University of Port Harcourt. And by the grace of God, the chairman, board of trustees of the major opposition party in Nigeria, Senator Mao Ohabunwa. Other senators here, but again, it will be trusted to you that by the help of Mr. President and through you, we're able to secure the chairman of Nigerian Upstream Commission, Senator Magnus Ngei Abe. The Publicity Secretary of APC, our dear brother, Mr. Moka, the Deputy National Chairman of my party, South, Aaron Chukwuemeka, my dear sister, the Honorable Minister of State FCT, our dear leaders that are here, our traditional rulers, area council chairmen, security agencies that are here, residents of Gwarimpa and Jahi that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, today is the 12th day of the commissioning of projects during your 3rd year anniversary. Today is the 12th day. We want to sincerely thank you that right from day one, we started precisely June 9. You have been coming to commission the projects which you either inherited or you awarded. Today we are here. The Acting Executive Secretary of the FCDA has said that this project was awarded in May 2023. But let it be on record that it was awarded before this administration came, for 2 days. So, Mr. President, to be sworn in, this project was awarded. And no mobilization, nothing was given. But to show leadership, which is what it entails, that the political leader must have the political will to continue projects awarded by his predecessors. The government is a continuum. Part of the problems we have about development in this country, part of our own country, is that any leader that comes on board will abandon other projects just to continue with his or her own. But our own leaders have shown that government is a continuum. It doesn't matter who awarded the project. What is important is to complete the project for the betterment, for the development of society. And that's what has represented the present government and the previous administration. We're happy. Today, as I was sitting down there, a prominent legal practitioner, a senior advocate of Nigeria, who resides here in Gwarinpa, sent me a text. He said, my brother, if I knew today will be the commissioning of this project, I would be here myself. I've been living in Gwarinpa. It is unbelievable that this project will be conceived and will be completed today. Anybody who has been staying within this area will know that you never fathom now that today will be this day that this project will be commissioned. If you remove all these things that are built here, I was here yesterday evening to see this place by myself. And I stood around and I look at the beauty of this place. Just take your time after this commissioning. Just stay on each side of the road, either the one heading to Gwarinpa or the one heading down to Jahi. You will see the beauty of this area. And I thank Mr. President for giving us the opportunity to be part of history in changing the narrative as far as the development of Abuja is concerned. Your Excellency, while seated there, I got a text message that the news or the press release by ADC. ADC said to the presidency that we are not going to eat road alone. Beautiful. ADC has accomplished, has agreed that in terms of road infrastructure, Mr. President, you have done very, very well. Let us start with that first. Let us start with the one that they have considered that, yes, indeed, Mr. President, you have done very, very well. And let them also know, without road, you cannot go to hospital. Without road, you cannot go to school. Without road, you cannot go to farm. Road is the bedrock. Road is the engine of development in any part of this world. But let us also say, and let me say to the national chairman, in quotes, I don't know which are the factions, but I know David Mark is the chairman of one of the factions. He was former Senate president, 2 times Senate president, that is about 8 good years, uninterrupted. The road from Akwanga to Makurdi was awarded when he was a Senate president. Senate president in the ruling government then of his own party. The poor people could not afford to go to homes in Makurdi. Why? There was no road. But the Senate president then, who was David Mark, and who is now the chairman of the faction of ADC, was flying with a helicopter. How many poor people have a helicopter? But today, by this administration, we can now drive freely to Makurdi. So the chairman of the faction, the chairman, gentlemen, are you with us? Okay, I thought you are from the other side. So the chairman of the faction of ADC can now see he is no longer using helicopter going to Makurdi. He is now driving by road done by this administration. for only 3 years. But 8 years as Senate President, nobody could afford to go to Makurdi. From Makurdi to Otubo, no road as a Senate President. What can you now say? I thank God you have agreed that Mr. President has done well in terms of road for 3 years. Now watch what will happen next 1 year. Then give him another 4 years. People should understand that when you have nothing to offer, tell people I have nothing to offer. Even when your enemy has done very well, cover your eyes, say, my brother, no matter what, this is my enemy. He has done very, very well. So I thank you for doing those things that the former Senate President under his leadership could not do. I thank you. And I know you will do more for the people of this country. This is just the beginning. But let me say that it is not correct that we're only doing roads. It's not correct. The other day you saw us when we went to Karu, providing water. Under him as a Senate President, let him show where there was provision to give the satellite towns in Abuja water. But under our own leadership as the Senate President, he did not only make provision for funding of supply of water in the satellite areas. You made sure the money was released. That is the difference. The other day we were in Karu to commission the provision of neighborhood water in Karu. On the 14th of July, this month, by the grace of God, Mr. President, being represented by the wife, to also commission the provision of satellite water in Buhari. Let the chairman of ADC faction tell us, show us in the budget where he made provision for provision of water in satellite town. As he pay them, he gonna pay them. So we thank God that we are able to do this. 8 years, Senate President, never a day did we commission one project in that city. This Mr. President came 2023. In 1 year in office, Mr. President took 9 days to commission projects. In 2 years, Mr. President took 19 days to commission projects. In 3 years, Mr. President took 31 days to commission projects. It is very obvious. Look at the ease of doing business. Combined from 2010 to 2015, from 2015 to 2023, the entire CFO that was signed was not more than 4,000. But today, 3 years, Mr. President, being in office, we have signed not less than 25,000 CFOs. What does it show? Ease of doing business. People can use their title to go and get money from the bank and do whatever business they want to do. They cannot see that. I also want to remind them, in fact, this morning as I was leaving office, I signed the one of David Bank. I signed it. I signed it to show that we are willing to make sure that he does his business as chairman of a faction of ADC. We don't discriminate. It doesn't matter whether you belong to where Mr. President is or not. But the truth is that Mr. President is serving all Nigerians. Mr. President, on this note, I want to invite you. So please come and commission this interchange to the glory of God. Thank you and God bless you.
Your Excellencies, let me say to God be the glory. I'm here representing the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Other distinguished senators here present, including the brand new senator representing the Minister of FCT, my dear brother Olaka Nwogu, who was sworn in yesterday. But when you were sworn in, I thought you were APC. Just now I'm finding out that you are PDP, honestly. Maybe we would have delayed the swearing in a little. Distinguished Senator Orwell, yes, who is also the chairman of the Senate Committee on Works, doing a great job from the senatorial district that the Minister of FCT comes from. My other brothers, distinguished Senator Aduda, and my brother, the chairman of NUPRC, the board, Magnus Arbe, the member of the working committee of the ruling party and the public secretary, my brother Mauka. I'm very happy to see you, always in good health. The Honorable Minister of FCT, the performing Minister of FCT, the game changer, Mr. Deliverer. We are very proud of you. We are very proud of you. The country is proud of you. Only your enemies will not see the good things you are doing. No matter how you work, they will not see. Yes, Wike, as governor of Rivers State, you did a lot of miracles for the state. Now, as Minister of FCT, I don't know how to compare. Whether you are better as governor of Rivers State or you are better as Minister of FCT.
Your name is Yahweh.
Let me say that God will continue to guide you. You have turned the FCT around. Even in terms of administration, the FCT is no longer the same. Today, you have permanent secretaries in the FCT. Previous administration never had. Today, you have head of service of the government of the FCT. Previous administration never had. Today, staff of FCT can know that they will go up. They will not retire only as directors. All because of your ingenuity and your cooperation with the President and Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Two heads are better than one. I also want to already recognize my sister, Maria Mahmoud, the Honorable Minister of State in the FCT. The cooperation between two of you is what is bringing this result. If you were there fighting and fighting and fighting, we will only be hearing scandal. And that is the only time Sahara reporters would have reported you. But Sahara reporters can never report you when you are doing something good. So I thank two of you, And I thank all the staff, the permanent secretaries, for the good works being done in the FCT. My brother, the distinguished Senator Mao Ohabunwa, who coincidentally is also the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, appointed by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, not knowing that you are also a member of the Board of Trustees or Chairman of Board of Trustees of the opposition party. It shows that the President does not discriminate. So congratulations. I saw the graduation ceremony you did recently. Let me also recognize the young, okay, maybe I should leave him, but the young son of the Wike dynasty. I'm happy that you are learning from your father. But learn only the good works of your father. Don't learn, if he abuses people, don't join to abuse. You may not have the kind of capacity that he has. Governor Wike is somebody that will appear with Mao in Port Harcourt, vibrating in the opposition party. The next day in the morning, you see him working like a reverend father to commission projects in Abuja. So I don't know what to say, but I think you are a man of very serious capacities, and we are proud of you. So officials of the construction company that has done this wonderful job, the CBC, I also recognize and congratulate you for delivering these jobs on time. Members of the federal government who are here, permanent secretaries and other political giants, most especially those who are cooperating with the minister of the FCT. I'm talking about the chairman and councillors of the area councils of the FCT. I recognize you, particularly those of the satellite towns that are being changed around today. Senior officials of FCTA and FCDA, heads of security agencies that are here, our esteemed traditional fathers in the various area councils of the FCT and others who are here, I recognize you and I pay my respects. The former captain of the Super Eagles, I hope he's not planning to join politics, my brother Joseph Yobo, a patriotic Nigerian youth who is here also to witness this transformation. I recognize you. Critical stakeholders this time around of both political parties or the Rainbow Coalition, I don't know which one to use, but all of us are focused on changing Nigeria and following in the footsteps of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I recognize all of you. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also the MC, my sister, Eugenia Abu, that's the name. I recognize the good work. I've seen you consistently now for 12 days. Today is the 12th day of the commissioning of projects in the FCT. And Governor Wike, Minister of FCT, I must say that since I was born, this is the first time I've seen any administration of a local government or FCT or even a state doing commissioning of the 30th anniversary for 31 days. You must be commended for this. And you are not just commissioning projects, you are commissioning quality projects and meaningful projects that have a lot in changing the lives of Nigerians, not just the lives of the people of the FCT. So I must say congratulations. Members of the press, please report accurately. Don't wait for something to be bad before you report. Honourable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the President and Commander-in-Chief, who is present here now. Who is present here now? Because I'm speaking his voice. He is very excited and happy with what is going on in the FCT. The Vice President was here the other day to also show his appreciation by commissioning projects. When you started, the Senate President was also here. Right Honorable Speaker, all of us in the government of this present administration, we are very proud of what is going on in the FCT. And my sister was talking about the former UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, who drove from the airport to the villa and was very impressed with the road. I wonder what the man would have said now if he were to enter the satellite cities. I wonder what he would have said. I can assure you that even me, I'm confused because I don't know where Jahi is. I don't know where Kwarimpa is now because of the kind of interchanges that you have brought to the FCT. This is how the Federal Capital Territory should be. And this is how Mr. President wants Nigeria to be. If the chairman of ADC, my senior colleague, former Senate President, has said that, that we are not going to eat any roads, tell him that if he had done the roads, we would have gone into other areas. But because he never did the roads, we have to start from somewhere. And he probably does not know that the states are no longer borrowing money, as they were doing under their regime, because of the kind of transformation that the president has brought into the financial system. I also need to let Nigerians know that there was a time that Nigeria was regarded as a country of mono-economy, depending only on crude oil. And when the crude oil prices went down, Nigeria went down. Today, the president has been able to diversify such that states are getting almost double or triple what states used to have when I was opportune to be a governor, and even when Nyesom Wike was the governor. State governors are very proud of what is going on now, across board. That is why they abandoned their former parties to join this party. And Mauka can confirm that today we have over 30. How many? 30. We have over 30 governors out of 36. Over 30. And more are coming because they are still telling us they are just waiting for the election to be over. Why are they coming? Because for the first time, they've seen a government that can think and that can do engineering in the financial sector. Many of them are able to do projects and pay salaries without borrowing. But people will not see that. So I want to thank God that the president is very focused and very determined to do his best to reposition Nigeria and turn things around. From the National Assembly, we are also making very fundamental laws and very fundamental reforms that will eventually reposition this country for better governance in future. I'm sure just yesterday, we took our time for over 9 hours to look at the security architecture of the country. And for the first time in 66 years, the National Assembly has proposed, and hoping that the states will follow, and then eventually it will receive presidential assent, that we should diversify security. We are removing security from the exclusive list of the federal legislation into the concurrent list, so that not just the National Assembly can legislate on it, but the states can also do something about it. Because every community knows the criminal within it. So when you see strange faces in your community, you will call state police. That's our intention. Eventually, I know this will come to fruition. Nigeria will be safe. Nigeria must be safe. And Nigerians must sleep with their two eyes closed. So the evil you see today, you'll see them no more. Because there's a government that cares and a government that is thinking of the plight of the people. No meaningful development can take place in a nation without good roads and without security. So keep up the good work you are doing. If you were concentrating on security, ADC will tell you, is it security alone that will eat? If you are concentrating alone on provision of water, ADC will say, is it water alone that will drink? Today, you are doing so much on road, you are doing so much on water, and they are now saying, is it only road that we are going to eat? They must say something because they failed to do so. When the president commissioned the NRS, the building, fantastic structure, I had an opportunity to be there, and I made a remark. And I said, this is a place that future or past administrations could not do. And I did not even know. Some of the projects you are completing in the FCT today were awarded 25 years ago. Some were awarded 25 years ago. But look at, you were awarded this, you got this, it was awarded 2 days to the end of President Buhari's administration. 2 days to the end of that administration. Barely 3 years, and you have completed this work. This was not what was happening before in the FCT. So you deserve accolades. You deserve to be praised. Nigerians are watching. They are not fools. And they will reward President Buhari, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu appropriately. In the FCT, we won 5 out of the 6 area councils. We won. We defeated the PDP and the factions of PDP. We defeated all the factions of ADC, all of them. And we won 5 chairmanship seats in the FCT. We won. And no government that occupied Aso Rock had won you had won the FCT in the past. So you can imagine with the crowd I'm seeing here, what will happen in 2027 and the way the people will come out to appreciate this administration with their votes. Thank you for what you are doing. Minister of State, Honorable Minister, thank you for what you are doing. Permanent Secretaries, thank you for what you are doing. Now you were hearing the voice of the Senate President, who is only here to represent Mr. President. Now hear the voice of the President. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is saying that today he is very proud to stand here to commission this interchange at Arterial Road N16, linking Jahi District to Kwarimpa District of the Federal Capital Territory. By the way, Kwarimpa is the biggest, used to be known as the biggest village in West Africa. So you can imagine how important this project is. This is not just a bridge and slip roads. This is freedom of movement. This is time returned to the people. Time returned to the people. This is renewed hope that you can even drive on. You have been hearing about renewed hope. This is renewed hope that you can drive on. This intersection used to choke the entirety of Abuja. Gridlock stretched from Maitama to Kishiri, from Jahi to Kwarimpa. Hours were lost. Fuel was wasted. Businesses delayed. Today, that story ends. This interchange opens up critical districts of the Federal Capital City and connects them smoothly to the rest of the territories of the FCT. Goods will now move faster. Workers will get home earlier. Students will get to classes on time. Security will improve because criminals thrive where traffic stands still. Ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure is the foundation of prosperity. which is the cardinal principle of this administration. Roads are the arteries of a nation. When we connect districts, we connect destinies. That is the logic of the Renewed Hope agenda. Build the roads, unlock the economy, and let Nigerians thrive. The Jahi-Kwarimpa interchange is proof that Nigeria is not beyond redemption. With focus, with discipline, with political will, Nigeria can deliver, and we are delivering. The FCT is delivering. My people of Jahi-Kwarimpa, Katampe, this is the president speaking, and all the adjoining communities, I thank you. Thank you for your patience over the years. Thank you for enduring the diversions, the noise, the dust. You bore all because we believe that tomorrow will be better. Today, that tomorrow is here. This interchange belongs to you. Own it. Also pay your taxes and levies so that government can do even more for you. Rights come with responsibilities. Let me commend once again the indefatigable Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyesom Wike, who is also a national leader of the PDP. Nyesom Wike, Commander of the Order of the Niger. The president says, Wike, I didn't call you, he called you Wike. You are delivering. That's what the president is saying. President is saying, Wike, you are delivering. You took my charge to make Abuja work, and you are executing it well. From roads to bridges to water supplies, from city center to satellite towns, you are domesticating the Renewed Hope agenda across the Federal Capital Territory. Nigerians can see it. Visitors can see. Critics can even see. Residents feel it in their daily lives. The president is saying, well done. I also commend the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud. Your steady support is admirable. The FCT team is working as one, and the results speak for themselves. To our engineers and contractors, the CBC Global, well done for delivering quality work on schedule. You employed our youths and boosted the local economy. That is nation building. My fellow Nigerians, Abuja is changing. One interchange at a time, one road at a time. We are rebuilding trust and restoring hope. Together, we will build a country where every citizen can move freely, live freely, and prosper together. It is just before I go to the last paragraph of Mr. President's speech, I challenge some of you to go on the coastal road and see what the president is doing. I challenge some of you to take a good drive through the Badagry all the way to Sokoto with 74 dams that will change the agricultural revolution in Nigeria. The government is working. The government is working. The government is not just talking, but critics must talk. It is now my privilege and honor, on behalf of our dear president, to the glory of Almighty God, to officially commission the interchange at Arterial Road, N16 Ring Road 2 intersection, linking Jahi District to Gwarimpa District for the benefit of the good people of the Federal Capital Territory and visitors alike, and to the glory of God. I thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You tell me something. You tell me something. If you don't follow Tinubu, you don't follow Kona. You tell me something. You tell me something. You tell me something. If you don't follow Tinubu, you don't follow Kona. You tell me something. You tell me something. You see.
On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, and on behalf of the FCT administration, led by Honorable Minister Nyesom Wike and my sister Maria Mahmood, and all the staff of FCT, on behalf of all Nigerians and visitors alike, it is now my privilege and honor to officially commission this Jahi to Gwarimpa interchange for use by the people of the FCT, for use by the people of Gwarimpa, for use by the people of Yahi, and all Nigerians who traverse the length and breadth of the FCT and do business on time. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Amen.
The official commissioning carried out by the representative of Mr. President. We congratulate the federal government and FCT.
Interchange Arterial Road N16, Ring Road 2, intersection linking Jahi District to Gwarimpa District, officially commissioned today by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, this Thursday, 25th day of June 2026, to the glory of God.
And so the commissioning has been done today. It's time for the official photograph. The national anthem. This event is officially closed. Make way for the representative of Mr. President. Make way, make way.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
Carry bags of gari or a bag of rice. But when you are asking for 100 million naira, you ask, at times they ask for 500 million naira. Is that to quench hunger? No. It is avarice. It is wickedness.
It is evil. And now when you parade AK-47, AK-49 as a machine gun, when you parade that one, anybody that is hungry cannot have that impetus to purchase all those things that have them. Even when you look at the motorcycles they use, because we can see them when they are captured and all sorts. When you see it, and even we have seen on social media when they were displaying their naira wares. So when they do that one, are we saying that it is a product of hunger? No, it is avarice, rapacity, audacious unpatriotism. So that is about that one. And now coming to the state police this thing. Now, in Nigeria, when we are making laws, when Nigerians talk about maybe one problem or the other, and then the National Assembly or the government says, okay, let us make a law, or let us introduce a novel idea like this state police in order to maybe arrest the spate of banditry and the activities of marauders in Nigeria. But our people will ask for, when it is done, we start criticizing. Criticism should not be condemnation. We can criticize, not condemnation. Not condemnation. We can say, oh, why can't we do it like this? Why can't we introduce it, this to it? Because law is a living object. So when you make law today, even 2 days after, you can do amendment. So, but
Absolutely.
let a law start first. When the law starts first, you can now see the loopholes. When we say that, oh, because governors, we manipulate, we mismanage, we deploy this to maybe attack their political opponents, we have already put all these safety valves there. All
Okay,
these, we have already put them there.
yes.
That it will be very difficult for a governor to even use that outfit. But when you say it, they will say, okay, and the federal thing they put there, is it not the same thing? Have we going to manufacture another set of human beings who are leaders from heaven? They will be Nigerians. And moreover, the Judicial Council, we have NJC that deals with even appointment of judges. Even when state governors recommend, when they recommend, and we have seen in Nigeria.
When they recommend to
yes,
state
we have
governments,
seen, yes.
they refuse to.
No, we have seen in Nigeria. We have seen in Nigeria where some governors will not want the person that is next, that is supposed to be the chief judge. And then we go and bring somebody, and then the agency will refuse.
That's what the National Police Council would do.
Hey, that's what the National Police Council will do. So when the state governor wants to manipulate the process, the Federal Police Council will not allow it. And then when you look at the composition of the Federal Police Council, we now have NLC, we have CSO,
Bar Association, NLC,
all these our civil human rights activities, representatives, civil society organizations, they will all be there. They will all be part of it.
So the initial nomination of Commissioner of Police for a state police will come from this council and not from the governor.
It's not from the council, from the governor. It will come from the governor.
Okay.
It will come from the governor. And then the governor cannot remove that person by fiat. You cannot remove a police commissioner by fiat. You still have to go back.
No, I mean,
because
the way it is done about chief judge, chief judges of states today, no governor can just wake up one day and say that I've removed you. You have to go through the NJC. So if the NJC doesn't find that chief judge culpable of whatever offense that the state governor is attached to him or her, then definitely.
I actually saw that maybe because of the fears that the governors might use the state police to serve their own interests, you had to put in those provisions. But do you not think that this could also be detrimental, that the federal might want to influence to a large extent what is going on in the states, and might want to oppress the state and making them less effective than they should?
I will take it along these 2 ways again. One, how you go to, because of fear of rain and sunshine, you will not move out of your room again. Because, oh, when you get out, it might be raining. Oh, when I get out, the sun might be shining too much. So because of that, I will be permanently indoors. Will you say that one? Are you going to say because, oh, we are likely, something is likely, it can be, it may be, then you don't make laws. Then when everybody in Nigeria, when we are now agitating that every security is local, and we have to localize it, that we are not going to use federal medicine to be treating local malaria or local disease, and now we want to introduce local medicine to treat local malaria, and then we are now complaining again that the person who is going to administer that medicine, that medicine for local malaria, is going to take overdose of it. So So does it mean that we should not have police, state police anymore? Is that it?
Certainly
that is one.
not.
Then two, can anybody suggest to us how, apart from all the safety nets that we have already put in that in those clauses, that will make it very impossible for a governor? And now that I said that the police, Federal Police Council, comprising Labour Congress member, the civil society, the human rights people, the Bar Association, and several others.
The Attorney General of the Federation,
and that
how much
six
power can they
police
wield?
officers.
It's a council. It's a council. When there is a council, when you are suggesting anything, you put it to vote.
Okay.
If you put it to vote, if anybody contrive it, then Nigerians will know. So now when you have that, after having all those ones, we are still saying that the federal government, if it's interested in the state and blah blah. In America, we have federal police, we have state, we have county. Now, when we have, there are areas where the federal police can come in, and then in the issue of immigration the other time, when the federal police of Donald Trump came into some states. Then some of the states are even saying, no, we don't want federal police to come here. We can handle it by ourselves. Now, and there's another safety net again, that even when those things, when the other organs, when they would have done their own job, then they will still come back to the National Assembly. The National Assembly is an open place and open space. So what I'm saying is this. Even despite the fact that even our own National Assembly today in the Senate, that APC controls a very comfortable majority there, people still argue, people still debate. Even members who are APC members, they still contribute their own quota. They still say it the way they feel it should be, even from their constituents. Look, there's one thing I want us to know. Those of us in the National Assembly, we are beholden to our constituents. So when we get home, they always talk to us.
Yes.
And nobody will have the ticket of his party and then go for an election at home. And who will vote against you with their votes?
Before you go further, I would want to find out whether...
Nobody wants to see that too. So whatever we do in the National Assembly, we are mindful of the needs and the wants.
Correct.
And the interests
So
of our
would there be
constituents.
harmonization of the bills passed by the Senate and the House before it gets to the state houses of assembly?
That what?
Harmonization. When will it likely take place?
No.
Or is it already harmonized?
This is an executive bill. When an executive bill comes like that, and then we, both chambers, had already taken it up because we had a joint conference committee.
Was it the same executive bill that the House passed?
Yes, there is no difference.
Okay.
Because we had
there's no need for
already had a joint committee that had already met, that had already brought out a synthesized
copy,
clause by clause document. So now the one that the executive will bring is going to be to look at where this can be put out,
where it fits into your own.
Okay. So it's just like a synthesis, and then after it being passed, then definitely.
Before you out, I want to quickly
ask this question.
We are almost out of time.
Yes, yes. The bill was quickly passed. Do you also feel the sense of insecurity Nigerians feel because the Senators' House of Reps will have security agents escorting them with sarin, pushing people off the road? I don't know where you are coming from because I don't know and I have never seen. You don't get escorted?
I myself am an example. I'm the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I've been in the House of Representatives in the 9th Assembly. I do not have such security agents pushing people by the road.
Okay, I think we have to leave it here now. We have to thank you, Senator.
So it's not so.
We have to thank you so much.
We know that perception at times
is stronger than reality.
To reality.
Yeah.
But perception, your perception about the National Assembly member should change. That is
He's ready to engage on and on.
Engage your own senator, engage your own House of Representatives member, and ask questions. Don't just sit down and then.
You are a Nigerian senator.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to narrow down.
We have to leave it here now.
When you engage them,
I think we need to bring him back to come so that we can talk politics again.
Yes, Distinguished is ready to engage and engage. And we enjoy the session you have with us.
The time is even very short for us to talk seriously.
We'll come back and talk about whether the hardship is getting to you as much as it's getting to us. That will be for another day.
Hardship.
That will be for another day.
But not for today.
The cost of rice and yam and oil, right?
Let's go and hear from our listeners. Perhaps you hear what they are saying. We'll have people write to us via mails and express their feelings, express their thoughts about the state of the nation.
Since I cannot respond to them, so why am I waiting? You said you are not going to give me the right to respond.
You hear and take it home. When you come another day, we'll start from there. Let's start from Amechi Obochi in Abuja. And he says, President Tinubu has finally, after 3 years in office, transmitted a bill for the establishment of state police to the Senate for consideration. It is a welcome development, even though many will argue that it's coming rather too late, after thousands of Nigerians have lost their lives to terrorism and other forms of insecurity. However, that is not my main concern. My concern is with the position expressed on this program on Wednesday, yesterday, by Mustafa Mohammed, who openly opposed the idea of state police on grounds that governors will hijack and misuse it. While that concern may not be entirely unfounded, one may also ask, how has the federal police been used over the years? Is it not often accused of being deployed in ways that suit the interests of those at the center? Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. Rather than condemning the state police before it is even given a chance, perhaps Nigeria should test the concept and put in place adequate safeguards against abuse.
And this one is from Emeka Mba from Abuja. In doing his paid job of defending the President Tinubu-led APC government and its policies, the presidential spokesman, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, has made several reckless and insensitive statements that in no small measure insulted the sensibilities and intelligence of Nigerians. But the height of it all is his recent interview on national TV, where he asserted that President Tinubu's economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidies, are already yielding tangible benefits for Nigerians, categorically stating that he does not personally observe the level of hardship and hunger that Nigerians are talking about. They get their jumbo emoluments even before they are due, and they live off our collective patrimony, easily affording whatever they want. If our leaders can't improve our poor standard of living, they can at least keep quiet and not add insult to injury with their insensitive statements. Next is from Ugochukwu Godwin from Lagos. He says, Nigeria should have a deliberate national development plan that is not partisan. All the Vision 2010, 2020, and Millennium Development Goals were not futile. This plan will help each state and community to develop instead of the selective work being done on constituency levels. Every government in power will religiously follow each plan and implement it. This practice of each government stopping the idea of projects of their predecessor and starting a new one in their name is not ideal. It has made us to have multiple uncompleted projects and wastage. It will stop the governors from the frivolous competition of carrying out airport projects that have no benefit to the citizens. Our hope doesn't have to be renewed. Our welfare and security need renewal.
Clearly, they do need renewal. And we'll renew the program on Friday when we come back for another edition on behalf of the crew. My name is Amit Chanap. We'll have a good time.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
In 2019, in terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy.
164 persons killed after 2 powerful earthquakes in Venezuela. Thousands of Kenyans take to the streets to mark 2 years Gen Z uprising. Severe heat wave grips Western Europe with record high temperatures. This is the world news on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. We start from Venezuela, where the country's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, has announced at least 164 persons that have been killed after 2 powerful earthquakes struck. According to rescue teams, they are continuing desperate searches through collapsed buildings in the capital, Caracas, where people trapped beneath the rubble have been heard calling for help. The U.S. has promised provision a whole of government in response to the twin earthquakes that killed 164 persons in Venezuela.
Thousands of Venezuelans are feared dead after 2 powerful earthquakes devastated areas in and around the capital, Caracas, bringing down buildings and triggering strong aftershocks. Authorities say at least 164 people have been killed and hundreds more injured, though officials warn the number is expected to rise as rescue operations continue. The first earthquake, measuring magnitude 7.2, struck around 160 kilometers west of Caracas. Less than a minute later, it was followed by a stronger magnitude 7.5 quake, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Emergency crews have worked through the night, searching the rubble of collapsed buildings for survivors. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says Casualty figures remain incomplete and do not yet include some of the hardest hit areas, including La Guaira State, home to Caracas Main International Airport, which has been closed. Speaking on state television, Rodriguez says dozens of buildings had collapsed and that rescue efforts were focused on saving as many lives as possible. The U.S. Geological Survey says its predictive modeling indicates the death toll could reach into the thousands, with a significant possibility that it could exceed 10,000. A website established to track missing persons reported more than 10,000 people unaccounted for early Thursday morning. We will continue to follow developments and bring you the latest information as it becomes available. The acting president says the government's immediate priority is saving lives and rescuing people trapped beneath collapsed buildings. She says international assistance is already underway, with rescue teams expected to arrive from countries including the United States, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and El Salvador. She also announced that hotels and emergency shelters have been opened for displaced residents, while schools and all non-essential public activities have been suspended until further notice.
A severe heat wave continues to grip Western Europe, shattering temperature records and prompting health warnings across the continent. France has recorded its hottest day since national records began, while the United Kingdom has seen its warmest June day on record. Spain has also reported its highest average daily temperatures since records began in 1950. Tens of millions of people are enduring extreme heat, with temperatures approaching 41 degrees Celsius in Paris and red heat alert issued across large parts of Europe.
Western Europe is sweltering under an intense and prolonged heat wave that has broken records and raised concerns over public safety. In France, the national temperature indicator, an average of daytime and nighttime temperatures across the country, reached 30 degrees Celsius on Wednesday, the highest level recorded since measurements began in 1947. More than half of the country remains under red heat alert, while tens of thousands of households in western France are still without electricity. Scientists say climate change is making heat waves more frequent and more intense. According to climate experts, Europe is the fastest warming continent on Earth, heating up at roughly twice the global average rate. In the United Kingdom, a rare red heat warming remains in effect in some areas. Temperatures reached 36.1 degrees Celsius in some places, marking the hottest June day ever recorded in the country. Forecasters say temperatures could climb even higher. Spain is also enduring extreme conditions. The country's weather agency says average daily temperatures earlier this week were the highest ever recorded for June. Red alerts remain in place in part of the northern Spain, where temperatures could reach 42 degrees Celsius. Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium are expected to experience the peak of the heat wave in the coming days, while severe heat warnings have also been issued for parts of Eastern Europe, including Poland, Croatia, and Hungary. The extreme temperatures are also raising concerns about water shortages. In parts of Germany, residents are being urged to conserve water, while some cities have introduced barbecue bans to reduce the risk of fires. Officials across Europe continue to urge people to stay hydrated, avoid prolonged exposure to the sun, and check the vulnerable family members and neighbors as the heat wave continues.
A landmark conference on Ukraine's post-war reconstruction opened on Thursday in Poland without President Vladimir Zelensky, who is snubbing the event over a diplomatic row with ally Warsaw. Kyiv needs hundreds of billions of dollars to repair the damage caused by Russia's invasion and is trying to whip up international support for investment.
But the event comes with no end to the fighting in sight and could be overshadowed by the spat between Ukraine and Poland, triggered when Ukraine named a military unit after an insurgent group that took part in the massacres of Poles during World War II. The area around Dansk Amberexpo Conference Center was cordoned off by numerous armed police officers deployed to prevent provocations, as an ultranationalist Polish party has called for an anti-Ukraine demonstration later in the day. Leaders from Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania and Sweden, as well as EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council Head Antonio Costa, will meet in the northeastern port city of Gdansk to urge businesses and countries to pour cash into Ukraine when the conflict ends. A joint report by Ukraine, the World Bank, the United Nations and the EU in February estimated post-war reconstruction in Ukraine would cost around $588 billion. But with no progress in U.S. brokered talks on halting the fighting, convincing investors to support Kyiv's recovery has been a challenge. Still, Rydenko has said her country plans to sign a number of important agreements with international partners, particularly to strengthen your energy sector. Aside from energy, critical infrastructure and logistics, discussions are also set to focus for the first time on Ukraine's security capacities. Ukraine's economy has been decimated by the war, and Kyiv relies on external funding to keep afloat and spiraling costs of defending against the Russian invasion. Zelensky's decision not to attend the summit comes after nationalist Polish President Karol Nawrocki revoked a state order given to the Ukrainian leader.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday warned that Iranian tolls on ships passing the Strait of Hormuz would spread to other waterways, risking total chaos. Rubio, on his first regional tour since the U.S. and Iran signed a memorandum of understanding to end the war Middle East, said the U.S. wants a peace deal, but at no price. The top U.S. diplomat, who has visited the heavily attacked UAE, Kuwait and Bahrain on his tour, also gave assurances that the interests of Gulf countries would be taken into account. U.S. war on Iran, a day after Congress passed a resolution rebuking the military action. The bulk of funding, $67 billion, is for the Defense Department, including $21 billion for munitions, $17.3 billion for operational costs, and $12.1 billion for classified programs, said the White House. The proposal faces an uphill battle in Congress as the Iran conflict is unpopular with voters and midterm elections loom this November. This comes as Republicans in Congress have expressed skepticism about a peace plan that Trump agreed last week with Iran. Earlier on Wednesday, the president held a tense meeting with Senate Republicans after he abruptly called off a signing ceremony for a bipartisan housing bill. President Donald Trump has canceled his approval of a landmark bill aimed at lowering Americans' housing costs just hours ahead of a planned signing ceremony at the U.S. Capitol. Both chambers of Congress had earlier approved the legislation in a rare bipartisan move, signaling how pressing the issue has become for American voters across the political divide. The bill, known as the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, has two key aims: reducing housing costs and increasing housing supply. Trump has consistently backed cutting interest rate in order to reduce the U.S. government's hefty borrowing costs. He argues it will make it easier for Americans to get mortgages and other loans, but it also carries risks like increased inflation, weakening U.S. currency, and creating market bubbles. Still talking to Donald Trump, the U.S. president has opened 16 days of celebration for America's 250th anniversary Wednesday with a rally-style speech, turning a national commemoration into a highly politicized showcase for his second-term agenda. The address on Washington's National Mall underscored how Trump has reshaped the anniversary around his own brand of politics and showmanship, blurring the line between official celebration and campaign-style spectacle.
The Republican leader eventually invoked the grand sweep of American history, but the first part of his address was largely indistinguishable from one of his political rallies, albeit delivered in more than subdued tone. At home, he touted what he described as a booming economy, attacked his predecessor, Joe Biden's record, as a total disaster, and claimed $119 trillion inward investment, a figure far above even his own administration's claims. The address kicked off the Great American State Fair, a free festival marking the semi-quintessential anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, with state pavilions, military flyovers, music, and patriotic displays.
And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, America. Thank you.
The fair, running through July 10, features exhibits representing all 50 states and 6 U.S. territories along National Mall. The stretch of parkland between the U.S. Capitol and the Lincoln Memorial. But Trump critics say the anniversary of Republic funded a revolt against monarchy has become another stage for president unusually eager to put himself at the center of the national life. The president promised a new American golden age and cast himself as the leader who restored the country's strength after years of decline. Wednesday's kickoff became more overly political after several musicians withdrew from the regional program, citing concerns that the event had taken on a partisan cast. The event came at a difficult moment for Trump, who is trying to pivot from the Iran war while selling voters on his handling of the economy, immigration, and national security ahead of November's midterm elections. Trump has also drawn criticism for putting his personal stamp on Washington during the anniversary year, from plans for a White House ballroom and triumphal act to costly repairs at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, which has been hit by algae and peeling paints.
Kenyan police put on a massive show of force on Thursday in a bid to prevent protests marking 2 years since a landmark Gen Z uprising. Thousands of Kenyans took to the streets in June 2024 against economic hardship and corruption, eventually storming parliament to force the cancellation of new taxes.
It was a watershed moment, with young Kenyans ignoring traditional ethnic dividing lines. And June 25 has become an annual day of protest as frustration continues with the government of President William Ruto. But they paid a heavy price, with at least 127 people killed across the 2 years of protest, according to a police watchdog, as security forces shot people with near total impunity. Police were taking no chances on Thursday, with a slew of roadblocks shutting off traffic on key roads around Nairobi and schools and businesses shuttered. Journalists saw long lines of police wagons, horse patrols, barbed wire around government buildings, and large number of plainclothes officers. Many were too afraid to protest, with one young woman telling media she does not want to die, saying she's the oldest and just wants to work. Ruto has long been associated with violence. He was charged with crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court for inciting attacks during mass election unrest in 2007 to 2008, a case that was dropped after alleged witness intimidation. He has since reinvented himself as a business-oriented leader and a favorite on the international scene, recently hosting French President Emmanuel Macron for a major African summit. But his promises of economic transformation have failed to register for many Kenyans who accuse him of a string of broken pledges, corruption scandals, and abduction targeting critics.
At least 17 people have been injured after a car struck football fans celebrating a World Cup win in Mexico. Football footage shared online showed a black car driving through a large gathering of fans in Cabo San Lucas following Mexico's win over Czechia on Thursday. Authorities understood exactly what happened, the city council said, adding that the driver was arrested and taken into custody with injuries. The council said police, ambulance and firefighters were immediately sent out in response. Medical services personnel arrived at the scene to secure the area and take the casualties to hospital. Police are investigating what caused the incident, and emergency services are offering support to the families of the injured. The affected roads have since been reopened with initial investigations completed. You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
Welcome back to more stories now. The Yagba Progress defenders have thrown their weight behind the member representing Yagba East and Yagba West and Mopamora Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Leke Abejide, describing him as a symbol of progress, development, and accessible leadership in the constituency. At a press briefing, the group said Abejide's record in infrastructure, empowerment, education, healthcare, and community development has transformed lives across Yagba, stressing that attempts to discredit his achievement and political aspirations are unjustified and contrary to the wishes of the people.
The group said Yagba is experiencing significant development under Abejide's representation. It cited his recent approval and distribution of 10 million naira each to 72 companies, describing it as a clear sign of grassroots-focused leadership and responsive governance. It added that his initiative have continued to impact communities across the constituency. The Yagba Progress defenders also rejected what it called coordinated efforts to discredit Abejide's achievements, insisting that performance should not be politicized.
It is therefore painful that a representative whose record continues to inspire us hope is being subjected to orchestrated campaigns by individuals whose contribution to public development remains largely unknown. We ask a simple question: if a representative who delivers results, empowers communities, attracts opportunities, supports vulnerable, remains accessible to his people, and continue to champion development, can be attacked merely for seeking to continue his service, what message are we sending to future leaders?
Reaffirming its support, the group said no amount of propaganda or misinformation can override the will of the electorate.
We maintain our position that the progress and development of Yagba is what we stand to defend. The progress is not negotiable, and we are not going back to the era of backwardness, sentiments, or whatever political mischief that they have brought on board. What Yagba people are concerned about the progress and development is what record and history has anybody put forward to actually invalidate the welfare and the progress and development, the projects ongoing that Yagba currently enjoying under the leadership of Honorable Leke Abejide.
Unequivocally state that no amount of blackmail, falsehood, intimidation, sponsored misinformation, or political manipulation can replace the judgment of the people at the ballot box. As Yagba Progress defenders, we believe that development must be protected. Progress must be defended. Facts must prevail over falsehood. Our position is simple. Let the people decide.
The group maintained that Yagba's future should be decided at the ballot box, urging stakeholders to prioritize the collective interests of the constituency to sustain ongoing development.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced a review of key disaster management policies to better protect vulnerable populations as floods continue to displace communities and claim lives across Nigeria. The initiative seeks to strengthen preparedness, improve emergency response, and build resilience in communities most at risk of flood disasters.
Nigeria continues to grapple with recurring floods and other disasters that leave thousands displaced and livelihoods disrupted. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is taking proactive steps to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and response mechanisms. To achieve this, the agency has commenced a comprehensive review of the National Disaster Management Framework and the National Disaster Response Plan.
Our collective objective is to develop clear, practical and implementable documents that will strengthen preparedness, response, recovery and resilience across the country. The outcome of this workshop will guide the subsequent zonal consultations and ultimately inform the final national validation process.
Participants at the Inception workshop stressed the need to align Nigeria's disaster management policies with global best practices and international frameworks, while addressing gaps identified from previous emergency response operations.
The World Bank is proud to support this process, working closely with NEMA, relevant government institutions, development partners. This support reflects our shared commitment to building a more resilient Nigeria that is better prepared to anticipate and withstand and recover from the disasters.
The review is focused on enhancing coordination among stakeholders, strengthening early warning and early action systems, clearly defining institutional roles and responsibilities, and addressing existing shortcomings in the country's emergency response architecture.
Locals and commuters using the old Enugu-Onitsha road are still reeling in pains after the devastating 16 years perennial flooding, now abandoning the submerged road for alternative routes. Washit, a resident of affected communities along the Ogidi axis, where overflowing floodwaters from 2 remedial dams have caused untold damages to houses, businesses and farmlands.
The now abandoned old Enugu-Onitsha road is a completely constructed major road with asphalt overlay that has become a nightmare to communities in Ogidi for the past 16 years and counting. Devastating perennial flooding have caused pains, agony and sorrow to the natives, residents and motorists who venture to pass through the about 1 kilometer submerged portion of the road. The Ogidi axis of the old Enugu-Onitsha road is a major economic and transportation corridor to Onitsha, the commercial nerve center of Anambra State. With unfulfilled promises of fixing the flood crisis by government, residents have become skeptical of a possible remedy in sight, instead resorting to self-pity as the sky opens its mouth again this rainy season.
The issue that there's many towns like Abate, Tezo, Munachu, Mudoka, and so that they channel their water to the gutter. So the gutter got direct to this area.
Commuters now navigate through alternative rural roads to avoid the flooded portion, thereby crisscrossing villages to complete what should be a short distance journey, but turned extended time and costs.
But the kind of water where they come here, the very mighty water, when that place down full, that water, all of them they come out from the road. Upon all the compound where they are, all of them don't learn. Make governor help us, I beg, with the bleed.
The situation is similar at the building materials market, Ogidi, where traders are already counting their losses following a recent downpour that wreaked havoc, destroying goods worth millions of naira.
The water is coming from Ogidi side, coming from inside market. This load, nobody is passing for this load. It's like nobody can know what to do again.
My tires fell down, like about 3 stacking of 150 cartons each, fell down and broke.
So a lot of damages were incurred, my fans, my chairs, everything in this place. And we have suffered this for 3 years now. So we're begging on the government to see if they can help us to remedy the situation.
The Anambra State government on Tuesday made yet another pledge to fix the flooding challenges, saying it has plans to channel the Ogidi flood waters into an inland door.
We are going to evacuate this water. So it's already done. 2 and 3 is completed. So very soon we'll also start the phase 1 that will take out this water pretty soon.
Residents and traders in the affected communities are not swayed by words, instead preferring to wait until tangible deliverables are seen.
And that's the World News on AIT. Thank you for staying with us. I am Onoshorena Obuzige.
Silent Heroes Award Initiative presents the 8th edition of Nigerian Silent Heroes Award. Theme: Invisible Lights, Illuminating Lives. Distinguished Chairman of the event, IGP Olatunji Wiwan Disu. Special Guest of Honor, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman, Hes Holdings. General Christopher Agwabi Musa, Honorable Minister of Defense. Guest of Honor, Dr. Okechukwu Henry Obi, Managing Director, Florence Petroleum. Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Majesty, Oba Riwan Aremu Olawale Yekini. Special Investiture as Patron of Silent Heroes Award, ACC Atajo Onoja, Commander, Mining Marshal of the NSCDC. The event will be featuring dinner, dance, comedy, and investiture of the following silent heroes: General Lufemi Oluyede, Silent Hero of Defense Media Operations; His Excellency Umaru Mohammed Bago, Executive Governor of Niger State, Silent Hero of Food Security; Engineer Abakaba Yusuf, Executive Governor of Kano State, Silent Hero in Education and Infrastructural Development; His Excellency Governor Daud Alawa, Executive Governor of Zamfara State, Silent Hero in Governance. Date: Saturday, June 27, 2026. Time: Red Carpet is 5 p.m. Main event 6 p.m. Venue: Signature Hall of the Wells Carton Hotel, Asokoro, Abuja. Host: Mr. Auditor Sunday, founder, Silent Heroes Award Initiative. The 8th edition of the Nigerian Silent Heroes Award is proudly supported by Ivan Global and Investment Group, Florence Petroleum, Zenith Bank PLC, UBA, AIT, and Reason News Limited.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
I understand now. As a teacher, there are challenges, of no doubt. But I think one of the first steps to overcome those challenges is to be able to, have a different perspective, a different mindset. You can only feel aware that you are called into a vocation, okay, and doing it with your heart, okay, is what will make you to go ahead. That will be your drive. How to stay motivated despite the challenges is to remain focused. Remain focused, okay, and do what you're doing, because you know that at the end, all the work, all the efforts you've put in, okay, you see them speaking, not necessarily for the children to remember you in the future by giving you something, but to remember that someone has impacted their lives.
He's a very good teacher, very interactive with his students, and I'm actually very happy that we are celebrating him because he needs more recognition.
What makes Mr. Ekpe different from other teachers is his ability to communicate and converse with his students, both as friends and as teachers as well. Mr. Ekpe has helped me to improve academically in the ways of advising me on how to behave in class, with decorum, respect, and to obey teachers.
Mr. Ekpe is calm, he's humble, and he's a person that listens. Working with him has become so easy because he has a way of interacting with teachers and he's able to coordinate the teachers very well such that the work goes on seamlessly.
He's loving, he's jovial, he's a fantastic leader. He's a people's person. He carries everybody along and he makes sure that the work is done.
For the period he has fielded these children into WAEC and NECO, they have come out excellent. That is professional. Then otherwise, he is a humble, dedicated, respectful teacher.
At a time when many educators face insecurity, inadequate resources, and challenging working conditions, teachers like Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe reminds us that the future of our nation is still being shaped by committed professionals in our classrooms. On behalf of the teacher, we say thank you for your service and congratulations on being our teacher of the week. For millions of Nigerian children, school should be a place of learning, growth, and opportunity. But for many families today, sending a child to school has become an act of faith. Next is our documentary feature on school security challenges.
For many Nigerian parents, the simple act of sending a child to school has become a daily exercise in faith. Schools, once seen as safe havens for learning and development, are increasingly becoming targets of kidnappers, terrorists, and criminal gangs. The crisis is no longer limited to one region. It is spreading. On May 15, 2026, Nigeria witnessed 2 shocking school abductions on the same day. In Borno State, armed attackers stormed Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Oba and abducted dozens of pupils during school hours. Reports indicated that about 42 children were taken, some directly from classrooms and others from nearby homes. Weeks later, many families were still waiting for answers. That same day in Oyo State, gunmen disguised as security personnel attacked 3 schools in Orire local government area, abducting 39 students and 7 teachers. Tragically, 1 teacher was killed during the attack, while another was later reportedly beheaded in captivity. These incidents have sent shocks. Enrollment has declined in vulnerable communities. Teachers increasingly reject postings to rural areas, while parents struggle with the anxiety of whether their children will return home safely each day. Despite government promises, security initiatives, and budgetary allocations, many fencing, surveillance systems, trained security personnel, and effective emergency response plans, communities continue to ask difficult questions about accountability, implementation, and whether politics is standing in the way of effective security decisions. Education cannot thrive where fear reigns. If Nigeria is to secure its future, it must first secure its schools, because every child deserves to learn without fear, and every teacher deserves to teach without looking over their shoulder. This is not just a security challenge, it is a national emergency.
Welcome back. Following that insightful documentary, we now turn to our guest, Dr. Thomas Adejo Yusuf, who specializes in public policy and decentralized governance, a lecturer with the Department of Public Administration, Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayingba, Kogi State, to help us unpack the growing concerns surrounding school security on the efforts to protect learners and educators. You're welcome to the teacher, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you to serve as a guest on this program.
Thank you. So, as we know, Nigeria has been plagued with a lot of insecurity concerning schools in many parts of the country. The most recent and most shocking is the recent kidnapping of children and teachers in Oyo State. So tell me, to what extent has political interference, poor governance, or lack of political will contributed to the continued vulnerability of schools despite repeated security warnings?
Thank you very much for posing that question. When we talk about security, we look at security in so many angles. It is a diverse issue. We talk about physical security, and we equally talk about there is a psychological security. The state of being safe, prevented from any harm, the state of being safe, that is what security means, it implies. And if we talk about the vulnerability of security issues as it relates to our schools in Nigeria of these days, you discover that it has really rendered our schools in a panic situation. The schools are no longer safe. The recent cases of Oyo, that of most recently also was one that happened around Karanamoda in Zamfara State. We had it. And just as of today as well, we equally had it that the Edo State government has issued an ultimatum that there should be closure of schools because of the threatening issues of security. So we are not finding it easy in this country. Even the teachers who are supposed to be at the front burner of teaching and learning are not finding things easy. They are taking things in fear, total fear. The students, the pupils as well. A lot of students, a lot of pupils have not given into education again because there is this threat that education is no longer becoming a business as usual, or it has become a threat even to their life, rather than being a positive part of their life that can make them grow and acquire knowledge. The environment has been rendered so vulnerable to insecurity. Security issues are on threat.
Wow.
Actually.
See, as educators, this is something that really bothers down to the heart. Seeing, are we saying that schools cannot be protected, or the government have no ability to protect schools? Is that what we are saying?
Thank you very much also. We are not saying that schools cannot be protected. Schools can actually be protected. The issue of insecurity dates back for more than 4 or 5 decades. It is not today that we are having the issue of insecurity. They can be protected, actually. But the issue, major issue is that the rudiments of bringing in the protection that students and pupils and even the teachers deserve, have they been put in place? One of such issues is the politicization of academic activities. Anything that has to do with academic, anything that has to do with the schools, it has been politicized in recent times, and we have not been finding it easy. In the academia, you don't see people that are most qualified taking positions any longer. It is on who you know syndrome, on who you know in the society that has the ability to bring you in. The most credible people have not been placed in the right positions to manage the insecurity problems that we're having in our Nigerian schools. That is one contending issue.
All right. Just like you just mentioned, Edo State shutting down schools. Several government interventions have been announced over the years to secure schools, but yet these attacks still continue. They continue now almost on a weekly basis. Where are the gaps What policies, what needs to be on ground to ensure these schools are protected?
Thank you very much. Also, there are a lot of policies that can be put in place. Not until today, there is a federal government policy on the safety, national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools that was implemented by the federal government. This policy is meant, it has guidelines that is meant to keep the schools safe. If the policies have been actually integrated into the system, we will have a safer school. But the inability of government to implement these policies to the latter has actually affected our Nigerian schools today, and we are not finding it easy. If you come to think of it also, you discover that we spoke about politicization of positions in the school. Those that are the helm of affairs, security operatives that are supposed to, those who are experts in security issues, have not been rightly placed.
Okay, so you are saying the policies are there.
The policies
so
are actually
is the
there.
implementation
The implementation
not,
is the
then
problem.
who should be held responsible?
Well, the issue of security, you cannot hold one person accountable. When we talk about security, we are talking about you and I who are involved in this security issue. Because the first step to security starts from your doorstep. If you remember, we have the Know Your Neighbor policy that is always around. You cannot just wake up in the morning without knowing who is your neighbor and who is not your neighbor. Try to know, they say, if you see something, say something. Try to know who your neighbor is. That is the first step to security. All hands must be on deck. Both parents, both teachers, critical stakeholders, and government should come to the round table to make sure that this issue of insecurity in our Nigerian schools is actually handled.
All right. So many school administrators still complain that security concerns raised at local level are basically ignored. We had the case of where they said security information went to a school, but security was pulled out. You understand? So how can school leaders, teachers, and communities be empowered to make urgent security decisions without being hindered by bureaucracy in the government sector?
Okay. The issue of security operatives, people going to meddle in security activities and being not accepted or not given the room to play their major part in security issues, we cannot totally say it is out of place. No, as stakeholders in security issues, you use the school management boards, you use the PTA by passing formal resolutions. When you use the PTA, you bring these formal resolutions to board. If security issues are handled with utmost connectivity and utmost urgency. Thank you. When the utmost urgency is there, everybody will want to partake in security issues.
We know that everyone now is afraid of kidnapping.
Sure.
Schools are being forced to shut down. Every student enrollment has reduced. The economy is getting harder. What impact has this insecurity going to cause in the long-term run in terms of students' enrollment, in terms of learning, in terms of our youths and our children?
In the long run, we may not get it smiling at all because student enrollment is actually diminishing by the day. Parents are afraid to enroll their pupils who are already qualified to be in schools. For instance, if you look at enrolling someone for a pre-nursery school now, many parents are not comfortable with that again. And it has reduced the level of enrollment at the nursery level. Then, if you even think of taking students to tertiary institutions as well, you will notice that there are some areas, some states at the disadvantageous side. They no longer have pupils. They no longer have students in their schools. For example, I was discussing with a friend who said in one of the universities in the northeastern part of the country that the students' population has reduced drastically to just 1,000. Wow. Not more than 1,000. That before they used to have up to 15,000 students, but with the present insecurity situation, we are not getting it right at all. And the way it is going, we might, in the long run, we might lack experts in various fields of studies.
Wow. So, to tell me, if Nigeria is really serious about ending the attacks on schools and achieving uninterrupted learning for every child. What immediate steps needs to be taken to ensure this? Within like the next 12 months, what do we need to do right now to ensure that schools are secured and children can return back to schools?
Well, if Nigeria must attain fully the security issues to ensure that we have a safer environment in Nigeria, Nigeria must fully fund and enforce national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools. That policy must be implemented fully. And also, the schools, the governance of the schools should be deviated from political interference. It means there should be a clear-cut demarcation between security issues and politics.
Well, sir, all I can say is thank you for your time, and we appreciate your insights into this program, and we hope to have you another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
As we conclude today's program, one message stands out clearly. Education cannot flourish where fear exists. Every child deserves to learn in safety. Every teacher deserves to work in an environment free from threats and intimidation. And every parent deserves the confidence that their children will return home safely after school. School security must never be treated as a political issue. It is a national responsibility and a fundamental investment in Nigeria's future. The challenge before us is not simply to react after attacks occur, but to build systems that prevent them from ever happening in the first place. We therefore call on governments at all levels, security agencies, community leaders, school management, parents, and civil society organizations to work together to create a safer learning environment across the country. Because when schools are secure, learning continues. When learning continues, communities prosper. And when education thrives, the nation grows. Thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Ian Philip. Join us again next week as we bring you another important conversation shaping the future of education in Nigeria. Goodbye and stay safe.
Healthy.
This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you've paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year round. 20 weeks of the year that we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
So much, and there is your $100. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now.
I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am.
This is supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball.
I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Nigeria's search for a more effective response to insecurity has taken a major legislative step following the passage by the Senate of a constitutional alteration bill that would allow states to establish their own police services. For decades, calls for state police have dominated national conversations on security, driven by concerns over the capacity of a centrally controlled police system to respond swiftly to crimes and threats within local communities.
There cannot be a better time to have state police in Nigeria than now, and that's where we stand.
But alongside the demand for decentralized policing has been a major concern. Could state police become an instrument in the hands of governors to intimidate political opponents, suppress dissent, or influence elections? The Senate says the bill answers that question by building in safeguards against political abuse. It prohibits governors from directing state police to unlawfully target individuals, political parties, groups, or associations, and bars the use of police powers for partisan, ethnic, religious, sectional, or personal interests. The proposal also provides for federal intervention in clearly defined exceptional circumstances, including a breakdown of public order, serious human rights violations, electoral intimidation, the failure of a state police service, or threats to national security. However, state police will not emerge automatically. Any state seeking to establish one must first enact its own law, while the proposed service must meet national standards on recruitment, training, discipline, use of force, and firearms management. The bill now moves into the next constitutional stages: harmonization with the House of Representatives and eventual consideration by state houses of assembly. As Nigeria debates how best to strengthen internal security at home, attention is also turning to the wider fight against terrorism financing, following the United States naming of individuals and organizations alleged to be involved in funding terrorist activities. Michael Mbanefo is a barrister at law and also a security analyst. He joins us on Jigsaw as we examine whether the proposed state police framework can deliver security closer to the people without weakening democratic safeguards, and what the latest international action against alleged terrorism financiers means for Nigeria's security architecture.
All right, many thanks for joining us on Jigsaw, the program where we put all the pieces together to make sense to us all. And I'm still sitting in for Gbenga Arileba. Yes, I'm Oluyede Oworu. Many thanks for joining me. And like you heard in the prologue, we're going to be taking up issues surrounding yesterday's passage by the Nigerian Senate of the State Police Bill and the terrorism financing list, which is also making waves. And also, like you heard, I'm joined by Michael Mbanefo. Michael Mbanefo is a lawyer and a security affairs analyst. Barrister Mbanefo, many thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's start with the State Police Bill. Perhaps it's no surprise that the Senate or that the bill was going to eventually be passed by the National Assembly. But what probably is worthy of note is the speed with which things have happened in the last few weeks. The Senate passed it barely 24 hours after it was transmitted from the president. What's the hurry?
Well, unfortunately, things has fallen apart. We don't want to impugn on the fundamental rights of the Senate or the National Assembly to make laws or to pass bills, as it were. But for whatever it takes, Nigeria is in the stance of always having something behind the screen for a particular purpose they want to achieve. I will not be able to say exactly why the hurry. If it is to nip the security situation on board, why now? What's the urgency? Does passing the bill make it expedient in the actions they are supposed to take? So without much ado, we don't need to delve into the speed or not the speed.
No, that's just the first question for you. Really.
Yes, but the purpose for which the speed happens is what one may not understand. We will just fold our hands and watch as things unfold, because you cannot stop them from determining the what. If you challenge them now, they will tell you, oh, they are being expedient. They are being fast in making sure that things are done properly and the way it ought to be done.
Well, perhaps an explanation for this speed. The Senate President himself and many others who have echoed this view say, well, having state police in Nigeria is coming 65 years too late, meaning that we should have had it right from independence, which is probably why they're in such a hurry. Do you believe that we should have had state police a long time ago?
Yes, I believe so too. Reason being that watching the United States of America and their positions with regards to their policing, you find out that a lot of jurisdictional issues happen. For example, things that happen in certain states, certain cities, may not be the same thing that happens in another city. Nigeria, with its divergent ethnicity, requires state policing, because it will take the local police recruits to be able to nip things on board, because they know who does what, where they do from, what they want to do, and how they want to do, and where to get them. And again, once you have a state police in place, you will find out that people who migrated from other states, irrespective of whether we are within the same state of Nigeria, within the same federation, you find out that once a visitor comes in, you know exactly where they're going, what they are coming for, and who they are coming to meet, because neighborhood watch will obviously be in full force in this regards.
Okay, if it's such a great idea as many people are saying now, why has there been opposition to it for so long? Because this is not the first time state police has been cropping up, but each time it comes up, it's met with one form of opposition or the other. Of course, top on the list of what people complain about is that state governments may use it as a tool of oppression against its opponents. Apart from that, do you see any other reason why there's been such opposition to the idea of state police?
Okay, first of all, the issue of governors using it as a tool against opposition is obviously what's going to happen. Because as it stands now, you see a lot of state governors willing their might recklessly. The word recklessly underlined for emphasis. You know, you make a state police where the chief commander-in-chief of the state police is the governor. The police belongs to him. He decides what happens and what doesn't happen. It will only take a responsible, a self-emancipated governor, some that has inculcated in himself individual qualities of self-awareness, to be able to be exactly the chief security officer that he's supposed to be, in order to make sure for effective policing of the state. But where you find, unfortunately, a lot of political gladiators have a lot of dark pasts. They do not come from patrician families. They do not come from humble background. They are just gladiators that found themselves in the corridor of power because they know how to use thugs and all whatnot. So imagine if such people become governor. The police belongs to them and their family, no more, no less. They determine who gets what. Even when somebody murders somebody, they still determine whether the person will go free or not, depending on whose side the horse is God.
Okay, well, there's a school of thought that says we're probably better off under having the state police with oppressive governors than leaving the status quo and getting oppressed by bandits, terrorists, or whatever you choose to call them.
Well, the good news is that, yes, I also believe in that school of thought because, I mean, the recklessness, if guns were not outlawed, only outlaws will carry gun. So even, no matter how reckless the governor is, it will come to a time where people are aligned. For example, I use Lagos State as one of the foremost African states. Reason, they make their laws, they do their thing. In Lagos today, you know that if you beat traffic light, even when nobody is watching you, you're watching yourself.
Yes.
Because when it comes to time for you to register your car, you find out that you can't register until you pay the backlog of your bills. And if you decide to bribe them, maybe the registration of your car will cost you 50,000. The bribe is 50,000. So you know that you don't need to commit this law. So for the Lagos people, the bribe takers, they are politely telling you, it is not better for you to give me this money, but if you so choose,
choice is yours.
Give it to me and still go and pay your bill, because giving me bribe does not vitiate you paying your bill, because I am not the authority that issues your licenses and all whatnot. So, and in Lagos today, you see their rent regulation. So many of their laws are different from what is obtainable here. That's why you see in such a chaotic environment, there's still a bit of decorum, irrespective of what, at least the madman knows where his madness will take him. I give you an example. One cannot fathom or explain, in the height of insecurity, the cattle rearing, the avalanche of cattle roaming about the Federal Capital Territory, and nobody's talking, including the Senate. That is the face of Nigeria today is Federal Capital Territory. And if they are not talking, it means that somebody is being funny, somebody is being sinister, or trying to undermine the state of affairs of the FCT. And I'm interested in knowing why even the Inspector General, the DIA, the DMI, the NIA, and so on and so forth, even the DSS has not made mention of insecurity in regards to the roaming about of these cattle in the city. You see people wielding machetes. It's nothing. They say it's cattle rearing. But I hear them echoing. Unfortunately, the Inspector General of Police, the Police Commissioner, and all the police force, they are talking about tinted glass. What has tinted glass got to do with security management? Of course, you should make a law and say, if you are approaching any checkpoint, all your 4 glasses should be down. And not to say tinted, you leave substance to shade shadow. So that's the situation.
Okay. To allay some of the fears that you have brought out concerning the issue of the state police being used as a tool of oppression, the Senate have come out with some sort of safeguards. In the constitutional amendment, it prohibits state governors from arresting individuals for criticizing the government. Is that enough safeguard?
You know, this safeguard they put in place is like somebody who says, oh, I don't want 4-legged animals in my compound again. He catches his cat, sells it because he doesn't want 4-legged animal, then he buys a dog. I don't know where our leaders think from, whether from the leg or from their hands, because you said state governors should not arrest anybody for criticizing the government. You that asked this question, is that the correct position? It depends on what you're criticizing government for. If you malign the government uselessly, you'll be dealt with uselessly. But when you criticize the government, holding them accountable to what they are supposed to do, there's no crisscross about it. The judiciary is there to tell you, oh no, the governor cannot do that. Like I said, it takes a responsible governor to do the responsible things. The best you can do is governor is praying too much and all whatnot. I remember when Godswill Akpabio was governor of Akwa Ibom. He is one of the governors that his enemies liked. Reason, I used to have a co-tenant where I lived before. He was an opposition member. He said, unfortunately, the useless man is doing well. I don't know whether you understand me.
I do.
He doesn't like him. He hates him with passion, but he said, unfortunately, the useless man is doing well. So these are positive criticism, because you want his seat, you can't get it, but he's doing the work. So it's neither here nor there. That safeguard, it doesn't say anything.
Perhaps that's what you said is probably what they really mean. I guess there's a difference between criticizing and maligning, as you said. Can't we safely say that probably what they meant is maligning?
Yes, but because in the studio, when I was the spokesperson for late Senator Ifeanyi Ubah when he was about to contest the governor of Anambra State, I said in the studio, I was asked, what is it that my state governor Soludo has done wrong that we want to remove him? I told him he failed woefully in the areas of security then. But now, if you ask the same question, the position is different, because He has started nipping the things on the board, going to where the issues are and tackling the issues as they are. And not when I come to the studio and say you have failed and you look at your book that you have failed, you say you passed. Take me to court. It's like defamation. If I say you are an armed robber and you take me to court for defamation, then I bring an evidence to show that you robbed my house, I bring the video, the defamation dies there. Because it has to be a statement of fact and not a statement of saying something you know that is not correct. So that's the same thing with this issue of maligning and criticism. They are both different things. You criticize things that you're not in tandem with, and not to criticize things that you know is a fact. For example, you say, oh, Section 1 of the Constitution is just useless. It doesn't apply. You're just ranting without just
just a blanket
exactly.
criticism.
Or you say, like people who say Nyesom Wike is an idiot, is this. But the man is the man of the moment that's walking. His enemies also like him, unfortunately. So it is only people who are not progressive that will, everybody you bring, they complain. And that is the situation of Nigerian people as a state. There's no president that has come that probably will come that they don't criticize. Before you even take off of office, they say you are not doing anything, you are this, you are this, you are this, and that's the position with Nigeria.
Okay, let's look at the issue of funding, because I mean, whether you have state police, whether you have federal police, if they're inadequately funded, they're not going to perform. There's people who have talked about the security vote that state governments are receiving right now, and people are wondering whether is that going to be a source of funding state police, or is there going to be a first-line charge on monies allocated to the states? Where is the money going to come from to fund state police? Because at the end of the day, the state government is going to be largely on their own.
Well, I'll make reference to Lagos again. The same funding that would have come from the center avails every other state. There are states who have domain resources that can sustain them, markets, taxes, levies, or whatnot. But you see, just like the customs and excise, they generate a lot of funds from penalties. In Nigeria, the level of moral decadence in the society today has warranted that it will take a while for people to understand that they are human beings and not animals. And if you spit, if you fart and spit at the same time, you're committing two sins. You are the one that farted, you are the one that is spitting. What are you doing? If the states are funded and there are people within the society, it's only a few people that commit crime, you know. So the moment they make use of the little they have, for individuals who are going to be part of the state policing, bearing in mind that they are there to maintain law and order, provide security of lives and property, once they have it at the back of their mind, they don't need any rocket science to do it. For example, if the entire Southeast is able to curb the states of crime, Southwest curbs the state of crime, North Central curbs the state of crime, and we're left with maybe, say, Northeast, for instance, it will mean that only Northeast will be held accountable to their things. So they will now quickly close their borders and not any Tom, Dick, and Harry comment. For example, there are so many things that we are allowing that can impede on the finances of security. So funding, to me, I don't think...
Give an example of some of these things.
Example, street begging. 90% of these people are not beggars. They are scavengers. We have cases where you see people, they tap your glass, you wind down, they either jack your phone and run away. These are not beggars. There are things that we must not allow. First of all, for the state police to survive, there must be opportunity for work at least. People must have something doing. Because if you have about, let's say, 20,000 police officers with 2 million unemployed people, you will find out that everybody is a criminal without knowing that it's a criminal, including the person who is doing the state policing, because you move right, they check. You say you move your car, stop. You know, all those kind of issues. So there are problems, beating of traffic lights, so many things. Like I would say, when Abacha was alive, there's nothing like wandering in Abuja. You don't wander up and down the whole place. You don't leave your house. You see a lot influx of people coming into Abuja. 90% of them have no work. They have no home. So how do you want to operate with state police? So it is not about the finance. It is about self-awareness, emancipating from mental slavery. The moment you emancipate from mental slavery, you will know. For example, how do you fund your Megad? In your domain, where you have a Megad, he has his stipend. He knows he's not going anywhere. He's in the house. Maybe he gets 50,000. If he's lucky, he gets 70,000 naira. His duty is, don't let somebody who I don't want in my house in my house. What extra fund does he need? But when you begin to give Megad lager, give him beer every time he's drunk, if he's a smoker, he's always induced with drug. A lot of people will come in to move him away. He will not tell you he needs machete, he needs gun, he needs this, he needs that. But when the system is functional, finances are less. You give them cars, they vandalize the car by themselves. So we first of all, for anything that will work in Nigeria to be easy, we have to emancipate from mental slavery.
So probably what that means is that perhaps more money should be actually geared towards fixing the society than giving to the police.
Yes, because police is part of the society. Police is part of the society. It doesn't make him a different person from the society. He is part of the society. If I am hungry, he is hungrier. Because he's in a regimented force. There are so many things I can do that he can never do. I don't know whether you understand me. So he needs to be out on the road 24/7, mount the roadblock with the avalanche of sun hitting him. He is no longer normal. So it is to give them special treatment and not to treat them like the current police people who every corner of the town is roadblock. They are not checking anything but to peep in your glass and say your boys are here. Even an armed robber, they tell me your boys are here. Those are not policemen. Those are beggars and scavengers. With due respect to the Inspector General of Police, I thank God he is a seasoned police officer that went through due process, so he knows what I'm talking about, including the FCT man, because these are the two gentlemen that I've seen that are still gallant officers, meritorious ones for that matter. They know what to do and how to do and when to do, if they are allowed to do. But what people like us will not agree with them is leaving substance to chase shadow. Your problem is not tinted glass. Your problem is this cattle rearing up and down the whole place and the avalanche of people roaming up and down the street and beggars and all whatnot. Cop them and see if security will not be this thing. The people they catch most of the time are part of these people that are there. Because if you bring, okay, you take a state police to individual states. Lagos State will not abuse it. I know. My state will not abuse it. And probably some other state. It will just take a while and things will be in the same place. After all, the current police is still being manipulated by political gladiators. If you refuse, they will remove you or go to president and accuse the IG of one thing or the other. They will sack him. So it's the same thing. Whether it's in the center, but it is better off in the states.
Now, you said something about funding.
Yes.
The issue is not so much about funding, it's the issue about, the right things being done. When the right things are being done, then funding doesn't become as big an issue as it is being made now.
That is correct.
But unfortunately, as you've alluded to yourself, that's not been the case over the years, and we do find ourselves in a situation where things aren't going the way they should, which means it does require funding.
I am not ruling out the issue of funding totally.
I know that.
A corrupt mind is an insecurity in itself. A corrupt mind is the criminal itself. How do you expect a subsisting armed robber to be in charge of security over armed robbery, he will only tell his men when to operate, where to operate, how to operate. He will not stop robbing. Go to the military today, you see a lot of them, fat tummy, big ass, and all those things. You will know they are not doing anything there. The people who are doing the work are the soldiers, the one they call soldier, with boots that are willing to match anything. I don't want to agree that when you say funding, what do you mean by funding? Are you talking about the tools or cash? Because when you bring cash, a corrupt mind will steal it.
Let's take for the benefit of the doubt that we're talking about tools. I mean, we'd like to believe that that's where it's all supposed to be.
One of the tools are vehicles. The man in charge of the squadron, has he thought in his head that the fuel money that was given to him must be for fuel money and not part of it for himself, for keeps? You see brand cars given to them maybe in a year, after a year. It's only road safety you can find vehicles, you wonder whether they give them car every day. Because they are neat. VIO, maybe. Police, I don't know whether it is the change of the uniform that is causing the problem. You give vehicle now, in less than 6 months, you see those cars, you think it was given 30 years ago. We see, no matter how we want to fix Nigeria, you cannot achieve anything without emancipating from mental slavery and the corrupt mind. The 95% of the Senate today are ex-governors. Both the ones that did well and the one that did not do well, they are there making laws. How do you explain this? And this state policing of 18, section 214 sub 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria said there shall be one police. So legally speaking, before this state police can come into force, they have to amend the Constitution.
Isn't that what this process is supposed to be? I mean, I'm not a legal.
What about the two-third the Constitution said? The Constitution said. Two-third of the state, two-third of the National Assembly. Yeah. You see, I just don't want to. I know that Nigeria will still work. We only pray that the mechanic that will fix the country knows that the country needs to move forward. You know. We must avoid security sabotage, as far as I am concerned. Any law they make, even if they don't follow due process, provided is for benefit of Nigerians and with sincerity of purpose, is what we are clamoring for. But where you go and make laws in readiness of maybe some election coming someday, or the one that is going to come, or the one that has passed, to cover some loopholes that you saw that were likely to have caused a problem. Because if the state security, if the state regional police comes into force now, it's over. It's over. The Anambra State Police Command can say, we don't want strangers. If you know you are not from Anambra State, election is coming. If you're in here, you cannot go out. If you're out here, you cannot come in. There's no fundamental right breach. It's a security issue. Because that's when the position of the Constitution, section 45 or so, will apply. If the state feels that there's a national emergency or state emergency, it will override your fundamental right. So it's like that.
Okay, if you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw, the program where we put all the pieces together in an attempt to make sense to us all. And I am with Barrister Michael Mbanifu, and we're looking at matters arising from yesterday's passage of the State Police Bill by the Nigerian Senate. We'll take a short break, more talking when we return. Don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
If you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. And like I said before the break, we're looking at matters arising from yesterday's passage of the State Police Bill by the Nigerian Senate. And with me is Barrister Michael Manifo, who is also a security affairs analyst. And for the past 35 minutes or so, we have been delving into these matters arising. Barrister Manifo, many thanks for your time to date. Now, people have said the state police is just the beginning of what they hope will even trickle down further. You said when you were enumerating the advantages of state police that it's a situation where everybody knows who comes in, who goes out, and other things associated. People are saying that they're hoping it could trickle down to the level where we have things like community policing, which was something that was advocated for a few years back, which didn't see the light of day.
Okay, state police is like a family affair, let me put it that way. The way you want to run your immediate family, that you are the Mbanefo or you are the Okeke, then somebody come and says, these Okeke people are useless. You know what to do. You know how everything, you have to do everything possible to uphold the observances of your family name. Now, when you're saying trickle down to community policing, state policing, and even the current police, it is all encompassing. See something, say something. That is all about community policing. I think where the issue will lie is in enforcement, and I believe that by the time it goes to the state, enforcement will be swift and perfect. The only greatest fear is manipulation, or what I will call using as political vendetta. But the question is, let me again, I'm not trying to pre-sing anybody. Somebody like Wike, who is an adamant opposition in PDP, suddenly accepts an office given to him by an opposition. What it simply tells is that he is not interested in who is the president. He's interested in doing the work. So it doesn't matter whether he's in side A or side B. And it is left for him to showcase what he would have done if he is there. And of course, go to the camp of his enemies and ask them whether he's doing well. The answer will be yes.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
To quote you.
The answer will be yes. Do you understand? People only criticize people that doesn't favor them. The man who has not favored me in any way, but he is doing the work. I do not know which other state is doing what he's doing, because FCT is a state, in quote. So when you are talking about trickling down to community policing, level, that is exactly what every state governor would do. Same with Lagos. Lagos does not have state police, but they've started long before now. Long before now. I am also a Lagosian by association. Now, the commonest thing is the breaking of traffic laws and passing the BRT. You see people doing one way here, nobody talks FCT. We should set the pace. I am very particular about this cattle rearing in the town. It makes Mr. President, with due respect, look funny and incapable of controlling the city. It makes the Inspector General of Police look daft. same with the police commissioner of the command, same with the DSS, same with all security people in FCT. This roaming of every traffic light, you see not less than 30 beggars. This is not, are we showcasing beggars and cattle in FCT? So, but people like us, what I'm doing now is community policing. If you're looking for what is causing security breach, I am telling you one now. You see something, say something. Community police about see something, say something. But again, they must learn how to protect whistleblowers, security whistleblowers. And not when you toss 2,000 naira to some funny constable, he tells you, you know, if we don't catch you now, that man tell us. It happens. I've seen these things.
And it's even likely to get worse if we're not careful at state level if it's not.
Well, in the state level, I want to use my state as an example. Majority of the citizens of Anambra State wants crime to stop in totality. I hear people talking against my governor. Why? He first of all started arresting native doctors who do money ritual for people, presumably, who give them disappearing charm. And his rule is very simple. If I catch you as a native doctor who does those things, I will lock you in a room. If I come in the morning and you are still there, you don't have power. So I will hold you for obtaining money by false pretense and, you know, so many things. He is prosecuted. And there are some particular set of people that he arrested. Kidnapping dropped by 70%. When you have state policing, the good news is that it will become competitive. It will raise competition.
Within the states?
Within the states, and even in the state. People want to outshine. If I am a commander, for example, I'm coming from Onitsha, you carry crime, you can do in another town, not my town. Things like that will happen. So see something, say something will happen. You know, the issue of interference will minimize because you are from Anambra State, you are the commander-in-chief of Anambra State, you are a police from Anambra State, you are the criminal from Anambra State, and maybe invading criminals. So it will be much more effective than when you catch a Yoruba man in Kano, he says, because he's, why are you holding me? Is he because he's from Yoruba? Then you catch an Hausa man in Anambra, he say, the issue of ethnicity will die. Unfortunately, I come from an extraction where in those days we don't obey laws. For example, I associated a lot with the North, particularly Kano. We call ourselves Bakan Kano. You see a lot like this AEDC, 75% of the place you can't go there to say you are looking for bills. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Yes, a lot of states will suffer with this state policing because what you are not used to, what you are not born with, will be very difficult to impact in you when you are grown.
How about even the enforcement will be difficult, wouldn't
it? You see, where the population of a town is 1,000 and 700 commits a crime, it's no longer crime, it's sickness. So you will need orientation. So the state policing will come with an avalanche of orientation across the nation. So it only takes repentant criminal. You see, once somebody chooses a walk, maybe a hobby of crime, he doesn't stop crime. He will only mitigate, not that he's stopping crime, but it will reduce a lot of, so that we can know exactly where the problems are coming from. That's exactly the advantage. But the only disadvantage of state police is maybe using it against political opponents. Other than that, I don't think there's any other serious. I don't think.
Now, you and I were trying to fathom out why the passage of this bill was done in such a hurry, and you said, well, look, perhaps it's because of the urgency of the security situation. Now, looking at what still lies in store after the passage of the bill by the Senate, still has to go for harmonization in the National Assembly before being transmitted to the states to hopefully get a 2/3 majority before it gets to the president, who will give his final assent. Now, that's going to take some time. And I mean, these terrorists that we're up against are not passing any bills. They're not transmitted anything to anybody. They're just going to continue to go on with their business. To start off with, how long do we think this process is likely to take from your assessment at the earliest?
Well, if we follow the Constitution, it may take forever.
That's not very encouraging.
The process is too long if we follow the provisions of the Constitution. First of all, under the exclusive list, item 67 of the exclusive lists, it empowers the National Assembly to make laws. But funny enough, those laws they can make, or rather, make laws, yes, those laws they can make must be pursuant to Section 8 and Section 9 of the Constitution. And when you go there, you find out that it is referring to boundary adjustment and state creation and all whatnot. It has nothing to do with state, what do they call it, state policing. However, the acts of National Assembly is based on where they see lacunas in the Constitution. The Act of National Assembly can come into force to fill in that gap. That is why the law is that where a law has so been made pursuant to the Constitution, and another law is made to cure, and we discover that that law is not curing but also superintending or trying to superintend over the already made law. The Section 1 subsection 3 said it should abate to the extent of its inconsistency. But where you make a law that helps create a cure ambiguous provisions of the Constitution, the law is that that one in the Constitution should respect that one that is coming in to cure. So the state policing, they might hide under that umbrella to do the needful in that aspect. And in that way, it will accent. When you're talking about people two-thirds accenting in the state and two-thirds, who are the two-thirds? It's the same National Assembly. They can manufacture anything.
But you yourself did say that, look, by the time this thing does get to the state assemblies, it will be subject to maybe needed rigorous debate. So that, I mean...
Which type of National Assembly do we have and which type of House of Assembly do we have? Majority of House of Assembly belongs to the governors.
So you're not expecting much of a debate?
No. What debate? Who are you to debate? What are you debating? That I want police, you say you don't want police. How? I wake up in the morning before I even approach you and say what you want to say. I say I was led to bless all of you. I buy you Hilux, brand new latest model Hilux, and share you. It becomes OS. Have you ever seen in a church where somebody hears a pastor say, in Jesus' name, and people keep quiet? They say amen even when it's against them. So that's the situation.
So in that case, then probably will not take, because you initially said it might take forever, but if that's the situation...
No, I said, if we follow due process and the way things ought to be, it will take forever. But if, I don't know...
And as far as you're concerned, this due process, as you put it, is avoidable, with what you said.
No matter how you want to look at it, it is still due process. The state of emergency in Rivers was due process. But people were chanting, ranting, and all those things. It was a booby trap. The state commander-in-chief, you must act first. If you feel you're going to be overwhelmed, write the president to give you assistance. You didn't act, you didn't write. What do you expect? The president is the commander-in-chief. He doesn't want any bickering anywhere. He took over, and people were ranting. You need to understand the Constitution properly before you can even go and begin to challenge what this government is doing and what they are not doing. It is a proactive step in the right direction. So it doesn't matter, after all, if you have been waiting for a car for the past 2 hours and rain is fast coming. They see Mole where the man stops and say, are you going? You say, you're not going. You are not serious.
You really are a Lagosian, really. You were not joking when you said that. I'm listening to you, yes.
So you must make do with what you... We should overlook what they are doing, but pay attention to where they are going and the benefit we stand to gain about the state policing. I don't know whether you understand. Yes, because certain things will no longer work the way it is. You see, let me tell you. I don't know whether it's Lagos State that, I can't remember which state, that said every beggar should leave the street. After all, governors woke up one day and said, I don't want bikes in my state. That's part of policing. It's a breach in somebody's fundamental right, but Section 45 protects them. I can't compromise my security. Yeah. I appreciate you want to make ends meet, but bike, no, because you're using it to do kidnapping. So many things are going to come. Some people may not be happy because it do not favor them. You know, there are people, officers all over the place doing nothing. So that's just the position.
Okay, so much said about the issue of state police. Let's move on to another issue that's generating a lot of interest, and that is the terrorism financing list, which has come up in the last couple of days, where the U.S. has named some individuals, companies, and the Nigerian government too has named some. What do you make of that as a development in the war on terror?
First of all, for you to provide security, you have to know what you're providing the security for. And for you to say something, talk about insecurity, you must explain what you are insecure about. And they said, oh, one of those dogs there is no longer a guard dog, it has contacted rabies. Then you change the gag and still keep the dog in place. You're not doing anything. Naming is one thing, enforcement is another. Arrest, prosecute, convict, and sentence. But like I said, a senior armed robber catches a pickpocket whose mother is an auntie. Do you expect him to say he's a thief? He will name him a wanderer and set him free. Look at this court system. Look at what is going on. You see people, I mean, as if there's a different law that applies to different people. They already know these people, publish them. First of all, once you are named, any office you're holding, you should be suspended immediately. You should be asked to resign. The military does it. Once they suspect that you are no longer fit and proper, you give way. While if they notice you're being funny, court-martial follows. But these days, there are so many people contesting governors that are facing trial. What are we trying to achieve? They will desperately win and desperately suspend the case. So naming somebody is one thing. Catching him, if it is true, is another thing. That you have named the person does not mean he is guilty. Naming him requires you to say, you have a case to answer. Come and clear yourself. And the person who is so named has not gone to court say you are maligning him. So it means that the knife that we have in hand has no head. And the one that has head is not sharp. So if you are using a knife that has no head that has no head but sharp to cut, likelihood of cutting your hand is high. And if you use a knife that has a head that is not sharp, you waste your time in cutting. So what we require is a knife that has head that is sharp, so that once you hold it firm, you can cut through anything. Naming is one thing. U.S. is there. They are not part of Nigeria. There's nothing they can do.
Oh, no. We heard that they have applied sanctions, frozen accounts with some of these names and companies that they've talked about.
No, that's the best they can do. They are U.S. sanctioning and processing an account maybe in their jurisdiction. It's for their own use. They wait for you. If you don't come, there's a time limit. They will go to court and confiscate the money. They are happy for you to steal money and move to that side. But when they freeze it, you have to come and talk. It's only in Nigeria you freeze money and somebody is going to court to unfreeze it. You understand? So the government needs to, and unfortunately, the ethnic divergence of Nigeria is impeding seriously on national decisions. Seriously. Remember the coup plot thing that was mentioned? People started saying, why is it that the majority of them are from certain part of Nigeria? This is not, we've gone beyond this.
All those things, yeah.
So they need to, if it is Tunde that stole, they should catch Tunde and prosecute sincerely, with sincerity of purpose. And not when you live in, if you evade £1 tax in UK, you may lose a property worth £10 million. They will say it is that money that you have been saving. Who knows where you are doing? And they will confiscate it. In abroad, they are looking for one small crime to confiscate your thing. In Nigeria, if you steal £1, you are an armed robber. If you steal 2 billion, you are patriotic. So naming the people is neither here nor there. Presumption of innocence is still there. It is for you to go, he who alleges should prove that he's a thief, or go prosecute him. So if you are not prosecuting them, you are making noise. That's the sincere thing.
But there is a school of thought that's pretty optimistic. I mean, you said there's a limit to what the U.S. can do. Yes, perhaps at the end of the day, they confiscate all these monies, and if they don't come round for it, it gets lost. But some people are saying that, look, it's probably a realization for the need for a global fight against terror. With U.S. becoming involved, they've said they're going to hunt down terrorists everywhere to the best of their ability. Isn't that a welcoming sign that, look, the fight against terror is becoming global, and perhaps the Nigerian government won't have to do it on its own?
The truth is that our country, Nigeria, has no will to tackle insurgency, with due respect. You see, we are getting old, and the more you climb the ladder, you must learn to say the truth and say things the way they are, because anything can happen anytime. When the U.S. tried to come in, the first show of force they did, you saw the reaction, particularly from the north. Oh, why do you want to? Oh, this, oh, that, oh, that. Had it been he went to the east, my brothers would start saying he doesn't like them, Biafra this, Biafra that. So we have a problem. We are whalers in Nigeria. If we need to do it, the question, do you think a Tinubu will come down and begin to go and chase them in the north, or order the Air Force to wipe people out? He won't do it. 2027 is coming. Obasanjo had the liver. He went to cleared the whole place. People ranted, but it was over. So you see, I have seen in Facebook where terrorists were going in their motorbikes. Policeman in uniform is doing them like this. I saw it yesterday. How do you explain these things? We know where these people are coming from. Let's not. The Zamfara gold mine is even one of the biggest issues in this country.
Okay, so it looks as if there's so much for us to talk about, but unfortunately, time will not allow us to do that. Perhaps we'll have to bring you back to continue where we stopped.
No problem.
We'll be speaking with Barrister Michael Mbanifo. He's a barrister, what makes him a legal practitioner. Everybody knows that. But he's also, as you've discovered in the last 55 minutes or so, a very versatile security affairs analyst. And for the past 55 minutes or so, we have been looking at issues arising from yesterday's passage of the state police bill by the Nigerian Senate, and towards the end delved into the issue of terrorism financing. Barrister Mbanifo, it's been great having you on the show, and like I said, we'll bring you back again sooner than you think.
No problem.
That's where we're going to wrap it up on Jigsaw for today. Join us when we come your way the next time. I'm Oloyede Uworu. Have yourselves a wonderful day.
Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Amika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
"164 persons killed after two powerful earthquakes in Venezuela. Thousands of Kenyans take to the streets to mark 2 years Gen Z uprising. Severe heat wave grips Western Europe with record high temperatures. This is the World News on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. We start from Venezuela, where the country's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, has announced at least 164 persons that have been killed after two powerful earthquakes struck. According to rescue teams, they are continuing desperate searches through collapsed buildings in the capital, Caracas, where people trapped beneath the rubble have been heard calling for help. The U.S. has promised provision a whole of government in response to the twin earthquakes that killed 164 persons in Venezuela.
Thousands of Venezuelans are feared dead after two powerful earthquakes devastated areas in and around the capital, Caracas, bringing down buildings and triggering strong aftershocks. Authorities say at least 164 people have been killed and hundreds more injured, though officials warn the number is expected to rise as rescue operations continue. The first earthquake, measuring magnitude 7.2, struck around 160 kilometers west of Caracas. Less than a minute later, it was followed by a stronger magnitude 7.5 quake, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Emergency crews have worked through the night, searching the rubble of collapsed buildings for survivors. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says casualty figures remain incomplete and do not yet include some of the hardest hit areas, including La Guaira State, home to Caracas' main international airport, which has been closed. Speaking on state television, Rodriguez says dozens of buildings had collapsed and that rescue efforts were focused on saving as many lives as possible. The U.S. Geological Survey says its predictive modeling indicates the death toll could reach into the thousands, with a significant possibility that it could exceed 10,000. A website established to track missing persons reported more than 10,000 people unaccounted for early Thursday morning. We will continue to follow developments and bring you the latest information as it becomes available. The acting president says the government's immediate priority is saving lives and rescuing people trapped beneath collapsed buildings. She says international assistance is already on the way, with rescue teams expected to arrive from countries including the United States, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and El Salvador. She also announced that hotels and emergency shelters have been opened for displaced residents, while schools and all non-essential public activities have been suspended until further notice.
A severe heat wave continues to grip Western Europe, shattering temperature records and prompting health warnings across the continent. France has recorded its hottest day since national records began, while the United Kingdom has seen its warmest June day on record. Spain has also reported its highest average daily temperatures since records began in 1950. Tens of millions of people are enduring extreme heat, with temperatures approaching 41 degrees Celsius in Paris and red heat alert issued across large parts of Europe.
Western Europe is sweltering under an intense and prolonged heat wave that has broken records and raised concerns over public safety. In France, the national temperature indicator, an average of daytime and nighttime temperatures across the country, reached 30 degrees Celsius on Wednesday, the highest level recorded since measurements began in 1947. More than half of the country remains under red heat alert, while tens of thousands of households in western France are still without electricity. Scientists say climate change is making heat waves more frequent and more intense. According to climate experts, Europe is the fastest warming continent on Earth, heating up at roughly twice the global average rate. In the United Kingdom, a rare red heat warming remains in effect in some areas. Temperatures reached 36.1 degrees Celsius in some places, marking the hottest June day ever recorded in the country. Forecasters say temperatures could climb even higher. Spain is also enduring extreme conditions. The country's weather agency says average daily temperatures earlier this week were the highest ever recorded for June. Red alerts remain in place in part of the northern Spain, where temperatures could reach 42 degrees Celsius. Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium are expected to experience the peak of the heat wave in the coming days, While severe heat warnings have also been issued for parts of Eastern Europe, including Poland, Croatia, and Hungary. The extreme temperatures are also raising concerns about water shortages. In parts of Germany, residents are being urged to conserve water, while some cities have introduced barbecue bans to reduce the risk of fires. Officials across Europe continue to urge people to stay hydrated, avoid prolonged exposure to the sun, and check the vulnerable family members and neighbors as the heat wave continues.
A landmark conference on Ukraine's post-war reconstruction opened on Thursday in Poland without President Vladimir Zelensky, who is snubbing the event over a diplomatic row with ally Warsaw. Kyiv needs hundreds of billions of dollars to repair the damage caused by Russia's invasion and is trying to whip up international support for investment.
But the event comes with no end to the fighting in sight and could be overshadowed by the spat between Ukraine and Poland, triggered when Ukraine named a military unit after an insurgent group that took part in the massacres of Poles during World War II. The area around Gdansk Amberexpo Conference Center was cordoned off by numerous armed police officers deployed to prevent provocations, as an ultranationalist Polish party has called for an anti-Ukraine demonstration later in the day. Leaders from Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania and Sweden, as well as EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council Head Antonio Costa, will meet in the northeastern port city of Gdansk to urge businesses and countries to pour cash into Ukraine when the conflict ends. A joint report by Ukraine, the World Bank, the United Nations and the EU in February estimated post-war reconstruction in Ukraine would cost around $588 billion. But with no progress in US brokered talks on halting the fighting, convincing investors to support Kyiv's recovery has been a challenge. Still, Vydenko has said her country plans to sign a number of important agreements with international partners, particularly to strengthen their energy sector. Aside from energy, critical infrastructure and logistics, discussions are also set to focus for the first time on Ukraine's security capacities. Ukraine's economy has been decimated by the war, and Kyiv relies on external funding to keep afloat and spiraling costs of defending against the Russian invasion. Zelensky's decision not to attend the summit comes after nationalist Polish President Karol Nawrocki revoked a state order given to the Ukrainian leader.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday warned that Iranian tolls on ships passing the Strait of Hormuz would spread to other waterways, risking total chaos. Rubio, on his first regional tour since the U.S. and Iran signed a memorandum of understanding to end the war Middle East, said the U.S. wants a peace deal, but at no price. The top U.S. diplomat, who has visited the heavily attacked UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain on his tour, also gave assurances that the interests of Gulf countries would be taken into account. U.S. war on Iran, a day after Congress passed a resolution rebuking the military action. The bulk of funding, $67 billion, is for the Defense Department, including $21 billion for munitions, $17.3 billion for operational costs, and $12.1 billion for classified programs, said the White House. The proposal faces an uphill battle in Congress as the Iran conflict is unpopular with voters and midterm elections loom this November. This comes as Republicans in Congress have expressed skepticism about a peace plan that Trump agreed last week with Iran. Earlier on Wednesday, the president held a tense meeting with Senate Republicans after he abruptly called off a signing ceremony for a bipartisan housing bill. President Donald Trump has cancelled his approval of a landmark bill aimed at lowering Americans' housing costs just hours ahead of a planned signing ceremony at the U.S. Capitol. Both chambers of Congress had earlier approved the legislation in a red bipartisan move, signaling how pressing the issue has become for American voters across the political divide. The bill, known as the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, has two key aims: reducing housing costs and increasing housing supply. Trump has consistently backed cutting interest rate in order to reduce the U.S. government's hefty borrowing costs. He argues it will make it easier for Americans to get mortgages and other loans, but it also carries risks like increased inflation, weakening U.S. currency, and creating market bubbles. Still talking to Donald Trump, the U.S. president has opened 16 days of celebration for America's 250th anniversary Wednesday with a rally-style speech, turning a national commemoration into a highly politicized showcase for his second-term agenda. The address on Washington's National Mall underscored how Trump has reshaped the anniversary around his own brand of politics and showmanship, blurring the line between official celebration and campaign-style spectacle.
The Republican leader eventually invoked the grand sweep of American history, but the first part of his address was largely indistinguishable from one of his political rallies, albeit delivered in modern subdued tone. At home, he touted what he described as a booming economy, attacked his predecessor, Joe Biden's record, as a total disaster, and claimed $119 trillion inward investment, a figure far above even his own administration's claims. The address kicked off the Great American State Fair, a free festival marking the semi-quintessential anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, with state pavilions, military flyovers, music, and patriotic displays.
And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, America. Thank you.
The fair, running through July 10, features exhibits representing all 50 states and 6 U.S. territories along National Mall. The stretch of parkland between the U.S. Capitol and the Lincoln Memorial. But Trump critics say the anniversary of Republic funded a revolt against monarchy has become another stage for President unusually eager to put himself at the center of the national life. The president promised a new American golden age and cast himself as a leader who restored the country's strength after years of decline. Wednesday's kickoff became more overly political after several musicians withdrew from the regional program, citing concerns that the event had taken on a partisan cast. The event came at a difficult moment for Trump, who is trying to pivot from the Iran war while selling voters on his handling of the economy, immigration, and national security ahead of November's midterm elections. Trump has also drawn criticism for putting his personal stamp on Washington during the anniversary year, from plans for a White House ballroom and triumphal act to costly repairs at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, which has been hit by algae and peeling paint.
Kenyan police put on a massive show of force on Thursday in a bid to prevent protests marking 2 years since a landmark Gen Z uprising. Thousands of Kenyans took to the streets in June 2024 against economic hardship and corruption, eventually storming parliament to force the cancellation of new taxes.
It was a watershed moment, with young Kenyans ignoring traditional ethnic dividing lines, and June 25 has become an annual day of protest as frustration continues with the government of President William Ruto. But they paid a heavy price, with at least 127 people killed across the 2 years of protest, according to a police watchdog, as security forces shot people with near-total impunity. Police were taking no chances on Thursday, with a slew of roadblocks shutting off traffic on key roads around Nairobi and schools and businesses shuttered. Journalists saw long lines of police wagons, horse patrols, barbed wire around government buildings, and large number of plainclothes officers. Many were too afraid to protest, with one young woman telling media she does not want to die, saying she's the oldest and just wants to work. Ruto has long been associated with violence. He was charged with crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court for inciting attacks during mass election unrest in 2007 to 2008, a case that was dropped after alleged witness intimidation. He has since reinvented himself as a business-oriented leader and a favorite on the international scene, recently hosting French President Emmanuel Macron for a major African summit. But his promises of economic transformation have failed to register for many Kenyans who accuse him of a string of broken pledges, corruption scandals, and abduction targeting critics.
At least 17 people have been injured after a car struck football fans celebrating a World Cup win in Mexico. Football footage shared online showed a black car driving through a large gathering of fans in Cabo San Lucas following Mexico's win over Czechia on Thursday. Authorities understood exactly what happened, the city council said, adding that the driver was arrested and taken into custody with injuries. The council said police, ambulance, and firefighters were immediately sent out in response. Medical services personnel arrived at the scene to secure the area and take the casualties to hospital. Police are investigating what caused the incident, and emergency services are offering support to the families of the injured. The affected roads have since been reopened, with initial investigations completed. You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome back to more stories now. The Yagba Progress defenders have thrown their weight behind the member representing Yagba East and Yagba West and Mopamora Federal Constituency, Right Honorable Leke Abejide, describing him as a symbol of progress, development, and accessible leadership in the constituency. At a press briefing, the group said Abejide's record in infrastructure, empowerment, education, healthcare, and community development has transformed lives across Yagba, stressing that attempts to discredit his achievements and political aspirations are unjustified and contrary to the wishes of the people.
The group said Yagba is experiencing significant development under Abejide's representation. It cited his recent approval and distribution of 10 million naira each to 72 companies, describing it as a clear sign of grassroots-focused leadership and responsive governance. It added that his initiative have continued to impact communities across the constituency. The Yagba Progress defenders also rejected what it called coordinated efforts to discredit Abejide's achievements, insisting that performance should not be politicized.
It is therefore painful that a representative whose record continues to inspire us hope is being subjected to orchestrated campaigns by individuals whose contribution to public development remains largely unknown. We ask a simple question. If a representative who delivers results, empowers communities, attracts opportunities, supports vulnerable, remains accessible to its people, and continue to champion development can be attacked merely for seeking to continue its service, what message are we sending to future leaders?
Reaffirming its support, the group said no amount of propaganda or misinformation can override the will of the electorate.
We maintain our position that the progress and development of Yagba is what we stand to defend. The progress is not negotiable, and we are not going back to the era of backwardness, sentiments, or whatever political mischief that they have brought on board. What Yagba people are concerned about the progress and development is what record and history has anybody put forward to actually invalidate the welfare and the progress and development, the projects ongoing that Yagba currently enjoying under the leadership of Honorable Leke Abejide.
Unequivocally state that no amount of blackmail, falsehood, intimidation, sponsored misinformation, or political manipulation can replace the judgment of the people at the ballot box. As Yagba progress defenders, we believe that development must be protected. Progress must be defended. Facts must prevail over falsehood. Our position is simple. Let the people decide.
The group maintained that Yagba's future should be decided at the ballot box, urging stakeholders to prioritize the collective interests of the constituency to sustain ongoing development.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced a review of key disaster management policies to better protect vulnerable populations as floods continue to displace communities and claim lives across Nigeria. The initiative seeks to strengthen preparedness, improve emergency response, and build resilience in communities most at risk of flood disasters.
Nigeria continues to grapple with recurring floods and other disasters that leave thousands displaced and livelihoods disrupted. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is taking proactive steps to strengthen the country's disaster preparedness and response mechanisms. To achieve this, the agency has commenced a comprehensive review of the National Disaster Management Framework and the National Disaster Response Plan.
Our collective objective is to develop clear, practical and implementable documents that will strengthen preparedness, response, recovery and resilience across the country. The outcome of this workshop will guide the subsequent zonal consultations and ultimately inform the final national validation process.
Participants at the Inception workshop stressed the need to align Nigeria's disaster management policies with global best practices and international frameworks, while addressing gaps identified from previous emergency response operations.
The World Bank is proud to support this process, working closely with NEMA, relevant government institutions, development partners. This support reflects our shared commitment to building a more resilient Nigeria that is better prepared to anticipate and withstand and recover from the disasters.
The review is focused on enhancing coordination among stakeholders, strengthening early warning and early action systems, clearly defining institutional roles and responsibilities, and addressing existing shortcomings in the country's emergency response architecture.
Locals and commuters using the old Enugu-Onitsha road are still reeling in pains after the devastating 16 years perennial flooding, now abandoning the submerged road for alternative routes. Was hit a resident of affected communities along the Ogidi axis, where overflowing floodwaters from 2 remedial dams have caused untold damages to houses, businesses and farmlands.
The now abandoned old Enugu-Onitsha road is a completely constructed major road with asphalt overlay that has become a nightmare to communities in Ogidi for the past 16 years and counting. Devastating perennial flooding have caused pains, agony and sorrow to the natives, residents and motorists who venture to pass through the about 1 kilometer submerged portion of the road. The Ogidi axis of the old Enugu-Onitsha road is a major economic and transportation corridor to Onitsha, the commercial nerve center of Anambra State. With unfulfilled promises of fixing the flood crisis by government, residents have become skeptical of a possible remedy in sight, instead resorting to self-pity as the sky opens its mouth again this rainy season.
The issue that there's many towns like Abate, Tezo, Welomunachu, Mudoka, and so that they channel their water to the gutter. So the gutter got direct to this area.
Commuters now navigate through alternative rural roads to avoid the flooded portion, thereby crisscrossing villages to complete what should be a short distance journey, but turned extended time and costs.
The kind of water where they come here, the very mighty water, when that place down full, that water, all of them they come out from the road. Upon all the compound where they are, all of them don't learn. Make governor help us, I beg, with the bleed.
The situation is similar at the building materials market, Ogidi, where traders are already counting their losses following a recent downpour that wreaked havoc, destroying goods worth millions of naira.
The water is coming from Ogidi side, coming from inside market. This load, nobody is passing for this load. It's like nobody can know what to do again.
My tires fell down, like about 3 stacking of 150 cartons each, fell down and broke. So a lot of damages were incurred, my fans, my chairs, everything in this place. And we have suffered this for 3 years now. So we're begging on the government to see if they can help us to remedy the situation.
The Anambra State government on Tuesday made yet another pledge to fix the flooding challenges, saying it has plans to channel the Ogidi flood waters into an inland door.
Togo had instructed us we are going to evacuate this water. So it's already done. 2 and 3 is completed. So very soon we'll also start the phase 1 that will take out this water. Pretty soon.
Residents and traders in the affected communities are not swayed by words, instead preferring to wait until tangible deliverables are seen.
And that's the World News on AIT. Thank you for staying with us. I am Onoshorena Obuzige.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety, but in the final analysis as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present the results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Has an improved workflow process.
This year's Civil Service Week is focused on mentoring and networking as critical tools for improving public service performance.
Where, for example, is the institutionalized mentorship-rooted learning infrastructure in the federal service that enables hand-holding, performance consulting, and skills transfers between officers across grade levels.
According to Didi Walton-Jack, mentoring is not optional, but a responsibility that helps build a stronger and more effective workforce.
So mentoring changes trajectories.
It speaks the truth that performance appraisals cannot. It sees the human being behind the officer, and it says to that officer, you are worth investing in.
The week-long event brings together experienced professionals across various levels of the service to promote knowledge sharing and strengthen capacity in key areas of public administration. Kedanojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
To this report, torture remains a growing menace in society, with increasing concerns over human rights violation and the need for stronger measures to curb the practice in Nigeria. In commemoration of the International Day in support of victims of torture, observed annually on June 26, these organizations are creating that awareness to address the urgent need for accountability and justice for victims, termed Enhancing Accountability Mechanism for Torture Prevention in Nigeria, Advancing Justice and Rehabilitation for Survivors. Ways to improve accountability mechanism ensures perpetrators are brought to justice and promote rehabilitation for survivors.
Face a lot of intimidation, and I usually fear facing those intimidation. They fear reprisal, and they also lack legal support. And as a result of all those things, impunity persists. When we enact laws and we don't implement them, then the laws are not even worth the papers they are written on, and that's the truth.
Stakeholders think there is the need for collective action to end torture, protect human dignity, and build a safer society for all. The newly inaugurated chairman of Buhari Area Council, Joshua Ichiaku, says his administration will focus on people-centered policies to address the developmental needs of the communities in the Area Council. Ishaku pledged to prioritize grassroots development and improve the living conditions of residents across the council.
Residents of Buhari Area Council came out in their numbers to support the newly inaugurated leadership of the council. The Buhari Area Council chairman, Joshua Ishaku, promised to take the council to a new level with the sole aim of making life better for the people.
If you want anything, if you need anything, is in Buhari. It's just having the capacity to harness all that is in Buhari. And I want to assure you, myself and my vice, and the team that we're going to form in this administration, we have what it takes. We have the capacity to harness this potential so that Buhari will be a model.
In the next coming days, you are going to see infrastructure development working with its two legs. Like he also said, there are untapped resources within Buhari Area Council that are yet to be tapped.
Traditional rulers in the area council and other stakeholders advise government to bring governance closer to the people and ensure that every community feels the impact of governance.
My message to the Honorable Chairman, he knows Buhari very well. We have rural area, he has to concentrate on rural areas so that he can bring development to the community.
First of all, I will ask him to intensify effort to collaborate with the minister to first of all tackle the issue of insecurity. Because in the case where there is insecurity, people cannot go to farm.
I'm convinced and believe that he is going to deliver all the mandate he has as chairman of Buhari Area Council.
The chairman appealed to the residents of Buhari Area Council and well-wishers to support his administration to put an end to the council's challenges. Dimas Nanzum, AIT News, Abuja.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to rebuilding the Federal Capital Territory, saying ongoing infrastructure projects are aimed at restoring public trust and confidence in governance. Speaking at the inauguration of the Jahi-Gwarimpa interchange in Abuja, the president, represented by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, said each completed project reflects progress under the Renewed Hope agenda and a step towards improved connectivity and economic growth.
This is how the Federal Capital Territory should be.
And this is how Mr. President wants Nigeria to be. If the chairman of ADC, my senior colleague, former Senate President, has said that we are not going to eat any roads, tell him that if he had done the roads, we would have gone into other areas. But because he never did the roads, we have to start from somewhere. And he probably does not know that the states are no longer borrowing money, as they were doing under their regime, because of the kind of transformation that the president has brought into the financial system.
These are Abuja reports on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios in Asokoro. All right, so we'll bring you that reminder later. To this report now, a disconnect between saving investment and economic growth in Nigeria has been linked to poor implementation of policies and programs of government responsible for attracting foreign investors to effectively boost economic development across the country. A professor of business administration, finance, and capital market, Abdul Adamu, says it is a cause for concern about the trend of growth in investment and domestic savings in Nigeria.
It was the 62nd inaugural lecture of Nasarawa State University, KEFI, as the management advised policymakers to take advantage of research work to stimulate economic development in Nigeria.
At Nasarawa State University, we have gone beyond dumping our researches in the libraries or wherever. It doesn't happen here. When we research in Nasarawa State University, we deliver it to the world. We make sure that the right people that need to research get it.
A professor of business administration, finance and capital market, Abdul Adamu, insists that Nigeria, as a developing nation, needs adequate savings to encourage investment and promote economic growth, hence the need for a favorable environment for investors.
When you talk about saving and investment, especially that we are talking about digitally enabled saving, a lot of people have to have confidence in the process. So you see, when you save and somebody can crack the digital technology where you are saving on and take away your money, nobody will have confidence in the saving. So we are saying that they should provide an avenue for people, savings and investment to be protected.
The 62nd inaugural lecture of Nasarawa State University, KEFI, has the theme, Reimagining Nigerians' Finance Influx, the Savings First Investment Paradigm. Dimas Nanzung, AIT News, Abuja.
Still on the economy, 1 year after Nigeria's sweeping tax reforms were signed into law, tax experts say misinformation and limited public understanding remain major obstacles to compliance. After 2026 National Tax Awareness Day in Abuja, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and NRS launched a fresh campaign to help taxpayers, traders, and business owners understand the opportunities, obligations, and benefits contained in the new tax laws.
For many Nigerians, taxes are often viewed as a burden, but tax professionals say the reforms introduced by the federal government last year are designed not only to boost revenue generation, but also to provide relief for households and businesses. As part of activities marking the 2026 National Tax Awareness Day, officials of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria took the awareness campaign to the Wuse markets in Abuja, engaging traders, business owners, and members of the public on the benefits and implications of the country's new tax laws.
I have not paid before, but I have not paid before. Right? This is my first time on they have brought it to my doormat. We have to pay tax, and I accept it.
The president of CIT and Innocent Ohagua said some Nigerians mistakenly believe the reforms introduced new taxes across all sectors of the economy, while others assume they are solely intended to increase government revenue. He explained that the reality is quite different.
Compliance is not a burden. It is a civic duty. It is a collective contribution to nation building. The taxation works best when there is trust. Taxpayers must fulfill their obligations while government must uphold accountability, transparency, and effective use of resources.
That's achieved. People have been informed. People have been educated to carry out their tax obligations. You know, the compliance culture is very low, so we need people to be aware. And
stakeholders at the event pledged to deepen collaboration in promoting tax awareness, professionalism, and public confidence in Nigeria's evolving tax system.
In fact, we have simplified most of these things. At your fingertip, we have this Reg 360 that works from your bedroom. You can do all your transaction, payment or tax, doing anything or compliance just by use of your mobile phone. And then everything is now made easy for everyone so that we can all grow. But for those who are not complying, trust me, the law will definitely catch up with everyone at some point.
While highlighting the benefits of the reforms, the CITN president stressed that compliance remains a shared responsibility. He urged individuals and businesses to obtain tax identification numbers, maintain proper records, file accurate returns, and pay taxes promptly to avoid penalties. Olamide Ario, AIT News, Abuja.
To health matters, key players in the fight against dementia are advocating increased awareness, culturally grounded research, and lifestyle intervention to tackle the growing burden of this ailment across the continent. They spoke at an event in Abuja where they warned that Africa must act now to prevent a looming public health crisis.
Dementia, a condition that affects memory, thinking, behavior, and the ability to perform everyday activities, is emerging as one of the world's fastest growing health challenges. Contrary to common belief, dementia is not exclusively a disease of old age. Experts emphasize that awareness must begin at the grassroots.
There's a huge need for us to start to destigmatize dementia. If we understand that dementia is really just a disease like any other that can be managed, that can be treated, then we're less likely to treat people, for instance, like they're witches or they have a spiritual issue when they have an actual organic biological problem.
Health experts are calling for stronger collaboration among government, healthcare institutions, and community leaders to drive evidence-based interventions while proposing the development of a strategic plan.
We must have a national strategy that will highlight everything we need to do and the responsibilities of all stakeholders towards tackling dementia. And that's the call we are making in this engagement we have today.
We are first and foremost looking for creating awareness across the stakeholder board. And number two is about government to understand the necessity to develop a dementia strategic plan.
As Africa's population continues to grow and age, stakeholders say investing in research, awareness, and brain health today could protect millions of people from the devastating impacts of dementia. Unekwojo Atta, AIT News, Abuja.
Still on health matters, the federal government says it is strengthening partnership and making strategic investments in human capital development as part of efforts to achieve universal health coverage. Speaking at the Human Capital Development Summit for Northern Nigeria in Abuja, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, said improving healthcare education, nutrition and skills development remain critical to unlocking the region's economic potential.
Pate noted that northern Nigeria continues to face high rates of poverty, child malnutrition, maternal mortality and out-of-school children, underscoring the need for collective action to address the challenges. He called on northern state governments to allocate at least 40% of their budgets to human capital development, with emphasis on maternal and child health, nutrition, quality education, women's empowerment, and youth skills acquisition.
The key determinants of success are not primarily like classroom construction contracts or buying stuff, even though the physical facilities are necessary. The real drivers of educational outcomes are early childhood development, what households, families do, their nutrition, how children are prepared to go to school, the improved curriculum, the quality of the curriculum, its relevance, and alignment with the competencies that are needed for the future. Importantly, the teacher quality.
The minister also highlighted the federal government's commitment to leveraging partnerships to deliver quality healthcare services, stressing that achieving universal health coverage requires coordinated efforts among the federal government, state government, development partners, and local communities.
A child that experiences violence, whether at home or in the community, there's something that happens. It's more likely to be violent, has all kinds of other mental health ramifications. That is not the governor's task. That is society.
The stark realities of not addressing these challenges squarely are in entrenched poverty and unemployment, which fuel social instability.
The summit, organized by the Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation in collaboration with the Northern Nigeria Governors Forum, brought together government officials, development partners, and policymakers to address key human development challenges in the region.
Protesters have again held a peaceful demonstration at the Federal Ministry of Health in Abuja, calling for the suspension of the purported enforcement of a ban on sachet alcoholic beverages by the agency. Addressing journalists, the leader of the protest, Patience Abimaje, said the agency's enforcement of a ban on sachet alcohol was in violation of existing national alcohol policy.
It will open up the market for illicit, substandard and unregulated products. It will further lead to an influx of imported alternatives, mostly small goods, thereby denying government substantial revenues collectible from the companies, and also restrict low-income consumers access to the products.
She further advised that the ban could threaten jobs and small good alcohol products to dominate the market, thereby reducing government's revenue. School-related gender-based violence is increasingly threatening the safety and education of children across Nigeria, with recent data showing that 18% of sexual violence incidents occur within school, while 25% of children report experiencing corporal punishment by teachers. Speaking at a training program on the standard operating procedures for responding to school-related gender-based violence, organized for teachers, counselors, and other school personnel, the Gender-Based Violence Policy and Strategic Development Specialist at International IDEA, Melissa Omene, stressed the critical role of frontline school actors in protecting vulnerable children, and that their response can determine whether a child receives protection, support, and access to justice, or remains silent and unprotected.
Policies alone are not enough. What matters is how they are applied in everyday school settings, and gaps in awareness and consistent use, unfortunately, continue to limit this impact. To help close these gaps, International IDEA, in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Justice, through the European Union-funded Support to End Sexual and Gender-Based Violence in Nigeria program, or the ESGBV program, has developed practical training tools and targeted capacity development initiatives designed to translate policy into meaningful action. Yes.
Other speakers at the event called on teachers and school administrators to strengthen child's protection mechanism and ensure that no child becomes a victim of sexual or gender-based violence within the school environment.
Training to your colleagues, they were not able to make it to this training. And let us remember that every child, and I mean every child in Nigeria, deserves to learn in an environment free of fear, discrimination, and violence.
Training was designed to translate the standard operating procedures developed into practical survivor-centered action that can be effectively implemented in schools, thereby creating safer learning environments for children. And that's Abuja Reports. I am Amaka Okoro. Thanks for staying with us.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Namitete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall, deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Amika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
At Shabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
Of the Africa Democratic Congress, the ADC, his claim that Nigerians are angry, challenging him to display his own achievements from his decades in high-ranking offices. He dismissed David Mark's leadership of the ADC, declaring it 100% Atiku Abubakar, set up by the former vice president for his 2027 presidential run.
To the national chairman, in quote, I don't know which are the factions, but I know David Mark is the chairman of one of the factions. He was former Senate president, 2 times Senate president, that is about 8 good years, uninterrupted. The road from Akwanga to Makurdi was awarded when he was a Senate president. Senate president and the ruling government then of his own party. The poor people could not afford to go to homes in Makurdi. Why? There was no road. But the Senate president then, who was David Mark, and who is now the chairman of the faction of ADC, was flying with a helicopter. How many poor people have a helicopter? But today, by this administration, we can now drive freely to Makurdi.
Very interesting times, you would say. Indeed, that fight is no longer just between the FCT minister and the former president of the Senate. Ethnic groups have joined in, states, and everybody, and you can be sure that in the coming days, a lot more will be heard about it. But tonight, we shall expand our discussion on the defining legislative milestone on constitution alteration for the establishment or creation of state police. The public enthusiasm about it is massive, but security experts will definitely tell you that a gun is only as effective as the environment it is deployed. So we shall look past the political euphoria that has greeted this particular move to establish the state police to ask a fundamental question in a country where banditry, kidnapping, adoption, terrorism, and unrest are directly traceable to a systemic neglect, crushing poverty and staggering lack of job opportunities. What exactly is the difference when there is a decentralized police? What difference will it make? So joining us in the studio to unpack this is a senator, chairman, Senate Committee on the Northwest Development Commission, Babangida Hussaini. He is representing Jigawa Northwest in the National Assembly. You know that the Northwest is perhaps the epicenter of terrorism as we speak, and he will be coming up. He's already in the studio to join me, unpacking how state police would, if it will, solve the problem of terrorism, kidnapping, adoption, as it were, moving forward. And he will also be talking about issues in the North. He is a leader in the North, so definitely we'll also ask him questions about the North, as it were. But let's bring you up to speed with political developments across the country, not just political, including development issues across the country. As the rains are here again, so is flooding beginning to be experienced in certain areas across the country due to the failure of the country to be, over the years, to have a comprehensive water management system, including harvesting of excess water. As we speak, the coastal city of Lagos and neighboring states are the areas most impacted, and we can confirm that the Lepo to Iyana Upaja along the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway were flooded after today's downpour.
The Ogidi axis, the now abandoned old Enugu-Onitsha road, is a completely constructed major road with asphalt overlay that has become a nightmare to communities in Ogidi for the past 16 years and counting. Devastating perennial flooding have caused pains, agony and sorrow to the natives, residents and motorists who venture to pass through the about 1 kilometer submerged portion of the road. The Ogidi axis of the old Enugu-Onitsha road is a major economic and transportation corridor to Onitsha, the commercial nerve center of Anambra State. With unfulfilled promises of fixing the flood crisis by government, residents have become skeptical of a possible remedy in sight, instead resorting to self-pity as the sky opens its mouth again for roads to avoid the flooded portion, thereby crisscrossing villages to complete what should be a short distance journey, but turned extended time and costs. At the building materials market, Ogidi, where traders are already counting their losses following a recent downpour that wreaked havoc, destroying goods worth millions of naira.
The water is coming from Ogidi side, coming from inside market.
And staying with the southeast, the federal government has formally handed over the Akanu Ibam International Airport in Enugu to a private concessionaire under a 30-year public-private partnership agreement, making it the first Nigerian international airport to be fully concessioned.
Of this government, and that is the story of your governor, who set the tone for others to follow. Because when they saw that Enugu was succeeding, that was why people woke up. People woke up, and then they started rushing Port Harcourt. We have 3 others now. 3 other airports now that people are all falling over themselves to bid for.
Enugu State has remained a staunch supporter of every effort to reposition this airport to better serve the needs of our people and aspiration of our economy.
The Murtala Muhammed International Airport in Lagos was partially concessioned. This is the first international airport that has been fully given out to a concessionaire. But let's tell you that 6 months into 2026, the Rivers State House of Assembly is now ready to consider Governor Siminalayi Fubara's request for the approval of the medium-term expenditure framework, that is MTEF, for 2026-2028 for the state, which was submitted to the lawmakers in October 2025. This is the first time the current House of Assembly has received an MTEF document from the Fubara administration following long political rift between the executive and the legislature that lasted for more than 2 years.
The medium-term expenditure framework, which is supposed to take the state for another 3 fiscal years. We ought to have received this document as of September 2025, but we have it before us now. We don't want to go back to too many rhetorics, but let's just keep moving. On that note, let me call for motion for adoption of this document.
And here we'll be getting straight into our discussions. Let me confirm that the Chairman Senate Committee on Northwest Development Commission, Babangida Hussaini, representing Jigawa Northwest, is with us in the studio. We shall take a short break now, and after that, we shall get straight into the discussion. Stay with us.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces, salute their gallantry, stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic. To empathize rather than assign blame. To hold when everything inside said, poof.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
Thanks for staying with us, and we'll get straight into the conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, Senator Babangida Hussaini, representing Jigawa Northwest, Chairman, Senate Committee on Northwest Development Commission.
Thank you very much for having me, and it's good to be here.
Yes, I've always looked forward to meeting somebody from Jigawa. He used to be Kano. Yes. But now it's Jigawa because
yes.
if you look at the Northwest, the
yes.
7 states,
yes.
Jigawa appears to be the only one that is a little isolated from banditry. We don't get those reports, you know, and all that. So what is Jigawa doing that is different?
Well, I think without really, once again, thank you very much for having me. And I wouldn't want to say we're doing anything different from other states. But of course, every situation has precipitating circumstances. In Jigawa, we have a very close and inclusive government system in place. And then again, of course, with the active support of the traditional institution, we have 5 first-class emirs. We also have strong network of the ulama, the clergies, working all closely together to see that we have, a very good relationship in place. And I think that's the key. Of course, all the former administrations have done their level best in terms of infrastructure, job creation, employment opportunities, you know, opening up the space for creativity, and all of those put together. I think that may have significantly contributed to the stability and the safety that we are experiencing in Jigawa State. This is not saying that other states don't have that or are not doing that, but let me just say that we are very lucky in the last, since the advent of this administration, to have governors who are foresighted and who are working assiduously to see that the dividends of democracy cascade down to the lower society.
Okay, so from what you are explaining, I'm seeing a picture of community policing.
Yes.
A closely knitted, where we have closely knitted community networks,
yes.
you know, that are working. Now we're having a state police.
Yes.
Almost everybody, though very few Nigerians, from the percentage we have from the research, it's about 72% of Nigerians support state police, while the others do not. You know, so do you think state police, how do you think state police in Jigawa, for instance, will fit into the system that you already have in place?
I think, first of all, let me speak to the bill itself. The bill generally speaks about the idea of disarticulating the policing system, fashioned around the United States, India, and other developed economies. And the idea is to separate federal responsibilities and state responsibilities. You will agree with me that one of the major challenges that the national police always has is about intelligence gathering, intelligence sharing, and credible information about potential crime or crime. These are the issues that have always hampered effective policing in Nigeria. So I believe one of the prime drivers of the bill is to say that, okay, let us leave local policing to the subnationals, and then the federal police will dwell more on federal crime, interstate crimes, and other vices that are international in nature. So basically this is it. So in Jigawa State, remember we had the vigilantes, we had the Hisba groups all working together, you know, filtering this information. I can tell you in Jigawa, every new entrant into any community, the Meungwa, the ward head, will report to the district head will report to the emir. There is this silent network of information collation and information sharing. So I think it's just about institutionalizing the process and making sure that it aligns with the law. Because partly those are the issues that have always hampered effective local vigilante and local networking. So I think in Jigawa State, it's just a matter of formalizing and institutionalizing the process. Otherwise, we already have such a system in place over the years.
But if you look at the state police bill, it's still almost like what we have with the federal police. It's now say there will be a commander, and then you expect that there will be DPOs or you know, at the local government level, you know, and all of that. So that element of community policing, which you've highlighted, I've not seen it anywhere in that bill. So where does it come? Will it be based on the initiative of who the commander is, who the governor is? So how do we integrate this?
Well, principally, like I said, if you look at Section 153, subsection 1 of the Constitution about the creation of executive bodies, the state will have its own complement of policing structure in place with the Commissioner of Police and all the DPOs and other institutions in place. But this will only come into being, again, it's captured in the bill, after passage of a law by the State Assembly. And of course, there may be some silent peculiarities. And remember, even before the bill came into being, there have been some, let me say, quasi state policy in place. You have NSAK in areas around Zamfara, Katsina, Sokoto, and Kebbi states. You have the Hizbah in Kano, you have them in Jigawa. So fundamentally, if you look at them operationally, they don't really differ much from state policing. The only thing is establishing it, backing it by law, and at the same time putting in place a system of collaborative relationship between the federal police and the state police, and at the same time separating functions and making sure that, okay, local issues, I don't see why the federal police should be bothered about the theft of a chicken, theft of a ram or goat in a community. That should be a local issue that will be best handled by local police. And that, I think, is the prime reason behind the creation of the bill. The remaining 28% you are talking about who have these concerns about the bill is about the perception that, okay, well, there may be abuses here and there. Again, the bill provided under Section 10D, there are safeguards to make sure that the state police is not abused, and where you have established cases of abuse, that section provided that the federal police can intervene temporarily to address the issue and then moves on. So I believe it is a very good initiative of this administration, the Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, to address the emerging security issues and to create, let me say, disarticulate the policing system and make sure that the local issues are dealt locally, and then federal and interstate policing issues are handled by the federal police.
I'm sure you are conversant with the history of the Native Authority.
Yes.
Though the experience differs from different parts, especially in the north.
Yes.
And we saw the role the traditional rulers played.
Yes.
I know there's a bill for traditional rulers institutions before the National Assembly.
Yes.
Maybe you will lead us into how, because you mentioned the role of traditional rulers in securing communities and all of that.
Yes.
Shouldn't that have been taken along with state police? What's the difference between what we're going to have in the traditional bill for traditional rulers and what this? Because they've always advocated, give us a rule, give us a rule.
Let me on a lighter note say that I'm part of the traditional institution.
Yeah,
I hold a traditional title anyway. Good. And then secondly, again, my father was one of the pioneer police officers. In those days, we called them Ndoka, Wakil Ndoka. My father was a pioneer Wakil Ndoka in the after the pre-colonial times. Now, the idea behind the Traditional Rulers Bill, which is one of the 36 bills that was laid yesterday by the Constitutional Review Committee, I think that's bill number 36 or 37.
One of the last.
Yeah, one of the last. The whole idea is to assign responsibility to the traditional institution. The truth is this, and I say this with all sense of responsibility. The traditional institution has a very vital role to play, especially in areas in security administration, information gathering, population control, as registration of birth and death, and such traditional responsibilities. And they can align and work closely with the established institutions of state. Let me also say that a lot of them are supported and funded in some instances by the government.
5% of local government.
Exactly. In some states, it can be less, others, it can be more. So why do you pay for services that are not rendered? I think it doesn't really make sense. So they will serve a complementary role, especially in protection of public utilities in their domain. While we have cases of vandalization of public utilities, theft of cables, power lines, and stuff like that, I believe that bill dealing with the traditional institution will help in ensuring that every domain, every traditional domain, keeps an eye on the facilities or the utilities that are in place in those areas. Those were the reasons, and I was a passionate supporter of that bill because I believe it will also complement the police, state police bill, having regard to the fact that even in those days, the emirs were in charge of local policing. And they had what we call Wakil Ndoka, who is responsible for enforcement and like the DPO at that time. So I believe they have complementary role to play. And I don't see any conflict in that regard. But significantly, it is our responsibility to make all of the two institutions work. All Nigerians have a stake in this. We have done our part at the National Assembly. The 10th Senate had painstakingly taken time under the leadership of Godswill Akpabio to make sure that we have accommodated as much concerns of Nigerians as possible to ensure that as much as possible the bill meets the yearnings of Nigeria and address the emerging security challenges.
In the Northeast, when the Boko Haram terror group, came in almost everywhere.
Yes.
We saw in places where they came in, the police retreated.
Yes.
Schools were closed.
Yes.
Other government offices, and all of that until the military started recovering spaces for the police to come in, So a number of people are asking themselves, most part of the Northwest, Sokoto, Kebbi,
Katsina,
Kaduna, Zamfara,
Kaduna.
and all of that, are affected greatly by banditry. This state police now, if the federal or the Nigerian police force could not effectively handle the Boko Haram terrorism or terrorists, as it were, how can the state police be in a position to, fight banditry? Because going by the court, the order of the court, bandits are terrorists. So how can we have...
Well, the truth is this. I'm speaking now from a different background and experience. From my short stint as PAMSEC Federal Minister of Defense, I know the training of any military officer is who address issues dealing with territorial defense and protection of the territorial integrity of Nigeria. Internal security control and management is best handled by the police. That's settled.
Yes.
Now, speaking about the Northeast, it would interest you to know that the civilian JTF greatly assisted in stabilizing the security situation in the Northeast. I'm not taking anything away from the military. They have done their very level best, and we commend them for the efforts and the sacrifices they have been making. But then again, we also have to realize that other non-state actors, like the civilian JTF, have contributed significantly to addressing these issues. Why? Because they have local knowledge, local sources of information, local contacts, and interestingly enough, again, most of the Boko Haram activists or terrorists, as you call them, are part and parcel of the local society. Knowledge of their custom, their tradition, and even the drivers, what actually led them into it, is known locally by everybody from that part of the country. So oftentimes it is better to explore every possible opportunity, every avenue to address a problem before taking the last resort. The military should be the last resort. Ordinarily, we should have strengthened local policing structures in place, the divisional police officers, get them equipment, get them properly funded. And I quite agree with the assertion of the Chairman Senate Committee on Police Affairs, Senator Ahmad Malam Modori, who passionately spoke about the need to reinvent the mobile police. The mobile police, you could recall, have done very well on matters of handling internal security issues, rioting and demonstration and insurrection and all of those issues. In the past, they are always the first to respond to distress calls and to such matters. So I think it is a whole basket of reform that is required to address the emerging security challenges. Today, beyond even the banditry and kidnapping, we now have cyber crimes, we now have urban crimes, dealing with matters of drug and substance abuse, dealing with matters of cultism and social vices like that. So as the crime situation evolves, because it is dynamic, we should also be dynamic in our lawmaking, in our approach and institutional setup to address these challenges. So those non-state actors, that the civilian JTF, the NSAKI, the Hizbah board, and all of those things can be put together, formalize them, and you now have every state can have its own local police force. But the beauty of the arrangement is that the federal government still retains a kind of quasi-control by way of standards, by way of ensuring that there is harmony and there is operational cooperation between the two, between the federal police and the state police. Section 10, subsection A, B, C have explicitly spoken about the need for such collaborative relationship.
So in the North, good enough, you are chairman, Senate Committee on the Northwest Development Commission. In the North, the Al-Majri situation has been a huge problem.
No, definitely.
And a number of studies have established that, look, the Boko Harams, the bandits that we have, you know, and most of these groups get their members from the Al-Majri. So how will this be addressed? Will it, the state police will not just be a symptom? How do we address the root cause of some of these challenges that we have? Well,
the Al-Majri syndrome is quite a worrisome trend, I must admit, and it is part of the core mandate and responsibility of the Northwest Development Commission to address such concerns. But let me also say that it is a multidimensional problem that has a lot of cultural, religious, and even poverty-related drivers that brings about the Al-Majri syndrome. For instance, I don't see any responsible parent just producing a child and throw him to the street to go and beg. But oftentimes, if you interact and interview most of the victims of this, they'll tell you, our parents can't feed us. That's a poverty-driven Al-Majri syndrome. Oftentimes, the religious component or the religious part of it is when, you know, you simply raise a 7-year-old, 8-year-old child and say, okay, Atafi Gabas. Gabas in the context of going to Maiduguri or other places to go and seek for knowledge. That was the original foundation behind the Al-Majri syndrome. It worsened and became what it is today because of the issues in respect of failure of governance. I say so because most times employment opportunities are simply lacking.
But a number of them don't even have the skills.
Now, this is again the responsibility of the government again. There are institutions and structures. I speak from experience. Recently, I have trained more than 150 young boys in my constituency. I've trained them to make shoes and bags in National Leather Research Institute in Zaria. And most of them are doing very well. A lot of them have even bought cars. So if we can create avenues by which we can tap and create opportunities for them to work, to have a means of livelihood, I think it will greatly reduce the issue of the Al-Majri system. But definitely, a lot more needs to be done in terms of really understanding the circumstances and the drivers of the Al-Majri problem. It's a big problem, quite all right. And coming from the north, it's a fertile ground for recruiting this banditry and criminal elements from the society. So I think it is something that the Commission, the Northwest Development Commission, is working hard. I have cause to interact with the management and the board, and we have made it very clear to them that we don't want this, if you like, this empowerment programs that just disappear into the night. No, what we want is skill-based training. And some of them who have basic skill, we can upskill them or reskill them. These are all opportunities that we can work. So this is where the government comes in. Government can create the enabling environment and ensure that adequate funding and the structures to provide this training is made available.
the governors. You've mentioned several times. You mentioned government, and the subnationals. To a number of people, they are part of the weakest link in the Nigerian Federation. There is practically nothing you give to the state that succeeds. Give them secondary schools, they are what they are. Give them general hospitals, they are what they are. Give them roads, they are what they are. Water. They're supposed to provide water in the towns and all of that. How many state capitals, how many, So how do we get, the states, for instance, strong enough in a way to work with, because it's even the failure of the subnationals that has forced the federal government and President Tinubu to talk about the regional development commission so that they'll be able to intervene where the states have been unable to live up to expectations.
Well, I think one of the, if I may borrow your word, the weakest link in the chain is about constructive engagement between the national and the subnational. Oftentimes, when you create projects or programs in isolation of the input of the subnationals, definitely there will be no ownership. There will be no sustainability. That sustainability element in any project or program is the major determinant, in fact, the critical success factor. If it is not there, forget it. Now, coming back to the issue of infrastructure and the dilapidation and it's all a function of maintenance. And unfortunately, we have this very narrow understanding of maintenance generally in Nigeria. We see maintenance, if you ask any average person, they say, oh, maintenance is we have no maintenance culture. No, there is nothing like maintenance culture. What we have is maintenance economy. A broken pipe represents food on the table to a plumber, and perhaps even the person who imports the pipe from maybe Japan or any part of the world. If we see maintenance as an economy, as something to drive and regenerate wealth from below, then definitely you will not begin to see the problems we are having. It's quite concerning. I was, in my days in the civil service, I was alarmed with the level of vandalization of public utilities. I was crossing a bridge and I went under to inspect it, only for me to find that the bearings that the load rests has been stolen. So meaning that bridge, it was just a disaster waiting to happen. So it is not so much about the lack of the willingness of the subnationals to maintain and manage this infrastructure, but it's about constructive engagement. And it's about creating this ownership feeling, and that will engender sustainability. And I believe maybe perhaps that explains why this administration is working closely with the states, getting them adequate funding, additional funding from what they were receiving in the past. Now you don't hear about lack of payment of salaries and wages and pension arrears and all of those things. Now, it is about taking it a step forward to say that, okay, now come. How do we ensure that we now work together to take the next step forward so that the benefit coming from the national will benefit the subnationals? So I think it's about deeper engagement between the segments of the government.
From your experience in the Ministry of Defense, especially as a permanent secretary, we'll have to tap into that. We have to tap into that now that we're talking.
It was quite short, but very eventful.
Very eventful. So a number of Nigerians will look at, the way we must commend our troops. No doubt.
Oh, definitely,
they are doing the best that they can under the circumstances.
Definitely.
But a number of people will ask themselves the questions. Fighting terror, insecurity and all of that, most places have moved away from boots on the ground to technology, and things like that. But it appears we're not seeing that in the way and manner that, will help the country win the fight. We see terrorists use drones. They tell us that the military also has drones. We want to see them being used. And then the other critical aspect is the satellite. We've not seen situations where, and I know Nigeria has a communication satellite. I don't know whether that would be useful in any way in all of this, or whether we need to pay somebody somewhere else, but where there is mass adoption, mass kidnapping, and nobody can access satellite to track anybody. Terrorists are kidnapping people, nobody can track. Why is technology missing in the fight against terror and insecurity in the country?
I wouldn't want to go into the specifics for obvious reason, but generally speaking, I think, first of all, let me commend the Nigerian Armed Forces. They've done very well under very difficult circumstances. The security situation they are being confronted with, I believe, 20, 30 years ago, wasn't an issue at all. So the training and the adaptability has to be there for them to be able to cope with the dynamics of the new security challenges. So also in the fact that the application of technology takes time. You have to train the officers to manage the new platforms that you have acquired. You have to also remember that the acquisition of some platforms is highly controlled. So, but I know for a fact a lot of procurements have gone on in terms of bringing in new equipments, new platforms to address the security challenges. But my biggest concern in all of this is our inability to secure our borders. You have a crime situation, transnational crime. People come in to commit crime in Kebbi State and then drive back to maybe Benin Republic or Niger Republic. And it is to this extent that I feel it is important for us to have a very good working relationship with our neighbors. That's one. Secondly, the application of technology, it has been going on. I have seen very interesting developments in that regard. I wouldn't want to go into the specifics because the same bandits are talking about are also watching us over the telly. So, but I believe the new management team of the armed services are doing very well. I can attest to that. The other time, the Minister of Defense, General Musa, appeared before our committee, and he had spoken very well in respect of the plans they have in place and also the expectation that we have. Of course, we have designed his KPIs for him, and we expect to see results very soon. But let me also say that the scale of the problem was severely underestimated. And speaking about the kidnapping and the people that they are tracked, I can assure you of that, they are tracked. But the problem here is that if you have to go in to free them, definitely you will have casualties. So I think the best way is to tactically engage the kidnappers and secure the release of the victims without harm coming their way. Otherwise, because they are using them actually as human shields, so there is no way you can just go and begin to shoot around because you can kill and maybe maim an innocent person.
So when you say tracking, is it the satellite that we're using to track, or which kind of technology?
Let me say they are being tracked. I wouldn't want to go beyond that.
Okay, because for many people too, we see the military building hotels, event centers, they go renovating schools, and you ask yourself, shouldn't this money be used for the platforms that you were talking about, for the allowances of those on the battlefield, you know, and all of that? Is it not a misplacement of priority? Was the Ministry of Defense, for instance, not bothered or concerned about this particular one would say misnomer?
Well, in truth, there are concerns in respect of some of the ventures the Nigerian Army or the Nigerian military gets engaged with. But again, I think what Nigerians need to know is that there are separate arms that have this investment structure in place, not necessarily taking money from the budget to, like you said, event center and all of that. I think those are private endeavors to generate income for the armed services and for the welfare of the military.
The military, are they supposed to generate revenue?
Not really revenue per se. not really revenue per se. For instance, if you look at the housing scheme by the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, those are housing schemes that are created to provide accommodation for their officer corps. And then, of course, if there are additional spaces that will accommodate the civilians who are interested in partaking in the housing program, they engage that. I know the Naf Bali estate along the Kefi Expressway and other endeavors. But yes, again, I think that should be controlled. I think the army, for now, should be, the military should be focused on the task at hand, and that is securing the lives and properties of Nigeria. But I think overall it is nothing really bad. Even in advanced economies, you see a lot of such ventures. Even in the US, you see a lot of the ventures such as the army involved in productive activities, productive engagement. And mostly, you hardly see serving officers manning those outfits. It is normally generally retired officers who have this acumen to manage businesses and then to manage centers. I believe you are making reference to the NAF Event Center here in Abuja.
The army also has one.
Yes, but definitely if you look at the management, you will see that they are retired officers. But I think for now, that should be capped. That should be our resources, our attention, our time and energy should be focused towards the task of addressing the security challenges in Nigeria.
You mentioned the border as one of the major issues, and indeed it is. Because I know that the late President Muhammadu Buhari, even the current president, most times they told us these uncontrolled arms are coming from Mali, from Libya, you know, and all of that. Jigawa shares international borders.
Yes.
How bad is the border crossing, the uncontrolled, and what can we do to fix that?
Funny enough, let me just say this. I represent about 3 or 4 local governments that share border with Niger. Amigateri local government, Babura local government, and some parts of Sultan Karkar local government. In Megateri local government, you will probably cross into Niger without actually knowing that you are in Niger. We are that close. And there is a kind of dual economy operating in Megateri market, which is one of the biggest cattle market in not only in the north. So you find that the relationship is so tight. There is hardly any family you go to, especially not only in Jigawa State, but in Kebbi, Sokoto, Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, and Borno. All of those states, there is hardly any family you will go to that you will not find one form of lineage or relationship, marriage or businesses existing between Nigerian and Nigerians. But beyond all of that, Niger is meant to provide a cover and buffer against the, let me say, the religious extremists operating in the Maghreb, around Libya, Algeria, and the far north, that perhaps if we had worked closely with Niger, they have always provided that buffer and control. And sadly and painfully, when Libya fell in 2010, a lot of small arms crossed into Nigeria through the same Niger. And this is why it is very difficult now to control the proliferation of small arms up north here. It's very difficult, and I think it's something that the administration has to really, really look into to control and to curtail.
How can that be done? That is because everybody talks border control. We have to do something about the border.
Engagement with the Nigerian government. That's the honest truth.
The current Minister of Defense has said we need to build a fence, we need to build a wall.
That would be a final solution, but he should ask President Trump if he has been able to do that across the U.S.-Mexico border. Strong, rich, and powerful as the U.S. is, they have not been able to erect the wall. And to what extent has that stopped the influx of refugees from Venezuela, from Mexico into the U.S.? The most important thing for me is about effective collaborative relationship with our neighbors. That will help greatly in addressing the issue of transborder crimes, and at the same time control the proliferation of small arms across our borders. Now today, the the arms market is flourishing all over the northern part of Nigeria. And sadly, we are watching a disaster unfolding before our very eyes. And I think this is where the need for us to be very, very circumspect and to deal with this problem as early as possible. And I suggest it doesn't matter, Niger doesn't have to belong to ECOWAS before we can engage with them.
They are neighbors.
There can be bilateral relationship outside the multilateral relationship that is not in place. So I believe this administration will do well to look into that possibility of mending the relationship and controlling this influx of arms into Nigeria from our northern neighbor.
Indeed, a huge tax. I hope somebody will have the courage to start that, because it's the root cause of most of what we are seeing. If we had the time, I would have also asked you whether the Senate or the National Assembly was looking at how to, are we going to see the current vigilantes, the Hizbahs, transform into state police, or is there something that can be done? They will be operated separately? Because some of them you see very old people, some of them you see uneducated, untrained people.
I think we'll have to wait until the various state houses of assemblies have passed their laws establishing the state police, which is embedded in the present bill that was passed by the National Assembly. The state assemblies will put in their modi operandi in place, and to say that, okay, this is a requirement for being a member of the state police. So I believe we have to wait for that to happen before we can be able to discuss about that. But again, I believe it will be a situation in which it will actually help in employment generation, and even helping us in intelligence gathering, intelligence sharing, and also protect the local environment from the criminal elements in the society.
Thank you very much. We must appreciate your intervention. I'm happy that I've met somebody at your level in from Jigawa State, and I've learned so much on what you are doing there. Chairman, Senate Committee on Northwest Development Commission, Senator representing Jigawa Northwest, Babangida Hussaini. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. If we had the time, I would have asked you about the talk about governorship, but some other time we'll discuss. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That is democracy today. I will say Nigeria's democracy must work for Nigerians. And please be a good citizen. Stay out of trouble. I am TV Tiaf.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria. Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows.
Tonight, the Court of Appeal adjourns hearing of substantive appeal filed by African Democratic Congress and 4 other parties over the registration of July 7. Correspondent examines APC landslide in Ekiti State governorship election, the legislative by-election across the country, and what it means for the future of Nigeria's democracy. And barely 24 hours after a story building collapsed in Port Harcourt, another building disaster struck on Thursday in the Alakija area of Lagos. In business, Emir Sanusi questions ECOWAS push for single currency amid regional challenges. And in sport, world governing body FIFA suspends Nepal Football Association over government interference. This is the news hour on AIT. I am Oyedia Orum. With me on the news hour is Chukwunyelum Omuka.
Thank you, Oyedia. Now to the stories of tonight. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has adjourned the hearing of substantive appeals filed by the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties challenging a judgment that directed the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister them to 7th July. A 3-member panel of the appellate court, headed by Justice Abba Mohammed, fixed a new date after concluding preliminary proceedings aimed at resolving procedural issues and regularizing court filing by all parties involved. The appellate court noted that all pending appeals would be fully heard on the adjourned date. Other political parties contesting the Federal High Court judgment are the Action People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Accord Party, AP, and Zenith Labour Party, ZLP. On June 16, the Court of Appeal had ordered a stay of execution of the lower court's ruling and criticized the trial judge, Justice Peter Lifu, for allegedly disregarding judicial hierarchy. The appellate panel noted that despite being informed of its May 22nd order directing a stay of proceedings pending appeal, Justice Lifu proceeded to deliver judgment. The court described this action as a serious breach of judicial conduct, characterizing it as judicial overreach. Justice Lifu of the Federal High Court in Abuja had ordered INEC to deregister the 5 political parties, ruling that they failed to satisfy constitutional requirements necessary for continued registration and participation in future elections. The ruling also restrained INEC from recognizing the affected parties, accepting their candidates for elections, or permitting them to participate in preparations for the 2027 general elections.
The FCT Minister Nyesom Wike-backed People's Democratic Party (PDP) has condemned comments credited to the governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Nwifuru, over the destruction of opposition in the state ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party, at a briefing by its National Publicity Secretary, Jungudu Mohammed, also alleges that Governor Nwifuru is also seeking to drag a national leader, Nyesom Wike, into what he calls Nwifuru's growing political misfortunes.
Friction stems from a recent political rally where Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru allegedly threatened to consume and dismantle the opposition within his state. The Abdurrahman-led PDP is not taking the threat lightly. The group's spokesperson, Jungudu Mohammed, has called on security agencies to intervene immediately to prevent an escalation of political tension in the state.
Should anything untoward happen to any of our supporter, leader, or candidate in Ebonyi State, particularly our governorship candidate, Ambassador Chukwuma Ifeanyi Odi, or any member of his family, Nigerians know where to direct attention and demand answers.
However, demonstrating the deep structural divisions within the opposition party, a rival faction led by Kabiru Taminu Turaki has fired back with a completely contrasting stance. In a press statement signed by its own National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Inie Memobong, the Turaki-led leadership praised Governor Nwifuru instead. The Turaki faction commended the Ebonyi governor for calling out and condemning what they termed as anti-party activities and political blackmail perpetrated by some members of the party. Amid the factional infighting, the PDP has launched a new grassroots mobilization platform specifically designed to boost women's participation in politics. Party officials note that the initiative is the first of its kind since the inception of the PDP in 1998.
Your destiny is in your hands. If you go and sleep, your destiny will sleep. And I don't see any young woman, by the time you stay 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, you don't have a job, you don't have a husband, you will not be happy with yourself. But you can change that narrative by yourself. By mobilizing your friends, your colleagues. Make friends with a co-fidel. Tell them that the best way, that the only party that can recognize youth, especially female youth, is People's Democratic Party.
No nation, no party, no movement can win the future if it leaves half its talent on the sideline.
The platform is expected to aggressively canvass for votes at the local government levels, aiming to rebuild party structures and secure victories in future electoral cycles. Amaka Okoro, AIT News, Abuja.
The All Progressives Congress, APC, says sustaining public confidence through visible development is key to maintaining its control of political power. National Chairman Professor Nentawe Yilwada said this while on a one-day working visit to the state to commission key infrastructure projects and present flags to grassroots candidates ahead of Saturday's council elections. Chika Udenkwa reports.
The common prosperity of people of Gombe State.
The visit began with the commissioning of a new road under the Gombe State Government Network 1100 initiative. The flagship urban renewal project aims to improve connectivity and boost local economic activities. The road network project had continued to draw fresh investment and development partners to the state. One major result is a new market built by the National Agricultural Land Development Authority, NALDA. Professor Yilwada formally cut the ribbon to open the market. The itinerary then moved to a political rally where party faithful gathered for official flag-off presentation. Flags were handed over to APC candidates contesting Saturday's local government and local council development area elections.
I've sold a cultural program you're demonstrating across the state. I've sold so many projects that you've done for the people of Gombe State. That's not demonstrating democracy going to work.
The APC National Chairman praised Governor Muhammad Yunus Yahaya for delivering tangible dividends of democracy and urged party members to stay united to ensure victory at the polls. Chika Udenkwo, AIT News, Gombe.
Academics in Nigeria have begun a debate on whether the burden of proof in election matters should remain with the petitioner or the electoral body. The discourse is part of a wider call for urgent reforms in Nigeria's electoral justice system, organized by Birmingham University legal scholars and government officials, argued on the legal hurdles of proving electoral fraud. Focusing on the theme, unbundling the burden of proof in election petition cases, our correspondent Anyaole Avotu has more.
Elections in Nigeria doesn't end at the polls, but most times are decided by the courts. But for the petitioner, having an election petition successfully overturned presents a heavy burden. The burden is the burden of proof. This is the focus of the 13th inaugural lecture of the Birmingham University, presented by the institution's Vice-Chancellor, Professor Haruna Kuje Ayuba.
The topic is very apt because she's dealing with the burden of proof in electoral cases. And of course, if you want to bring credibility, integrity to our electoral process, we need to ensure that we understand the lapses, the gaps that we have in our legal system. And these are areas that she has brought out and also made very useful recommendations.
I have made some recommendations for INEC to be compelled to give litigants or petitioners documents that they need, because it's INEC that keeps custody of documents. But at the end of the day, you are expected to produce all your witnesses, do everything within 21 days. How do you do it, especially if INEC frustrates you? There should be a duty on INEC to give you what you need, because at any rate, they are the ones in custody.
The inaugural lecture was by the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Magdalene Dura. Delivered the inaugural citation, she emphasized that finding true electoral justice remains critical to saving Nigeria's democracy.
I said, do away with this importation of criminal burden of proof in civil matters, which is election petition. But then election petition, they will tell you, is sui generis, saying it is not exactly a civil case. It is in a class of its own. By and large, my conclusion is this. Let us balance democracy and the courts. Let us see a situation where the constitutional promise to Nigerians that your rights will be protected, the promise that when your right is infringed upon, you will get a remedy.
The academic presentation broke down how the strict burden of proof often limits the success of election petitions. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, represented by Augusta Warrens, speakers demanded stronger legal frameworks and institutional reforms to make the adjudication of electoral disputes more efficient and transparent.
The topic is very apt, and the inaugural lecturer did a very good job on it. So I believe that more of scholarly work like this should be promoted.
The university community concluded that the research highlights a critical need for immediate legislative action. Anyole Avotu, AIT News, Abuja.
Last Saturday's governorship election in Ekiti State and the legislative by-election across the country has been won and lost. The outcomes show absolute dominance by the ruling All Progressives Congress, raising fresh questions about competitive elections and the strength of Nigeria's opposition. Our correspondent examines the APC landslide, the weakened opposition, and what this means for the future of the nation's democracy.
In Nigeria's political landscape, ruling parties often hold a distinct advantage. But Saturday's by-election results reveal more than just a slight edge. It shows a near-total decimation of the opposition. Rivers State provided a rare exception. There, Olakanwogu of the People's Democratic Party secured the Rivers Southeast senatorial seat. But elsewhere, the APC swept the polls. The Ekiti results were particularly staggering. Incumbent Governor Biodun Oyebanji secured nearly 85% of the valid votes, polling over 319,000 ballots. The Nigeria Election Situation Room described the contest as heavily one-sided.
When you talk about year 2022, there was so much tensions between Shegoni and this Abiodun Oyebanji. And there was threats to our life and all that. Many people didn't even bother to. And even people who came out to vote, there were so much fight in the polling units. And you saw so many people, EFCC arrested in Ekiti State in particular. And nobody was prosecuted with so much hype and drama. And nothing came out of it. So in this particular election, there was no really contest. I was surprised seeing the widespread voter trading, because when you know you will win a battle.
The landslide victories cut across multiple regions. In Enugu North, the APC's Asogwa Ikeje won overwhelmingly. Similar gaps were recorded in Ondo South and the Kudu Warawa Federal Constituency in Kano State. The Kano result is highly symbolic, given the state's traditional allegiance to the Kwakwansia movement. With Governor Abba Yusuf aligning closer with the center, analysts wonder if the ancient commercial city is shifting permanently towards the APC.
The truth is, nobody gives power out freely. it must be wrestled from you, and you that owns it must want to protect it. And that is what the government in power they are doing. I will only say that the election was conducted and results were declared. But I want it to be known that that is not a reflection of what 2027 election will look like. Yeah, the off-season election, a whole lot of lackadaisical attitude and voters' apathy was demonstrated in it because people just feel that what is the window period for by-elections? They are going into an office now. By January, they will be contesting another election.
Beyond the number, familiar challenges persisted. Low voter turnout in some locations and allegations of voter inducement continue to plague the electoral system. Civil society groups argue that delivering good governance is the only way to restore public confidence in the ballot box.
Continually you come out to vote, but your social status is not changing. You are not getting any dividends of democracy as a citizen. Overall, within the political environment, poverty is on increase, inequality is on increase, unemployment. So largely, most economic indicators are in the negative. So why citizens will ask question, why should I continually, dedicate my time to such?
For Nigeria's democracy to thrive, it requires a vibrant, competitive space. Experts warn that unless opposition parties close ranks and rebuild, the upcoming 2027 general elections risk becoming a predictable, one-sided affair. Anoyoyo Ogiagboge, AIT News, Abuja.
Rivers State House of Assembly is eager to consider Governor Siminalayi Fubara's request for the approval of the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, for 2026 to 2028 for the state. The passage of this document is a prerequisite for the formal presentation of the 2026 budget. This MTEF carries added significance, coming after years of prolonged disagreement between the executive and legislative arms of government regarding the state's budget process.
This marks the first time the current House of Assembly has received an MTEF document from the Fubara administration, a development long stalled by a political rift between the executive and the legislature that lasted for more than 2 years. Speaker of the House, Martin Amewule, acknowledged that the framework was originally due for submission in September 2025. He further noted that the last MTEF document considered by the Assembly dates back to 2022 under the previous administration. Despite the delay, the Speaker stated that the House intends to proceed with its consideration in the overall interest of Rivers State.
Has not sent the medium-term expenditure framework, which is supposed to take the state for another 3 fiscal years. We ought to have received these documents as of September 2025, but we have it before us now. We don't want to go back to too many rhetorics, but let's just keep moving. On that note, let me call for motion for adoption of this document.
Following the presentation, the lawmakers passed a motion to defer the debate on the document and subsequently adjourned the plenary to June 26, 2026. Abajo Sekwe, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And to Akwa Ibom State now, where the Governor Umoh Eno has commissioned 4.8 kilometers of road in Eket local government area. While commissioning the project, he reaffirmed his administration's commitment to completing inherited projects that positively impact the people.
On May 29, 2023, Pastor Umoh Eno was sworn in as Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Upon assumption of office, he unveiled the Arise Agenda, a development blueprint focused on agriculture, rural development, infrastructure, security, healthcare, education, tourism, and economic advancement.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the fate of greatness with our Arise Agenda, from investment in agriculture, healthcare delivery services, education.
3 years on, stakeholders say the administration has recorded notable achievements, especially in road construction, rural development, and other critical infrastructure projects spread across the state.
It has been focused on rural development, which was part of the major
trajectory of this Arise agenda.
Government is also building the International Convention Center and Ibom Hotel.
I think he has been able to prove a lot of people wrong. He has done more than what some of us expected.
The administration's investment in tourism and healthcare have equally attracted praise, with stakeholders citing ongoing efforts to strengthen health facilities and boost the state's tourism potential.
He's been able to transform a ravine that was threatening both the government house and the Uyo Correctional Center has been turned into a tourist center now.
As Governor Umoeno enters the final stretch of his tenure, expectations remain high for the completion of ongoing projects and the advancement of strategic initiatives, including the Ibom Deep Sea Port project. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara says a thorough investigation will be carried out to ascertain the causes of the collapsed 5-story building along Peter Odili Road in Port Harcourt. The government said this when he visited the site of the collapsed structure on Thursday. He expressed deep concern over the incident. The governor also condemned the actions of the developer, who on several occasions denied engineers and other experts from the State Ministry of Urban Development access to monitor the project, claiming that they had no rights to inspect the project owned by the Federal Housing Authority.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara on Thursday visited the scene of the collapsed 5-story building along Peter Odili Road in Port Harcourt to assess the situation and receive first-hand reports on ongoing rescue operations. The 5-story building under construction collapsed on Wednesday at about 10 a.m. local time, causing panic among residents and commuters. Several persons were said to have been trapped under the rubble. While a few have been rescued, some persons remain unaccounted for. The sad incident occurred just 2 days after a 3-story building collapsed in Rumolumani community in Obiakpo local government area. Governor Fubara described the incident as unfortunate and blamed it on the incompetence and lack of cooperation from the developer.
The commissioner also informed me that they came here severally to inspect what is happening and also to see the level of compliance. But unfortunately, that the developer keep claiming that we don't have any rights to interfere. But the issue is not about interfering. It's about the life that is being lost today. So we feel very sorry and very regrettable that such an incident should be happening in this 21st century.
While sympathizing with the victims and all those affected by the incident, the governor assured that the state government will leave no stone unturned in determining the immediate and remote causes of the building collapse.
What kind of engineer would even allow this kind of project to go on when everything about it from inception has been faulty? At this point, nothing is going to happen on this site anymore. We're going to make sure that this place is completely sealed off. Governor Siminalayi Fubara used the occasion to assure that the safety of lives and property remains a top priority of his administration. Idegbo Biakame, AIT News, Port Harcourt.
And barely 24 hours after a 5-story building collapsed in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, another building disaster struck on Thursday as a 3-story structure caved in the Alakija area of Lagos State. Not less than 25 persons have been rescued alive, while 8 fatalities have been recorded, including a baby girl. The building collapsed on Thursday morning, triggering an emergency response by security operatives and residents. There are reports that additional persons, including shop owners who had resumed business, may still be trapped. Search and rescue operations remain active. A multi-agency rescue operation is ongoing, with responders working systematically to search for and extricate anyone trapped beneath the rubble. Heavy-duty equipment, including an excavator, is being deployed to support rescue effort. Reports say police officers from the Area Command and Satellite Division reportedly arrived at the scene shortly after the incident and joined local residents in effort to rescue those trapped. The cause of the incident was also unknown at the time.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to rebuilding the Federal Capital Territory. saying ongoing infrastructure projects are aimed at restoring public trust and confidence in governance. Speaking at the inauguration of the Jahi-Gwarinpa interchange in Abuja, the president, represented by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, said each completed project reflects progress under the renewed Hope agenda and a step towards improved connectivity and economic growth.
The newly constructed state-of-the-art interchange linking Gwarinpa and Jahi districts was commissioned by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, representing President Bola Tinubu at the event.
This is how the Federal Capital Territory should be. And this is how Mr. President wants Nigeria to be. If the chairman of ADC, my senior colleague, former Senate President, has said that we are not going to eat any roads, that if he had done the roads, we would have gone into other areas. But because he never did the roads, we have to start from somewhere. And he probably does not know that the states are no longer borrowing money.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, also used the occasion to respond to criticism from the opposition ADC, which had downplayed the significance of ongoing road infrastructure projects in the FCT.
When he was a Senate President and the ruling government then of his own party, the poor people could not afford to go to homes in Makurdi. Why? There was no road. But the Senate President then, who was David Mark, and who is now the chairman of the faction of ADC, was flying with a helicopter. How many poor people have a helicopter? And let them also know, without road, you cannot go to hospital. Without road, you cannot go to school. Without road, you cannot go to farm. Road is the bedrock.
The minister maintained that the current administration under President Bola Tinubu has delivered more democratic dividends to Nigerians in the past 3 years and remains committed to sustaining the momentum. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, locals and commuters using the old Enugu-Onitsha road are still reeling in pain over the devastating 16-year perennial flooding, now abandoning the submerged road for alternative routes. The worst hit are residents of affected communities along the Ogidi axis, where overflowing flood water from 2 remedial dams have caused untold damage to houses, businesses and farmlands.
The now abandoned old Enugu-Onitsha road is a completely constructed major road with asphalt overlay that has become a nightmare to communities in Ogidi for the past 16 years and counting. Devastating perennial flooding have caused pains, agony and sorrow to the natives, residents and motorists who venture to pass through the about 1 kilometer submerged portion of the road. The Ogidi axis of the old Enugu-Onitsha road is a major economic and transportation corridor to Onitsha, the commercial nerve center of Anambra State. With unfulfilled promises of fixing the flood crisis by government, residents have become skeptical of a possible remedy in sight, instead resorting to self-pity as the sky opens its mouth again this rainy season.
The issue that there's many towns like Abate, Tezo, Munachu, Mudoka, and so that they channel their water to the gutter. So the gutter got direct to this area.
Commuters now navigate through alternative rural roads to avoid the flooded portion, thereby crisscrossing villages to complete what should be a short distance journey, but turned extended time and costs.
The kind of water where they come here, the very mighty water. When that place down full, that water, all of them will they come out from the road. Upon all the compound where they are, all of them don't learn. Make governor help us, I beg, with the bleed.
The situation is similar at the building materials market, Ogidi, where traders are already counting their losses following a recent downpour that wreaked havoc, destroying goods worth millions of naira.
The water is coming from Ogidi side, coming from inside market.
This load, nobody is passing for this load. It's like nobody can know what to do again.
My tires fell down, like about 3 stacking of 150 cartons each. Fell down and broke. So a lot of damages were incurred, my fans, my chairs, everything in this place. And we have suffered this for 3 years now. So we're begging on the government to see if they can help us to remedy the situation.
The Anambra State government on Tuesday made yet another pledge to fix the flooding challenges, saying it has plans to channel the Ogidi flood waters into an inland door.
Togo has instructed us we are going to evacuate this water. So it's already done. 2 and 3 is completed. So very soon we'll also start the phase 1 that will take out this water pretty soon.
Residents and traders in the affected communities are not swayed by words, instead preferring to wait until tangible deliverables are seen.
Watching the news on AIT, we're going to a very short break and return with business stories. Just stay with us.
Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush.
Pass with the chicken and all purpose. With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home
and culture.
Share the light.
No worries, we make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you, they use money point.
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money point made for your progress.
Our bodies get serums, washes, lotions, cleansers, scrubs, but underarms only get deodorant. That's why our new breakthrough formula contains pure hyaluron and vitamin C to deeply care for your underarms for a softer and even skin tone in 2 weeks. With 72 hours sweat and odor protection, try the new Nivea Derma Control Natural Tone because your underarms deserve more. Nivea is for skin.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment when the news breaks and the grief is wrong, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic, to empathize rather than assign blame, to hold when everything inside said, "Who?"
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pulse. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
Welcome, sir.
We need to look at this report.
What can we offer you?
Don't worry.
Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush.
Pass the beef and crayfish.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home
and culture. Share the light.
Hello and welcome to Business Reports. I am Yemi Adebayo. The 16th Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, has questioned the push for the ECOWAS single currency ECO, saying West Africa should prioritize addressing its political and economic challenges before fixing deadlines for monetary integration. Sanusi, who is a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, spoke at a public lecture on the proposed ECO currency organized by the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILS, in Abuja on Thursday.
ECO currency and monetary integration in West Africa, application for Nigeria. Sanusi said the region should focus on readiness rather than repeatedly announcing target dates for the ECO. He warned that the single currency project could lose credibility if member states fail to address the structural and political conditions needed for its success.
You cannot be talking about a common currency with Niger, Burkina, and Mali when you are threatening them with force in the internal matters. You cannot. They will not even listen to you. Okay? You cannot talk about shared institutions, talk about integration when the politics is not right. Politics is so dominant in
practical realities and development. May reduce conversion costs and exchange rate uncertainty.
Now, 1 year after Nigeria's new tax laws were signed, tax authorities and professionals are intensifying efforts to bridge the information gap between government and taxpayers. At the 2026 National Tax Awareness Day in Abuja, stakeholders stressed that building a sustainable tax system will depend not only on reforms and enforcement, but also public trust, education, and voluntary compliance.
As Nigeria seeks to expand its revenue base and reduce dependence on borrowing, tax authorities are placing renewed emphasis on voluntary compliance as the cornerstone of sustainable revenue mobilization. This formed the focus of discussions as part of activities marking the 2026 National Tax Awareness Day. Representing the Executive Chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, the Executive Director of Finance and Corporate Services, Mohammed Abubakar, described the reforms as the beginning of a new era.
Tax awareness is the foundation of voluntary compliance. Voluntary compliance is the cornerstone of a sustainable tax system. And the sustainable tax system is indispensable to national growth and shared prosperity.
The Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, on its part, reaffirmed its commitment to supporting the implementation of the tax reforms through advocacy, taxpayer education, and professional engagement.
Objective of this program: to promote tax awareness and education across strata of our society, to strengthen the culture of voluntary compliance. 3, to showcase CITN leadership in fiscal sustainability and national development through professionalism in tax practice, tax education, and advocacy.
Officials took the awareness campaign to the Wuse market in Abuja, engaging traders, business owners, and members of the public on the benefit and implications of the country's new tax laws. As implementation of the reforms gathers momentum, stakeholders say sustained public education will be critical to closing information gaps and strengthening trust between taxpayers and government. Olamide Abiyo, AIT News, Abuja.
Now let's take a look at what the market is saying today. The Nigerian exchange closed today's session on a weaker note, with the benchmark index slipping at the close of trading. However, market activity remained relatively strong as investors continue to trade across key sectors. The Nigerian All-Share Index closed at 233,335.89 points. The value traded was about 18.2 billion naira, and the volume of trade was about 383 million naira. The market capitalization closed at 150 trillion naira. Despite the decline in the index, market capitalization remained robust, with investors executing more than 45,000 deals involving nearly 394 million shares valued at over 19 billion naira. The exchange continues to command significant market depth, with total market capitalization remaining above 205 trillion naira. Among the gainers, Red Star Express, Legend International, NIMET, Abe EBDs, and Ella Lakes were closed at 9.60%. Posting the strongest position for the day was followed by Legend Internet, NIMET, Abe Mortgage Bank, and Ella Lakes. On the losers chart, Arade Holdings and Deep Capital recorded the steepest declines, while Transnationwide Express, Regal Insurance, and CNI Leasing also closed lower. Investors' interests remain concentrated in banking and technology stocks, with Access Holdings, Charms, and Fidelity Bank dominating trading activity. Access Holdings also emerged as the most actively traded stocks by value. And our stock market reports. The news hour continues. I am Yemi Adebayo.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we continue to celebrate the commissioning of landmark projects and flag off new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President. On Friday, the 26th of June, 2026, the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will commission the newly constructed Collector Road 01 and 02 to link Mabushi Bus Terminal and Amadou Bello Way in Mabushi District. Venue, off Mabushi Bus Terminal in Mabushi District. Time, 12 noon. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
Say you know, say I don't begin to register people for voters card. This registration when they do so, that will be the last one when they go do before 2027 general election. I don't begin to register people from on the 11th of May and they go close on the 10th of July 2026. If you know say you never registered before, or you just clock 18 years, you can enter any INEC office where they near you, or you physically visit us online, where be www.cvro.inecnigeria.org to pre-register. And when you do that, you must enter INEC office where you're able to do your fingerprint and your photograph. If you relocate and you want to vote for your new location, or your PVC don't lost or damaged, not register afresh, just enter INEC online portal or enter any INEC office, apply for transfer or another PVC. My people, make you not waste time again. Register, make you feel vote. Now you're right. Now INEC they bring you this message. Now we they make you vote count. Now we they make our democracy stand.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces, salute their gallantry, stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide, with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Calm down. Calm down. What if I ruin everything? Auntie Amina is coming. Just pass the beef and dawa cubes. No, Hassan. With Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush. Chef of life, Mr. Chef. This is a true taste of home and culture. Chef of life. My
Many thanks for staying with us on the news. Tomorrow reports now. The federal government has launched an employee self-service portal as part of activities marking the 2026 Civil Service Week in a move aimed at accelerating digital transformation across the public service. The head of Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Wilson Jack, says the platform is designed to eliminate administrative bottlenecks and improve service delivery in line with the demands of a rapidly changing world. The employee self-service portal is expected to simplify and automate key processes including payroll management, staff profile updates and official requests, a major step in the ongoing digital reform agenda of the Federal Civil Service.
The employee self-service portal is expected to simplify and automate key processes, including payroll management, staff profile updates, and official requests, a major step in the ongoing digital reform agenda of the Federal Civil Service.
Most civil servants don't even get to see their employee records, which is locked up in files until maybe they want to retire. But now this app allows them to even have that information handy. Also getting access to their payslip, applying for leave that has an improved workflow process.
This year's Civil Service Week is focused on mentoring and networking as critical tools for improving public service performance.
Where, for example, is the institutionalized mentorship-rooted learning infrastructure in the federal service that enables hand-holding, performance consulting, and skills transfers between officers across grade levels.
According to Didi Wilson Jack, mentoring is not optional but a responsibility that helps build a stronger and more effective workforce.
So mentoring changes trajectories. It speaks the truth that performance appraisals cannot. It sees the human being behind the officer, and it says to that officer, you are worth investing in.
The week-long event brings together experienced professionals across various levels of the service to promote knowledge sharing and strengthen capacity in key areas of public administration. Kedanojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
President Bola Tinubu has commended the working people of Nigeria for remaining resilient despite the seemingly discomfort in the last 3 years due to certain economic decisions. The message was delivered on Thursday in Abuja by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, who was the chairman at the 2026 Good Governance Summit organized by the Working People United, which was used to access the challenges, gains and future of the administration's policies as they affect workers and their families.
It is the 2026 Good Governance Summit by Working People United WOPU, with the theme Policies and Governance Impact on Working People.
We are here to take a radical look at our political future. We have come to scrutinize the monumental fundamental strides of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are here to strip away the deliberate political noise, bypass the sensationalized media headlines, and state with facts and figures what the working people see and what they feel. We want to celebrate the wins and address the gaps and chart a path forward where the benefits of economic policies cascade down and positively impact the least working person.
We must continue to support policies and programs that strengthen our economy, empower workers, and create opportunities for future generations.
For the Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, the President feels the pains of Nigerians with regards to the hard decisions taken to reform the economy, but gave strong assurances of a better tomorrow.
Hard choices had become unavoidable, and this President, to his enduring credit, chose the path of responsibility over the path of postponement. I say this at different fora, that Mr. President had a choice. He decided to lead as a leader and think about the next generation.
The Chief of Staff also unveiled the Responsible Citizens of Nigeria badge aimed at getting citizens to be more involved and committed to political and governance advancement projects.
At a time when the world faces numerous social and security challenges, the need for responsible citizenship as Nigerians has become more necessary and urgent than ever. Every responsible citizen is required to speak positively about his or her country at all times. The progress of any nation is determined not only by the quality of its leaders, but by the character, discipline, and commitment of its citizens.
The event, which coincided with the 64th birthday of Femi Gbajabiamila, had messages from state governors, representatives, ministers, labor leaders, and other stakeholders. Abulu Osema, AIT News, Abuja.
Away from Nigeria now, Venezuela acting president has announced at least 164 people have been killed after two powerful earthquakes struck. According to rescue team, they are continuing desperate search through collapsed building in the capital Caracas, where people trapped beneath the rubble have been heard. While calling for help, the U.S. has promised provision a whole of government in response to the twin earthquake that killed 164 people in Venezuela.
Thousands of Venezuelans are feared dead after two powerful earthquakes devastated areas in and around the capital, Caracas, bringing down buildings and triggering strong aftershocks. Authorities say at least 164 people have been killed and hundreds more injured, though officials warn the number is expected to rise as rescue operations continue. The first earthquake, measuring magnitude 7.2, struck around 160 kilometers west of Caracas. Less than a minute later, it was followed by a stronger magnitude 7.5 quake, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Emergency crews have worked through the night, searching the rubble of collapsed buildings for survivors. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says casualty figures remain incomplete and do not yet include some of the hardest hit areas, including La Guaira State, home to Caracas' main international airport, which has been closed. Speaking on state television, Rodriguez says dozens of buildings had collapsed and that rescue efforts were focused on saving as many lives as possible. The U.S. Geological Survey says its predictive modeling indicates the death toll could reach into the thousands, with a significant possibility that it could exceed 10,000.
So the news on AIT. Up next is sports.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Sifu. The World Football Governing Body FIFA has suspended Nepal's Football Association with immediate effect following government interference, preventing the country from participating in all international football competition. FIFA said that the sanction was triggered by what it described as undue third-party interference in administration of Nepali football, stemming from the governance dispute between ANFA and Nepalese National Sport Council. The council had earlier suspended ANFA for 3 months in March 2026 during preparation for elections approved by FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation, although the suspension was later lifted in May. FIFA insists that National Football Association must operate independently of government influence, but repeated delays to ANFA's electoral congress and elective from the Sports Council, including demands to amend the association statutes, led to the latest action. The suspension will remain in place until the council withdraw its earlier decision and allow ANFA to complete its electoral process, with Nepal also losing access to FIFA development programs, training courses, and funding opportunities. The race for a place in the round of 32 continues shortly, with attention turning to Group E. Curaçao face Ivory Coast, while Germany will take on Ecuador in the final round of the group matches. A draw will be enough for Ivory Coast to secure a place in the knockout phase, while Curaçao must claim all 3 points to keep their qualification hope alive. Germany have already secured their place in the next round and need only a draw against Ecuador to guarantee top spot in the group. Ecuador, meanwhile, must beat the Germans to stand any realistic chance of progressing to the round of 32. The National Sports Commission, NSC, and the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, have constituted a 7-member welfare committee to support the Super Falcons campaign at the 2026 Women African Cup of Nations, that is WAFCON, in Morocco. The committee was inaugurated following a meeting between the NSC Director General Bukola Alokbade and the NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi in Abuja. NFF Executive Board member Aisha Falode will chair the committee, while Ruth Davis serves as secretary alongside 5 other members. Olokbade said that the initiative reflects the federal government's commitment to ensuring a hit-free title defense for the 9-time African champion, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his wife Oluremi backing the team's success. Sanusi described the committee as a landmark step for women's football in Nigeria, noting that it is the first time such a structure has been established for senior women's national team ahead of major tournament. In that sport, many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Usifo.
But before we let you go, let's remind you that the challenge of criminality and insecurity affect everyone.
That means everyone has a role to play in helping the authorities fight the crisis of terrorism. So when you see something, you must share with law enforcement. I am Chukwuyenum Onwaka.
And I am Oyedia Orum. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh, yummy. Wow. I'm in so much for Double Night Festival homework. I'm gonna beat you. If your legs are starting to hurt, you should have a foot bath.
I have heard of a land.
Call to Glory, a celebration of a beautiful life. Late Agnes Joyce Ngozi Oduanoche Ni Onyokulechi, aka Madam Jesus, aged 87 years. Funeral arrangement. Service of songs. Wednesday, 24th June 2026. Time 5 p.m. Venue, Redeemer's House Mega Park, Trans Ekulu, Enugu. Burial service. Friday, 26th June 2026. Time 10 a.m. Venue, Model Community Secondary School, Isikwachi, Oji River. Reception, Friday 26th June 2026, time 1 p.m. Venue, Model Community Secondary School, Isikwachi, Oji River. Thanksgiving service, Sunday 28th June 2026, time 9 a.m. Venue, Grace of God Mission International, Amikwo, Oka, Anambra State. RSVP 070-3605-2208 or 081-1111-7524. Signed, Mr. Somtochukwu Oduanoche for the family.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
So that some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for us.
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy. Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something billion MSMEs. The people are not.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT. If it matters to the economy, join us.
My word.
70 years of impact. 2 years of cherished memories, one extraordinary legacy. A devoted family man and a respected statesman whose service touched lives across nations. On May 24, 2026, Ambassador Alexander Adoye Enemaku would have celebrated his 70th birthday. Regardless, his legacy continues to inspire generations. As we mark the second anniversary of his passing, we do not mourn a life cut short. We celebrate a life well lived. Please join us as family, friends, colleagues, and well-wishers honor the memory, service, and enduring legacy of Ambassador Alexander Adoye Enemaku. Lagdi, as you were fondly called, will forever be remembered, forever be celebrated.
Precious Lord, lead me home.
In all honesty, why do you...
AIT, sharing the African experience.